and the others not to raise a demon? Jay's jaw tightens. The car crawls towards the school, and a feeling of dread pools in my stomach. I lean my head against the back of the seat as the dark roofline, jutting terraces, and conical turrets come into view. The windows are dark. It's Monday morning. I can't comprehend sitting in algebra class while I watch over my shoulder for Regina to curse me or turn me into a toad. "I won't let them hurt you, Andy," Jay says. We pull into the student parking lot. Luciano's car is there, a sleek silver Porsche. "They're back. They're waiting for us." "How can you promise that?" He's quiet, his shoulders tight. He twists the key and the engine shuts off, but he doesn't answer. My throat burns and I squeeze my eyes shut. I have to enter the land of the dead, the place of nightmares and evil. As I stare up at Ravenswood, I fear that the moment the underworld has hold of me, I'll lose my sister forever. Chapter 24. I scrub my limbs in the shower for so long my skin turns pink and raw. The smell of the sea takes a bottle of shampoo to get out of my hair. Once the reek of the demon is completely gone, I shut off the steaming water. It's still early, around 5 in the morning. No one else is in the common bathroom yet. I lean against one of the basins in the long row of sinks, a towel wrapped around my middle. My skin breaks out in goosebumps as the steam slowly leaves the room, and the mirrors along the wall clear. Brass hardware gleams at me, and I rub my eyes before putting on my spare glasses. The frames are round and thin, fashioned in rose gold, but a little crooked from the time I accidentally clipped them, ducking my head into the car. The ink of my tattoo spills out from beneath the hem of the crisp white towel. I brace my hand against the sink and trace my fingers over the pattern. Antlers, a moon, a moth. They meant nothing to me only a few weeks ago. Now they connect me to my sister, to something she had planned for me before she slipped into the underworld. The memory of Jay's fingers following the same pattern as mine, warm and smooth and good, flashes through my mind. I pull my fingers back immediately and look at myself in the mirror. I hardly recognize the reflection. Wild hair, limp curls falling over my knobby shoulders, collarbones too sharp, cheeks sunken. My blue eyes look flat and dull, with dark circles making the dusting of my freckles stand out too harshly against my skin. Does it matter what I look like when I'll be dead soon? No matter what Jay says, there's no way he can protect us. We live in the same building as these people, have many of the same classes, and they know how to use magic so dark it twists my stomach. I clutch the edge of the sink and shut my eyes. My chest feels too tight. I struggle to gulp down a breath and force the air into my lungs. Jay is wrong. I don't think we'll survive until Halloween. The door creaks open, and I hear someone shuffle in. I look away from the reflection in the mirror and yank a comb through my hair, trying to look casual, not like I spent the night nearly drowning and communing with my undead sister. My glasses fog as one of the showers is turned on. I take them off, wiping them with the edge of my towel. My head yanks back suddenly as a hand grabs the back of my hair. I yelp, my feet slipping on the cold, wet tiles. My temple slams against the edge of the sink, and stars burst behind my eyelids. I slump to the cold floor as something sticky and warm slips down my cheek and drips onto my shoulder. A girl leans down, her face blurry. I see braided brown hair and narrowed, hateful eyes. Melinda. I scrabble across the tiles on my hands and knees, blood dripping from my split scalp and down my shoulder. Red dots mar the white towel wrapped around me. I have to get to the hallway. Jay is waiting for me in the common room. If I can just call out for him. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" The girl stalks towards me. I scoot back until I'm trapped against one wall. My head aches. I can't see straight. I throw my hands up to protect my face as she reaches for me again. But she doesn't slam my head against the sinks, doesn't try to bash my brains out. Instead, she grabs my face and forces me to look at her. You should have stayed out of our way. Now, you're going to end up just like your sister, she says, a scornful smile spreading across her face. Melinda reaches into the pocket of the jacket she's wearing. I flinch automatically, expecting a knife or a gun, but she holds a strange-looking flower. It has pale white petals and a sickly purple center, like a bruise. Where have I seen it before? Gray grass, ash in the air. The underworld. She pinches my cheeks so hard they graze against my teeth. The flower comes towards my lips, and I know I can't let it touch my tongue. I bash my fists against her arms and twist my face to the side. She curses and grabs my hair again. I yelp as she tugs at the fresh cut on my scalp. Melinda! Regina's voice calls harshly from the entrance to the bathroom. You can't kill her yet. He wants her. She stopped our ritual and let the girl go. How will we ever get Osavoris to... Regina stalks over. My distorted vision blurs her long legs and fluttering dark hair. She grabs the other girl's hands and yanks them away. Don't be stupid, Melinda. Asphodel flower wouldn't kill her. Violet made sure of that. And we agreed we'd just have a little chat with our friend Andy here. She crumples the white and purple flower in her hand before throwing the petals into a nearby trash can. I wipe blood from the corner of my eye, hating the sticky, warm feeling on my fingers. Go on then, I snarl at Regina. Kill me, drown me, stab me, whatever you did to Violet. She trusted you. She loved you. How could you betray her like that? Melinda moves like she's going to snap my neck or dash my head against the wall, but Regina holds up a hand. She crouches in front of me, her elegant features twisted in an expression so full of hatred, I wonder how I ever missed it before. Your sister is the reason we're doing this. She reformed Tooth and Talon. She wanted power and magic. But one night, out of nowhere, she wanted it all for herself. You talk about betrayal, but she was the one who turned on her friends. She got what she deserved. Regina spits. Some friends, I retort. She's been there for you through everything, Regina. I lift my chin towards Melinda. And Violet never cut you out when your father went to jail, like everyone else did? And this is how you pay her back. Melinda hunches her shoulders and throws a murderous glare at the crumpled asphodel flower in the trash. You think she didn't rub my family's dirty laundry in my face? You think she didn't whisper about me and how pathetic the Delgados are whenever my back was turned? Regina's right. Your sister got what she deserved. I press my back against the wall as heat and anger crawl across my skin. You're murderers. And for what? So you can become even richer? Melinda scoffs, and Regina's cool facade slips for a fraction of a second. She reaches out, long fingers tipping my chin up. I try to slap her hand out of the way, but she holds tight, nails digging into my flesh. You have no idea what your sister had planned, do you? You and Jay running around playing vigilante without knowing what is truly going on. We're saving the world, saving ourselves. Casualties will happen in any righteous war. You're insane. I manage to push her hand away. She smirks before standing up slowly. Violet always thought she was better than everyone, but look at us now. You've always been jealous of Violet, I snap. You always wanted to be like her, better than her. It's why you fling yourself at every internship, every teacher. You want so badly to be as good as she is, but you know you never can be. The faucets drip. Regina stares at me, her nostrils flaring. She considers her reflection in the mirror for a moment before she flings a towel from the shelves at me. Clean yourself up. And if you breathe a word of this to anyone, just know they'll never believe you. You're no one, Andy. The little sister of a dead girl whose grandparents had to bribe her way into the school. I don't need anyone to believe me, I say through gritted teeth, ignoring the way my vision swims. I'm going to stop you, and you're going to lose everything. Melinda's full lips tug into a sarcastic, cloying smile. Our master has given us more power than you or your sister could ever dream of. Then why was it so easy to stop you last night? I spit, my head pounding. Maybe we should just kill her now. Melinda balls her hands into tight fists and stalks forward, her eyes cruel and cold. Regina sighs, like this is a frequent argument with the other girl. Not yet. You know he wants her alive, just in case. Take our advice, Andy, and stop meddling in things you don't understand. The doors creak open. Reflected in the misty mirrors, I spy a silky hijab and Munya's wide eyes. Regina and Melinda stiffen as my roommate hurries over the slick tiles and kneels beside me, her gaze riveted to the blood on my face. What are you doing? She demands, whirling to face the older girls. Melinda sneers, crossing her arms. It doesn't concern you. Go back to running your little student council. Munya freezes, holding the towel to my cheek. I glance between her and the two girls. They'll hurt her, kill her even. My stomach twists at the thought. You really want me to get mad and involved? Neither of you will ever get into a university now that you've attacked another student. Regina's face pales just as Melinda's warps into a furious scowl. Without thinking, I stagger to my feet and move between them, my heart beating in my throat. It's nothing, just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Munya gapes, my bloodied towel in her fist. They hurt you. Melinda moves forward, but Regina places a warning hand on her arm. Just a little initiation. Violet was a part of our club. I'm sure you get it. At the sweetness in Regina's tone, Munya falters. She looks at me, gaze wide and unsure. I meet Melinda's cruel smile over Munya's shoulder. She mimes slicing her throat, but it isn't a threat against me. My teeth grind together, but I manage a curt nod. It's true. Nothing to worry about. At least let me take you to the nurse. I'm fine. Just slipped when they scared me. Melinda crosses her arms. Why don't you get a Band-Aid or something, Al-Suri? Even though I want to punch Melinda across her haughty face, I force a smile to my lips. Would you? I'd really appreciate it. Munya drops her shoulders, handing me the bloody towel. She looks between us, at the blood on the wet tiles, at the bruise already marking my pale cheekbone. She chews her bottom lip uncertainly, but then nods, backing out of the bathroom. I'll be waiting in the dorm, Andy. If you're not back in 2 minutes, I'm going to Madden. Relief slams into my chest as soon as Munya disappears. At least for now, she's safe. A few seconds pass as we three stare at one another, waiting for a sign of weakness, a twitch, something that will give away the next move. My head starts to pound, and I grip the towel tighter around me, wrenching open the door. The hallway is quiet, like I expected. Except when I step outside, setting one foot gingerly in front of the other, I see a head of white blonde hair scraped back in a tight bun. Mrs. Bianchi. She looks over her shoulder, eyes catching mine. In her hands is a flower pot brimming with asphodel flowers. Bianchi looks quickly away before she scurries out of sight into the teacher's dormitory. Watch your back, little star, Regina says behind me. Now that you know who we are, your life is ours. Enjoy what little of it you have left. By the end of the day, in art history class, I'm so on edge I feel like my teeth are being ground into dust. I replay Melinda's attack in the bathroom, the coldness and determination in Regina's face. Tooth and Talon are monsters, Murderers. I peer at Bianchi as she shuffles her notes. A sense of distrust winds through my gut as I stare, unblinking, as if I'll perceive the truth if only I look harder. Jay and I sit at our usual desks on the far side of the classroom nearest the windows. The rain has stopped, but the air is cold enough that frost nips at the edges of the window panes. Jay sits at the aisle, presumably shielding me from anyone who might want to shiv me on their way to sharpen their pencil. "Is your head okay?" he asks, as Bianchi dims the lights and projects an image onto the screen. I rub absently at the scab on my hairline. The cut isn't deep, and once I got the blood cleaned away, it wasn't too bad. A bruise the size of my palm extends from my temple back into my hairline, but makeup has done a suitable job of covering the worst of it. It's fine. "I should have been there. I didn't even see them from the common room. Didn't hear a thing. You're lucky Violet marked you with that tattoo, or the asphodel flower would have killed you, desiccated you like a mummy." I laugh under my breath. If you had been there, you would have been in the girls' bathroom. I don't think that would have gone over very well. His cheeks turn ruddy and he kicks me under the table. "I'm serious, Andy. They could have killed you." I know, but they weren't trying to kill me, just scare me. They said something about the demon wanting me alive. I still can't quite meet his eyes. After last night, I'm too confused to get lost in his gaze. I should be worrying over Regina and her cronies plotting to kill us. I shouldn't let myself wonder if the bruise on my temple makes me look even paler and more sickly to him. The door swings open, and Regina and Luciano stride into the classroom. They walk slowly past us, eyes glittering and knowing. They take their seats, close enough that we can see each other's expressions, even in the darkened room. Luciano twirls a pen between his fingers and crosses one leg over his knee. His cold eyes glint, and he winks at me. "We have to go to the underworld as soon as curfew hits tonight," Jay says softly as Bianchi begins her lecture. My palms go clammy at the thought of spending my nights in the land of the dead. "Are you sure it's our safest bet?" He nods. "There's someone I know in the underworld. If I can convince them to help us, maybe we can learn exactly what Richard Green did that connected the underworld and that demon to Ravenswood. That is our only hope of stopping them, unless you're eager to kill Luciano and Regina and get thrown in jail before you can save Violet." I slump lower in my seat. Jay is right. Tooth and Talon has its claws sunk deep into the school. There are parents and alumni that have been in the club. Madden has to know about what they do. Bianchi is involved somehow. And I have no doubt if we tried to kill Luciano or any other member, someone hiding in the shadows would make it so we never existed. "I know I haven't done the best job of it, but I'll keep you safe, Andromeda. I promise," he says, his breath tickling the hair by my ear. I feel hollow at those words. Jay can claim he wants to help me all he likes, but there's no way he can keep that promise, even if the words send a thrill of longing down my spine. Fine. I cross my arms and look out the window, but whoever we talk to better not be as freaky as that jackal guy from last time. He laughs softly. It almost elicits an answering smile from my lips. Later, when the bell rings, Jay jumps to his feet instantly. The class files out quickly, eager to get away from studies for the rest of the afternoon. Before we can follow, a familiar tall figure blocks our row. "It seems you've discovered our little secret," Luciano drawls, his arms crossed as he leans against one of the long tables that serves as a desk. "You interrupted something very important last night." I glance at Bianchi, who is talking to another teacher in the doorway. I can't let her get away before I have a chance to talk to her, demand to know what she's doing for this group, why she would betray Violet. "Consider my deepest apologies for stopping you from killing a 14-year-old girl," I snap through my gritted teeth. Regina scowls, but Luciano puts a hand on her shoulder. "I didn't come here to fight with you, Andy. I have a proposition, one that could benefit both of us."
"We don't want to hear a thing you have to say," Jay declares.
Luciano smiles thinly at him before turning his penetrating gaze back to me. "What you saw last night is an unfortunate downside of what we must do to achieve a better world."
"Please," I scoff.
"You're sick, and I'm going to make sure you pay for what you've done." "I am proposing we avoid all the bloodshed and retaliation that will no doubt happen if either of us attempts to hurt the other."
Luciano inspects the cuffs of his argyle sweater.
"I propose a truce."
Jay jerks his chin back. "No."
"You'll want to hear what I suggest."
Jay's fingers curl into fists at his side. I put my hand on his arm, pulling him back a step so he's no longer nose to nose with the other boy.
"Why should we trust you? Just this morning, your friend slammed my head into a sink."
I cross my arms to control the urge to lash out at Luciano. A truce sounds as far-fetched as anything to me right now. Luciano flashes his 2 white teeth.
"They acted without my permission. As head of Tooth and Talon, it's my job to ensure that anyone who comes into contact with our society is treated well."
"Unless they get in your way or are marked out for death, is that right?" I scowl back at the playboy smile permanently pasted on his face.
"We underestimated you. That's clear to me now. But I have no desire for senseless killing. Stay out of our way, and we can make a deal with the one we serve. He will be generous. He may even be able to save your sister."
The floor seems to drop out from beneath my feet. My fingers tighten painfully on my forearms. Pressing so hard, I wonder briefly if my fingernails have punctured the skin.
"You wouldn't know how to save her," Jay says.
"True." Luciano cocks his head, a triumphant look in his eyes.
"But Asavorus would."
Jay pushes the other boy back, opening a path into the aisle. "You're messing with things you can't begin to understand. You'll doom thousands by summoning Asavorus." It's strange to think of that monster with half a face having a name, and one that sends such a chill through my bones.
"He can offer us anything we want," Regina says, her eyes wide. "We can control him while he's on the earth. We're more powerful than any other society before us."
"I wouldn't trust you with my homework, much less my life," I snap at her. "You tried to kill your best friend. You can't control this demon like you say. I think he controls you." Regina laughs darkly. "You're wrong. The other societies before us couldn't summon a lost key, much less a demon. We're strong. We have what he wants, and he'll give us anything in return." Luciano's mouth contorts, and he reaches out, grabbing my wrist.
"It doesn't matter if we want you dead. He is interested in you, in your sister, in the power you could give him. Think about my offer. If you turn us down, you will die, one way or another."
My muscles twitch at his touch, my skin heating like an inferno. I want to do something crazy. Smash his forehead on the table and see how he likes it. But we're in a classroom. Students are milling around. Before I can throw his hand aside, Luciano curses, smoke curling from his fingers. He draws his hand back. "What did—" "Ready for the club meeting?" Bianchi's heels click as she juggles her books and laptop and stops at our group. My spine goes rigid as Luciano glares at me, holding his hand to his chest. Regina smooths her expression. "The others are already in the library." Our art history teacher gives me a curious look, but my mouth has gone bone dry as Luciano studies me with a piercing expression, eyes narrowed to slits. When he turns, barking at Regina to follow him, I catch a glimpse of his hand. It's red and blistered.
"Will you excuse us for a moment, Mr. Hahn?"
Bianchi asks, her eyes still glued to me. Jay stiffens,
clearly weighing up the need to drag me to the relative safety of the underworld against the need to be inconspicuous. "I'll meet you outside, Andy." The door clicks softly shut. Bianchi flips a stray lock of pale blonde hair behind her ear and sets her stack of books against one hip. My heart is somewhere in my throat. My hands still feel too warm, like I stuck them in a furnace. I glance down. On the worn denim of my pant leg is a black mark, charred, burnt, a brand, the crescent moon moth and antlers, my tattoo. "I've been meaning to check in on you, Andy." Bianchi furrows her brow, following my gaze. I quickly push my coat over my legs, trying to keep my breath normal. "You know," I confront her. Her brows lift as she jerks her head back. "What?" I step forward, grabbing her wrist, panic whipping my pulse into a feverish tempo. "You know what they are, what they've done." Bianchi laughs lightly, even as her face drains of color and her fingers slip on the bundle of books in her arms. "Don't be silly. I know what you saw at the last meeting was concerning, but believe me, I've spoken with Mr. Russo and Headmaster Madden. Luciano gets a bit hot-headed, that's all." She's lying. Badly. "You helped Regina and Melinda corner me this morning," I say accusingly, my pulse pounding in my bruised temple. "You gave them an asphodel flower. You had one of the Subite mortem plants as well. Is that what you do? Get them what they need for their spells? Why are you helping them?" Bianchi steps back. "I don't know what you mean, Andy." "You know about Tooth and Talon. You know they're trying to raise Ossivorus. And you know what they did to Violet." I clench my fists. "Is that why you tried to pull me into the club? So they could use me like they used my sister? Trick me like you tricked her?" The trees groan outside. Voices from the hallway slip under the door like ghosts. Bianchi breathes hard, her face flushed, her eyes darting around. I brace myself, ready for her to try and attack me, to silence me. But it never comes. "Andy, you don't understand." Her voice shakes, and the shadows on her face make her look wild, untethered. "Those plants. I wanted to destroy them when I overheard Melinda and Regina arguing in their corridor early this morning. I was taking the pots away to burn them when you came out of the bathroom. And I swear, I didn't know Melinda had taken one. I wanted to warn you. Violet, I never wanted either of you to get hurt." I glare at her as she steps closer, her mouth trembling. Tooth and Talon is everywhere. It has eyes among the staff. The members of the society have alumni as parents. Madden is in their pocket somehow, and Bianchi is getting something from them. I'm sure of it. "I don't believe you." She makes a strangled sound in her throat, and I watch as she reaches into her bag. She pulls out a crumbled wad of half-charred leaves and petals. I recognize them immediately. The telltale purple tinge. My gaze snaps up to meet hers. I see the fear in her eyes. "You don't know what they have over me," she whispers. I chew on my lip, considering my words. It's a matter of time before they discard you and they no longer need you as a cover. The room is deadly quiet. Even the wind outside, the constant rustle of pine needles and heavy oak branches, seems to hush, to listen. A muscle twitches by Bianchi's eye, and she darts a quick glance out the window. "Madden knows where every member of my family lives, where my friends work, my cousins, everyone. I didn't take this job because I wanted it. I took it because I owe Tooth and Talon a favor." Her breath catches, and she drops the books on a nearby table. "When I was in university, years ago, Salvatore brought me to a club meeting they held with other alumni of Ravenswood at Harvard. I thought it was a joke, the magic they talked about. But they killed a bird and did some sort of ritual. Suddenly,
The program I was waiting to get into opened up. A coldness seeps into my blood. Her eyes stay wide, unblinking. I can see the rigidity of each muscle, of each expression that flits across her carefully arranged features. And I know she's afraid, just like when Luciano threatened her in the library. She continues in a light sing-song voice, like the birds outside. It felt like a dream, gaining such a prestigious fellowship so young. I was afraid to question it, to even acknowledge their part in it. They didn't talk about it again, not for years, not until they needed a convenient pair of eyes in this school. And by then, it was too late to back out. I'd accepted their help, kept my mouth shut. Bianchi laughs bitterly, wiping her eyes. And now, my career is in their hands, and my only purpose is to cover up their children's crimes, provide alibis. Turn them in, I whisper, before they hurt someone else. You knew, Violet. Don't let it happen again. Her jaw clenches, her chest shuddering as she tries to control her emotions. It isn't that simple. What they can do is unlike anything I've ever witnessed. Believe me, I know, but I can stop them if you help me. Bianchi shakes her head once, a strangled sound coming from her throat. Each one of them has something on me, Andy. If I even breathe a word of this to someone outside of their circle, I'm as good as dead. My PhD is not the only thing hanging in the balance. Their parents, their relatives, they're all connected. If I don't help them, cover for them, everything is over. My heart sinks as she raises one hand and deftly wipes at her cheek. In a split moment, the flash of terror disappears from her face. She looks prim and proper and scholarly once more. Maybe I can help. We can go to the police. You could give a statement as evidence. My career will end. My family will get hurt, Andy, and nothing will come of it. Please, it's in your best interests if you pretend we never spoke about this. I really need to go before they notice I'm late. Bianchi arranges her features into a controlled, blank mask. She opens the door and pauses, looking over her shoulder at me. Be careful, and I hope you find what you're looking for both our sakes. I meet Jay in the back courtyard near the greenhouses. Everything okay? I shake off the memory of Mrs. Bianchi's terrified expression and look away. The black scorch marks on my jeans stand out harshly in the daylight. I'm fine. What do we need to do? Jay's brow puckers, but he doesn't press me further. Do you remember the flower? The one Regina pricked you with? You mean when my hand almost fell off? Yeah, I won't be forgetting that anytime soon. We need to harvest the petals. There should still be some left over from the pot I swiped after the lunch. I'll need to make a tincture that you can take before the moon rises every day. It's the only way we can get you safely into and out of the underworld without waiting for a liminal time or place. My lip curls as I recall the taste of the petal Jay gave me in the underworld. Then let's go. We don't have long before it's dark. Chapter 25. Jay and I huddle together in the cold greenhouse. The sky is streaked with gray and orange as the sun is about to set completely. Moss and ivy block what little light remains, so our surroundings are illuminated by the glow of a Bunsen burner powered by a small propane tank. It's almost done. Jay twists a knob, cutting off the flow of liquid through spiraling narrow tubes. Hand me the tongs, will you? My hands scrabble over the rough wooden table until they close over freezing metal. Jay takes the tongs and carefully lifts a vial, the bottom a little charred from the heat of the flame. The remains of the plant with the wickedly sharp thorns lie in ruins on the table, before the mess of tubes, vials, and beakers. We harvested 10 petals in all from the plant in Mrs. Bianchi's classroom, grinding them into powder. Jay added ingredients I didn't recognize, mixing the powder with something called a bromelain oil. He lets the mixture cool, the chill in the air quickly stealing the steam from the mouth of the vial. I hand him a rubber bung, and he stoppers the bottle, gently swirling it. And that's it. That's all we need for me to travel through the underworld at any time? I squint at the vial. Silvery liquid forms webs around the dark red tincture, like mercury and blood refusing to mix.
It will let you pass through the veil easily, without assistance from magic or celestial timing. You will be harder to detect, but you're still mortal. You can still be hurt there, Andromeda.
I swallow hard, studying the hypnotic pattern of silver and crimson liquids dancing, fighting against one another. Jay hands the vial to me, placing the slightly warm glass in my palm. His fingers linger, his hand cupping the back of my own.
Place 3 drops under your tongue, quickly. The sun will set in 12 minutes.
He checks his watch. I grimace and twist the bottle open, pulling out the glass pipette connected to the stopper. The smell is odd, both floral and fetid. Holding my nose, I close my eyes, open my mouth, and squeeze. 1, 2, 3. The taste is metallic and pungent and vaguely like charred rose petals. It explodes under my tongue before curling to coat the rest of my mouth. Gagging, I twist the cap back on and cough, wishing I had water to wash the taste away. Something warm tugs at my stomach before turning ice cold. I feel the drops move down my throat, spread through my gut, and branch out through each vein and capillary of my body. Cold and dark, a change, in me, in the way my body reacts to things not of this world. The feeling recedes slowly, but a tingle lingers in my fingers and at the base of my skull. Jay looks grave. Our eyes meet in the dim greenhouse. He licks his lips, face a little pale.
As long as you stay with me, he says softly, you'll be safe. I know the underworld well. No one will harm you if they see us together.
My heart twists, and the same rush of cold and heat returns, making my skin both clammy and feverish. Like last night, when he looked at me and spoke soft words, when his lips whispered over my skin. I avert my eyes, my pulse pounding in my neck. What makes you so untouchable in the underworld? Why do demons and jackal-headed guys listen to you? Jay takes the vial back, his long fingers brushing mine.
They aren't jackal-headed guys. They're called xenomorpha.
Jay scowls at the vial before securing it in a leather bag. He tucks it into the inner pocket of his own coat and then heads out of Violet's greenhouse. I trail after him, shoving the rickety plywood door back over the opening.
When Minjun died, I learned how real magic is, the underworld too. I needed to see her, to speak to her and prove I wasn't crazy, to prove she was murdered. I had to change myself, Andy, in painful ways and by means of dark spells, Jay says, leading us away from the glowing lights of the school and deeper into the forest. But now, I can travel to the underworld, talk to spirits and gods and other beings. They listen to me because I can offer them deals, trades in return for their help, because I'm not just another spirit. I can walk both sides of the veil.
I chew on my lip as we walk for a few moments, heading far enough into the tree line that no one from the school, or Tooth and Talon, can see us. What happens if you die in the underworld? Do you just waltz your way into your afterlife? Or are you stuck like those gray ghosts on the banks of the river?
You would probably be able to pass through the river and on to the next life.
I asked about you. I step over a large rock, nearly slipping on a bed of wet pine needles. Jay is quiet for a few moments.
If I die, I wouldn't move on. I'd keep doing what I do now.
What do you mean?
Travel the underworld, guide souls across the river, look for answers like I always do, since Minjun.
I squint in the fading light. Jay helped the Carmichael's daughter cross the river. I'm no expert on the underworld and afterlife, but even I've deduced that eternal rest lies on the west bank of that oily black river. Is Jay cursed? Doomed to wander the underworld forever? I wet my lips, the ashy air thick and oppressive. Do you think Violet is like you? Is she going to be stuck there forever?
I wish I knew what your sister did to herself.
He shakes his head, dark eyes glittering.
We won't know until we find her. She knows more about magic than me, and has far more skill. Maybe she's just trapped, and nothing more.
I try to nod, to convince myself not to assume the worst. But how can I not? Jay's shoulders are tight, but he looks down at his watch.
The moon is rising soon. We have to go. Take my hand.
The taste of the tincture in my mouth grows stronger as the last rays of light slip behind the forest and encase us in a tomb of pine trees. I tentatively reach out and place my palm in his.
This won't be pleasant. It isn't as easy to force travel to the underworld as it is to accidentally wander into it.
I grip his hand tighter as he begins to mutter words in a deep, flowing language. The words wash over us, and even though I don't understand them, they feel familiar. His voice is hypnotic, deep and sonorous. My eyes shut of their own accord, and I forget about the slap of the cold wind on my cheeks, the taste of copper and rotten rose petals on my tongue. Those words, they're ancient, but they don't feel evil or wrong. Instead, they're warm, wrapping their syllables around my arms and legs, sinking into my bones. And then, the warmth turns to scorching heat. Liquid metal flows under my skin, replacing the marrow of my bones. I gasp and try to cry out, but my lungs are encased in ropes of fire. I hardly feel Jay's hand holding mine. I can't smell the salt of the sea in the air or the musty smell of decaying foliage. Instead, all that remains is heat and ash. Moments pass, a silence so heavy I'm crushed by it. I open my eyes. A field of gray grass waves in a stale, warm wind. 2 glittering black rivers cut through the valley, separating the opposing banks. The beautiful glimmering city with mansions of obsidian and gold sits on one side, and the endless press of moaning ghosts and scenes of stagnant decay take up the other.
Are you all right?
Jay's voice echoes, the last notes of his chant still ringing faintly in the air. I gasp and press my hand to my chest, wincing. That hurt. Is that what it's like for you every time?
More or less. Now come on. Time moves differently here.
Before I can try to ask for clarification, he continues.
If we time it right, we'll be back an hour before breakfast. You won't need to sleep, and the hex I cast will make it look like you're peacefully in your bed, so your roommate won't suspect a thing. But if we take too long, an hour here, a minute there, it could be weeks from when we entered, and Tooth and Talon will run rampant while we're gone.
How long is too long?
Hard to say. There isn't exactly a conversion chart, but what is roughly an hour to us here is more than 4 back home. Though, the longer you stay, the more time shifts and changes.
Jay studies our surroundings. We're on a hill at the edges of the valley, between the rivers. White and purple asphodel flowers sway on the breeze, and dark poplar trees creak and groan overhead. It's like a reverse image of the forest we came from, only this one is stuck between life and death. I blanch at the thought. I wonder how long Violet thinks she's been in the underworld. I reach into my sleeve and grip my charm bracelet tightly. The cold metal reminds me of her. Reminds me I have to find a way to reach her.
Come on. The goddess we need to meet lives near the east bank of the river Acheron.
Jay begins to tromp down the hill. Gray soil and dark soot plume around his boots. Goddess? What do you mean, goddess? I call. He shoots a sly smile over his shoulder. I trot down the hill, sticking as close to him as possible. My second time in the underworld isn't exactly pleasant, but I'm not paralyzed with fear so strong I feel like I'm going to keel over at any moment. Not like before. For the most part, the gray, mourning ghosts keep their distance. Strange beings and blood-chilling figures still lurk and whoop behind trees and rocks, but nothing stops us or reaches for the thrill of living flesh. The landscape undulates around us. Hills climb and fall. Mountains of black granite rise in the distance, only to disappear the next moment. The rivers twist like living snakes, wrapping around each other and branching off to create deltas and marshlands. The walk doesn't take long, but once we finally stop next to a crumbling wall of black stone, my feet ache like I've run a marathon.
You have the coin?
Jay asks. I hold it up to the light, studying the strange markings. It's rough and hammered, made of brass. The outline of an ancient symbol is visible on one side. A feather with a stylized shape is stamped in the center, and a set of ancient scales on the other.
Keep it with you at all times. As long as you have it, you possess a way out. If the worst comes to the worst, use it to pay a fee for help across the underworld.
I tuck the coin into the inside pocket of my jacket and zip it shut. You gave this coin to the jackal guy last time, I say.
The xenomorpha, he corrects. Yes, I did. They're guardians of tombs and crossroads that lead to the west side of the riverbank. Those coins are to them what favors are to demons. In return for helping you cross the underworld safely, the coin grants them a moment of mortal pleasure. Payment to them is one way to keep your head on your shoulders, if you're someone who is not yet ready to cross fully into the afterlife.
Who else would I pay? I scrunch my nose up at the thought of a brass coin saving my life. How can a few dollars worth of dingy metal grant a guardian of the afterlife a moment of mortality?
Give the coin to any other tomb guardian that would harm a living mortal,
Jay says simply.
Now, come on. We need to hurry if we're going to speak with Agaria before we go back to Ravenswood.
The ruins of a grand acropolis rise from the brittle gray grass. Chiseled stones of pure white and stark black are strewn around, as if a giant scattered them with his fist. Columns of white marble support the ghost of a roof. The grassy ground turns into a rough, cobbled road as we walk. The columns are packed tighter together, and the air shimmers. Slowly the ruins become less and less decrepit, until the path we wander is lined with brilliant rows of polished columns. There's a roof that's painted to look like a starry night sky. Gold leaf adorns every surface. The sound of flowing water greets my ears just as the gray grass and sad, wilting poplars turn into large, sturdy olive trees sprouting brilliant green leaves. A spring bubbles happily in the center of a grand circular courtyard. The olive trees sway gently, lining the courtyard and penning in a garden of exotic plants of vibrant hues. The air smells sweet, of flowers and warm earth. It looks as if someone plucked the scene from ancient Greece and deposited it here. "What are we doing here?" I whisper. We're alone in the temple. The only sound besides our breathing is the steady churning of the spring. It spits out fresh, clear water that spills over the stone lip of a small pool. In an alcove carved from marble, a statue of a woman in an ancient Greek chiton bends forward,
with a pitcher balanced against her hip.
"Agaria,"
Jay calls, his voice ringing in the near silence.
"I've come to offer libation."
I snap my head towards him. Libation? An offering? The spring's merry bubbling turns into a roaring gurgle, splashing the stones of the courtyard, staining the earthen slabs a darker color. The water grows tall, taking the shape of a column as high as a person. Water sluices through the cracks of the stones as the column marches forward before turning fully into flesh. My, says a melodic, feminine voice. What do we have here? My dear friend returned to me after such a long absence.
"Hello, Agaria,"
Jay says, dipping his chin in a short, respectful nod. The woman who steps from the fountain is tall and lithe, with long black hair swept into an intricate series of braids that gather at her crown before tumbling down her back. Her olive skin gleams in the light from the starry ceiling. A powerful jolt lurches through me. My eyes are riveted to the woman, the goddess. She's so beautiful it's almost painful to look at her. She moves with fluid grace. Each step forward is like the magnetic pull a sun exerts on the insignificant little moons in her orbit. Agaria moves closer, the folds of her light blue chiton fluttering in the breeze. Why do you come to my spring after so many years of spurning my offer, my dear Dux Mortis? My ears prick up at the Latin. Dux Mortis. I can't quite recall an exact translation, but I know it has to do with death. Agaria's aura is so potent, I can't force myself to focus on anything but her perfect face, so smooth and fair, it could be carved of marble.
"I need your wisdom,"
Jay says, his face impassive.
"Will you help us in return for an offering?"
Agaria circles Jay like a shark. Her dark brown eyes glitter in the soft light. As she moves around him, studying his face as if looking for faults, I notice that the temple we're standing in isn't as pristine and perfect as I thought. The fountain is deceptively deep, yawning like a gaping blue hole. Ivy clings to the marble columns, choking them in a stiff embrace. And then I see the spatters of dried blood on the stones, so dark they're almost brown. Nausea churns in my gut, and I nod towards the blood. Jay? The goddess's spell weaves tightly around us. The smell of the air, of sweet water, is tainted at once by the scent of spilt blood, coppery and fetid. Agaria cocks her head at me, lips curling into a predatory smile. And who is this little pet you have with you? She looks so very fragile, poor thing. What are you doing with a mortal old friend?
Will you give me the information I need?
Jay ignores her question. Of course, as long as you are willing to offer payment. This little human shell of yours is weaker than your true form. You must tell me someday why you've yoked yourself like this. Jay's lips press into a thin, hard line.
How much do you require?
Oh, nothing much. Agaria purrs into his ear, her fingers trailing down his shirt sleeve. Just a bit of blood, a drop of your essence, and of course, a portion of your soul. His shoulders stiffen in response. A few moments pass as Agaria continues to peruse him like a hungry lioness, almost as if she wants him to bolt so she can chase him down and feast on her prey.
That's the only way to pay?
He asks slowly. My fingers dig into the muscle of Jay's forearm. You can't seriously be considering this. The goddess glares at me and waves her hand. At first, I think it is only a dismissive gesture, but as I try to speak, my lips won't move. My tongue is frozen to the roof of my mouth. I choke,
the sound unable to slip past my sealed lips. It's hard to breathe, the air sticking in my throat. The goddess before me shifts. No longer is she a beautiful woman. Her face is elongated, her skin ashen. Her teeth are sharp and coated in blood, and her eyes are pure white, milky and webbed. A monster. "Don't play with her," Jay warns, his voice low. Her face changes again, and Agaria pouts, her full lower lip sticking out like a child's. She waves her hand and the vice on my tongue loosens. I rub at my mouth, my cheeks tingling and numb, and take a gasp of warm air. "I'll be fine, Andromeda. I know Agaria and her games." Jay hardly spares me a glance, but his arm moves protectively behind me. "I don't trust this goddess," I whisper harshly, the words clumsy on my tongue. "There has to be another way to get information. We need to go." "Don't be dramatic, dear," Agaria sighs. "I am the safest and most reliable source of information in this entire realm. I helped found the original laws and rituals of Rome, you know. I am gifted with prophecy and knowledge sought after by kings and emperors. All I ask in return are a few libations in gratitude for my work and efforts." "Your price has gone up," Jay says through gritted teeth. Agaria waves her hand and dances towards her spring. "The underworld and all of its lands and kingdoms have changed with the mortal world. No one seeks my counsel in the world of the living any longer. So I must make do with what sustenance I can acquire from the occasional lost human or desperate soul." "I'll do it." Jay nods, and I smack his shoulder with my fist. "A portion of blood, essence, and soul in exchange for all of the information I seek." "You have a deal, Dux Mortis." Agaria extends her hand. They close their fingers in a handshake, and as they do, a web of black lines, like the silken threads of a spider web, wrap around their hands and trail up their wrists, binding them together for a moment. Then the web disappears and Jay drops her hand. "Offer your libations to my spring. Then you will have your answers." Agaria grins, the sharp points of her canines pressing against her ruby-red lips. I catch Jay's hand as he steps forward. "You can't seriously be considering giving up part of your soul for some answers. Haven't you ever read Dorian Gray?" "I'll be fine, Andromeda." "Stop it! You don't need to play the stoic martyr. We can figure something else out." Every nerve ending screams at me to get away from the goddess who is watching us like she's sizing up her next meal. Jay can't be this stupid. He squeezes my hand before carefully peeling my fingers from his skin. "We need to know how to break the connection Richard Green made to the underworld. Agaria is the quickest way to do that." "But losing a part of your soul, what will that do to you?" Jay's lips curl into a small, sarcastic smile. "Nothing that hasn't already happened." "Here." Agaria leans gracefully against the marble alcove above her spring. "This knife is blessed by the first oracle of Delphi. I will be able to see the web of the future more clearly than even the fates." My eyes widen at the flippant mention of the most famous oracle of all time, supposedly blessed by the god Apollo himself. But Jay doesn't react. A knife, made of bronze so polished it reflects like a mirror, appears in the goddess's palm. It looks more ceremonial than functional, the hilt too ornate and heavy to allow a balanced strike. Jay takes it in his hand, and the air grows colder. He gives me an encouraging nod over his shoulder before he steps up to the edge of the spring and kneels down. Agaria perches in her alcove, chitin billowing in the soft breeze that drags its fingers down my spine.
I need to know how to break the connection Richard Green formed between the underworld and Ravenswood Academy. Tell me everything.
I want to cry out, to tell him to stop, that giving up more of himself to the underworld is the last thing he should do. But I can't speak. I'm riveted as Jay lifts the blade and begins to murmur in that melodic language in a deep, resounding voice that doesn't seem to be his. Deep red emerges from his forearm as he makes a neat cut, not too deep, not too shallow, across the skin. The cut is at least 4 inches long, and blood runs down the sides and drips into the pool below, some splattering on the lip of the fountain. The drops explode the moment they hit the surface, diffusing like smoke in the air. Agaria's eyes grow bright as she watches. Soon, silver mixes with the red in the water, a tiny wisp of shimmering perfection that slips out from beneath Jay's skin at a command he utters in that ancient language. He grimaces as the last few drops of blood roll down his arm. Agaria's eyes, brighter than before, peer fiercely into the spring. No, they aren't just bright. They're completely white. Jay pushes to his feet as Agaria remains utterly still, her completely blank eyes searching the surface of the water as if she is reading from a book. I dart forward, unable to shake the feeling that something terrible will rise from the water and pull us into the depths. Jay lets me reach for his hand and pull him back, and I feel his skin, feverish and sweaty, stick to mine. "What is she doing?" I whisper, pulling his arm up so I can inspect the wound.
She's scrying now, using my offerings to fuel her powers. We should have an answer soon.
I don't have anything to clean his arm with, so I use the edge of my shirt to wipe away the blood on his forearm. The cut isn't too deep and won't need stitches, but it looks odd. The edges look a little silvery. That wisp of his soul was torn from the rest of him, leaving jagged scraps behind. "You didn't have to do this, Jay." I swallow and wipe again, dabbing at the edges of the cut. If you lose a piece of your soul, if you can't cross over when you die, like you said, what will happen to you?
It doesn't matter what happens to me. We need answers. Now, we'll have them.
The goddess sits over her pool, white eyes unblinking as they stare into the depths. Her mouth is slack, and images flash across her blank vision. I shudder and turn away, preferring to focus on what I can understand, blood and pain, as opposed to oracles and magic. I sigh and drop Jay's arm, ignoring the blood on the hem of my shirt. "How do you know her?" He casts a worried look over to Agaria. She remains completely still, bent over the spring and its mirrored surface. Finally, he sighs and motions for me to sit, before he eases himself down onto the soft grass growing against the trunk of an olive tree.
Remember that time moves differently here. Well, when I came looking for my aunt's spirit, I would be gone for long stretches of time, days to weeks. But it was longer sometimes, almost impossible to track. It felt like years when I was searching. I learned a lot about how the underworld works. I met some friends, but more often than not, I ran into trouble. Agaria helped me in one of my first long journeys, offering a trade of sorts.
Different than offering part of your soul? I raise an eyebrow.
I told you once that beings that live here, demons and gods and spirits, all crave what they can't have, life and everything that comes with it. Pain, pleasure, emotion, power, anything that drives humanity.
I nod, which is why Tooth and Talon can coerce help from demons, by offering them a taste of mortality.
Exactly.
Jay glances once at me and shifts against the trunk.
Agaria and other gods and goddesses, or rather aspects of them, find their way to the underworld once they're no longer worshipped or venerated in the mortal world. They lose their power, the offerings of their followers, and become shades of their former selves. It's why you see bits and pieces of mythology and religion from all time periods and cultures here. This place is a melting pot of what mortality believes in, or stops believing in. On the West Bank, where people live out their afterlives, humans see what they believe in, be it heaven or nirvana, or an endless cycle of reincarnation. But if you knew the truth, you would see the underworld for what it is and be able to travel it freely. Awareness is key here. It leads to knowledge.
What does this have to do with you? I shake my head, eyeing the ancient temple with new eyes. Agaria helped build Rome, communed with emperors. Is this existence a shadow of the life she once experienced? Does she crave that influence and power still?
On one of my trips to the underworld, she offered me knowledge, anything I needed to know to navigate the rivers and banks and abodes of gods and demons. For a price, of course.
And it was worse than a piece of your soul. I feel the blood drain from my face. Is that why Jay was so calm about the offering she requested? He shakes his head.
Nothing to do with my soul. Not that. I had to offer myself to the underworld, like a servant, in a sense. Completing a spell like that would give her decades of power. She might even be able to wander the mortal plane she once walked if she tried.
What do you mean you offered yourself to the underworld? My voice is calm, but my stomach twists hard. Jay shifts again, his eyes darting away from me.
Exactly that. In order to get the knowledge I have now, which paths to take, which beings to contact and to avoid, how to manipulate things and make them bend to my will, I had to give myself up. When my body dies, I won't cross the West Bank. I'll be stuck here, like those who have been forgotten, some sort of shade of what I once was. I got what I wanted, but Agaria used my mortality to feed herself.
Ice lodges under each of my ribs. I ponder the thought of being lost and forgotten, and being totally aware of your desolation the entire time. An eternity of being trapped in an ashy wasteland where monsters wander. It's unthinkable. I swallow, my throat as dry as the grass beyond the Acropolis. Is that why you can heal so fast? I nod towards his abdomen, where the knife wound from the night we saved Cindy doesn't seem to bother him at all.
Yes.
His eyes darken and his jaw flexes.
That's why I don't care about losing a bit of my soul. I don't need it, and I have so little of it left anyway. I know where I'll be once I die, if I can even properly die.
I study his profile for a moment, the strong cheekbones and sharp jaw, the full lips, the dark brown eyes. I run my gaze over the clothing that speaks of casual wealth, and I pity him, this beautiful boy with everything at his fingertips. He's damned, forced to spend eternity in a sort of purgatory while knowing every secret about it. Is that why he is so intent on saving other people, preventing other girls from being used by selfish, privileged teenagers meddling with things they can't understand? It's both noble and heartbreaking. And for the first time since that moment in Pastor Carmichael's study, I feel the strangest urge to pull him to me, to kiss him. A strangled gasp echoes off the pillars. The leaves on the olive trees tremble, shaking and rattling as Agaria staggers to her feet, eyes still milky white. Jay and I lurch to our feet as the starry ceiling shakes and glows brightly. Agaria stumbles forward, her eyes clearing at the same moment she smiles, her skin glowing like she's been rejuvenated, made whole again.
"Oh, you are in for quite the shock. This may be an even greater vision than the one I received on the Sibylline books.
Get on with it, Jace snaps, his face guarded once more. We're short on time.
Richard Green, the man who perverted the ground from which Tooth and Talon draws its power, was involved in some nasty magic, so old, even I had forgotten the ways to accomplish it. The goddess looks gleeful. What are you talking about? I ask, my skin prickling. Rest assured, Dux Mortis, Agaria purrs, resting her hand on Jay's cut arm. Your gift was not offered in vain. I know how you can cull the dark magic that resides in the ground of that mortal school you are so bent on saving. But you are not going to like it.
Enough games, Agaria, Jay says, eyes blazing. Tell us what you saw.
The goddess turns to me, her tall and graceful frame humming with ancient power. It would be far easier if I showed your little mortal pet. She is far more interesting than I first realized. And as she reaches her hand towards me, I don't have time to cry out before her fingers grasp the sides of my head and my vision fades to black. Chapter 26. When I open my eyes, everything is blurry. I blink rapidly, my head spinning like I've held my breath too long. A shadowy forest surrounds me, thick pines that smell sweet and are so tall they block out most of the watery evening light. A man kneels at a riverbank strewn with smooth stones. Water spills across the shallow bed, gurgling and lapping over rocks at the shore. 5 black candles surround him in a half-circle. A brazier sits on a bed of hot coals, and he murmurs words in Latin, fervently, pleading, while slowly dripping something from a bronze bowl. My nose wrinkles when the liquid sizzles against metal. The smell is familiar. Blood. I try to move, to cry out for the man to stop, but I am rooted in place. My limbs are bound to my sides in an invisible spiderweb. He speaks again in Latin, the words coming to his tongue easily, like he knows the language intimately. As he speaks, I find myself able to understand each word as easily as if I were Violet.
Osavoris, the man says, as the candles grow brighter. I call on you to forge an alliance, an offering of blood, to aid me in a great task.
The river seems to stop its flow. The man lets more drops of blood fall from the lip of the bowl. They hiss as they hit the hot brazier. The flames dancing on the wicks of the black candles freeze. Even the air is still. The man straightens, lowering the bowl of blood, and I see his face. Richard Green. He is younger than in any of the photos I've seen. His forehead is smooth, and his chin is covered by a thick beard. He is dressed in a fine suit, but it's tattered and old.
I call on you to make a deal, to bind our fates together.
His eyes are wild and bright with excitement as he stands and looks across the bank of the river into the inky trees beyond. Something moves. A flash of pale white bone and black horns. I try again to run, but I'm pinned in place. Every cell in my body wants to flee. I scream, but not a single sound comes out. Little mortal. A deep, growling voice emerges from the other side of the river. It's so powerful, so low it vibrates in my chest, my bones.
Drops of blood, as delicious as the offering of human essence is, are nothing to me. Why should I help you, boy?
Green smiles sardonically, eyes narrowed, but he looks into the forest as if he can see exactly where the demon stands in the darkness.
These drops of blood are nothing but a taste, a promise of what I will give you if you bind yourself to me."
Silence. My heart thunders in my chest, and my throat constricts. Slowly, a hulking form emerges into the dusk. The huge rack of black antlers, the face, neither human nor animal, only half covering a massive skull. I glimpse broad shoulders, skin mottled purplish and pale, and ragged black robes, the half-formed face of the demon.
"I will entertain your proposal for a time. The blood you have offered is pure and sweet. But if you call me here to waste my time, I will make you suffer."
Green wipes his brow with his sleeve and wades into the river. He stands up to his ankles in the slow current, moving closer to the monster.
"I have a way that we can both get what we want. You wish for more time on the mortal plane, feasting and tasting of every pleasure the mortal world has to offer. I wish for an unstoppable power, whose surface humans have barely even scratched. If you help me get the knowledge that I seek, I will feed you souls for decades to come, centuries." "Intriguing."
Ossavorus cocks his head, the ragged flesh dangling from one side of his head.
"But I do not see how that is possible. Human lives are short, pitiful things."
There is a warning in the demon's voice, one that even Green can't ignore. He tugs at his collar and loosens the cravat holding it tight against his throat.
"I have a plan. An ancient spell I found in my time studying abroad, searching the oldest libraries of Europe. A spell that you could complete for me. If we can bind a portion of the river Acheron and root it permanently here, it will provide endless sustenance for spells so powerful they could shake human kingdoms. Magic already flows naturally at this convergence, but with you to bind our world and the realm beyond together, it would grow in power. Grow my power."
Green's eyes are wide and manic as he speaks, his voice trembling. The demon's black gaze bores into the man's eyes. Neither moves for a time. Not a falling leaf or pine needle or drop of water dares to disturb the silence.
"And in payment for this grand task, you will somehow feed me the souls of humans, long past the time when your little mortal cage will crumble and wither?"
Ossavorus's voice is dangerous, rumbling so deep it shakes the water swirling around Green's feet. He swallows hard, mopping at his sweaty forehead once more.
"I have been reading texts from the sorcerers of Egypt, the Assyrians, and the oldest cultures of humankind. If you are able to bind the river conduit to me, my mortal life would be extended. The power I draw from the river would keep me alive far longer than any normal human lifespan. And I would pay you in blood cyclically, at times of celestial liminality, times of greatest power for your kind."
Ossavorus remains silent, his black eyes unblinking. His antlers, his skin, his skull, all speak of danger. He could snap Green like a twig, rip his throat out with his teeth and drink his blood. But he doesn't move.
"Can you do it?"
Green asks, licking his lips. The demon laughs. Rocks clatter together on the riverbank.
"Your ingenuity is surprising, little mortal. I will do this for you. My power will help you tie the convergence to your mortal plane. Your life will stretch on, but your body will wither. I can keep your soul on earth, but you will need to find a new body at regular intervals. I am a demon of blood and carnage, not of life. Remember that."
Green grimaces, his face turning pale, but he nods.
"Of course. That is why I picked you, Lord Ossavorus. You are the most powerful demon of them all. And the most vengeful. Each time you sacrifice, you will need to awaken me from my prison in the underworld. A task that will require many rituals. I am feared here, kept in the darkest recesses of the land of the dead. It will take time to raise me, and in that time, my hunger will grow insatiable."
"I have accounted for that, Lord Ossavorus. I will have help during each sacrifice to guarantee you are awakened. And with this help, I will ensure you experience the mortal plane for longer than a few moments. We may even extend it to days, weeks." Ossavorus steps further into the waning light, a hungry glint in his eyes.
"You will keep your word. Feed me the mortals I need, and you can have whatever magic and frivolous things you desire from the power of the river. But do not fail in your payment, or I will grind your bones to dust for eternity."
Richard Green swallows hard and stammers.
"I will need followers, others who can join my sect to help feed you for years to come. A society like those of old."
Ossavorus waves a huge hand.
"I do not care about logistics. Your followers will feed me, awaken me fully from this painful slumber. I will continue to siphon power from the Acheron to your site of convergence. You will be the most powerful human in this world, and you can have the adoration, riches, and control you seek, as long as I get what is mine."
"Thank you." Green dips his head formally, groveling.
"As a sign of good faith, I will offer your first sacrifice now, to fuel you as you create the connection."
A young woman comes into view, her hair pulled up in an intricate hairstyle. She wears a heavy-looking velvet gown, a corset clearly cinching her waist. Her eyes are wide. She checks a pocket watch dangling from her waistband. "Richard?" she calls, her voice breaking the spell of utter stillness. "This is an odd time for a picnic, you know. If your housekeeper did not tell me to meet you by the riverbank, I would think you were being untoward." "Stop!" I scream, though the words can't slip past my lips. "Get away from here! Run!" The girl is blind to me, to my harsh breathing and internal agony. All I can do is watch as she unwittingly moves closer and closer to a hungry demon. The girl steps right through me, like I'm a ghost, and approaches the river shallows where Green stands. The demon stays in the shadows on the other bank, his eyes glinting fiercely, cruelly.
"There you are, Amelia."
Richard extends a hand to her, and she slowly, trustingly puts her palm in his.
"I am glad Mrs. Hester steered you correctly. I wanted to surprise you and have a special night together before your family heads to Italy for the autumn and winter."
"My mother is waiting in your garden. She will miss us if we are gone too long," Amelia says shyly, dropping her eyes. Doesn't she see the black candles? The burning brazier? Can't she smell the scent of death and blood and decay that Ossavorus carries with him? I thrash again, but am rooted to the spot, just as when I first opened my eyes to this terrible vision. Green pulls her close and reaches into his pocket.
"We will not be long."
"If you wish to pretend you did not already ask my father for permission to marry me, I can act surprised when you pull a ring from your waistcoat." Green smiles, but it doesn't reach his eyes. Sickness curdles in my gut, and I wish I could close my eyes. but I'm forced to watch as he pulls something much larger from his coat than a ring. It's a knife, made of iron and etched with symbols and markings I don't understand. Amelia never even gets the chance to scream. Green pulls her limp body into the river. She's still alive, her eyes wild as she chokes and tries to breathe through her slashed and mutilated throat. And then there's nothing but a cloud of blood as he pushes her below the surface and finishes an incantation.
An excellent offering,
the voice of Ossivorus calls from the shadows, half crazed.
You have a deal, Richard Octavius Green. I will forge the connection now, at the height of dusk, during your summer solstice.
The last thing I see is Green, smiling, his hands and sleeves covered in blood, and the limp body of Amelia as it floats slowly down the river. Chapter 27.
What did you do to her?
Voices echo around me, reverberating against my skull. Arguing, laughter, blood. I press a hand to my forehead and crack open my eyes. A starry ceiling and white columns glare back at me, and I sit up. Relax, psychopomp. Agaria's lilting voice echoes above my head. She is fine. I simply showed her what I saw in the waters. Jay? I croak.
Andy.
He turns from the goddess where she sits at the edge of her fountain.
Are you all right?
I'm fine, I think, I mumble. Just a headache.
You've been unconscious for over 20 minutes. Are you sure you're okay?
Jay inspects me, as if I somehow fell into a pit of razor blades while lying on the hard flagstones. I bat his hand away and glare at the goddess instead. Why did you show me that? You could have just explained everything.
You intrigue me,
Agaria muses, her eyes back to normal.
I know of your sister, of her connection to magic here, but I did not expect to see such a gift in you as well.
What are you talking about?
Do not play with her,
Jay warns, moving to stand between me and Agaria,
or you will regret it.
There is the fiery spirit I remember, old friend. And your little human pet is fine. I was merely scratching an itch, testing a theory.
Don't test your theories on her. Do not touch her ever again.
Agaria rolls her eyes.
You have your answers now, psychopomp, and I have mine. Don't call me that,
Jay snaps, the tendons on his neck taut beneath his skin.
I cannot call you Dux Mortis, nor psychopomp. What title shall I use for one such as you, then?
Agaria narrows her eyes. She still looks as if she is glowing, powerful, a veritable goddess, not the shadow of one. I grab his hand and tug. We need to go back. We're cutting it close. I dig my fingers into his arm when he doesn't move. Please, Jay. Slowly, the tension leaks out of his muscles, and he turns to face the goddess, his lips pulled into a vicious snarl.
Enjoy what little time you have left with your powers, Agaria. I don't plan on seeing you ever again.
Jay leads me from the crumbling Acropolis and back into the dreary land between the rivers of the underworld. He moves fast, his shoulders tight. I jog to keep up with his long strides, trying my best not to imagine the blood of the girl Green killed, or her wild, frantic eyes.
I don't like having to go to her.
He shakes his head, fists balled.
I knew she might take an interest in you if you were anything like Violet.
Violet? I stop walking, my heart thundering again.
Agaria, like the demons and other beings here, craves power. Power that only mortality and human souls can provide. When someone like your sister, touched by magic, connected by something bigger than spells and scrolls, enters the underworld, demons and gods take note.
Jay scrubs a hand down his face and squints up at the bleak sky.
When someone like you enters, they take note.
Take note? What would interest them if they can use magic whenever they want? I tug at a ringlet falling across my face. I've never done a magical thing in my life. It's Violet the goddess should be interested in, not me. Jay pulls the tincture from his pocket and twists the bottle open. The floral smell mixes with the stench of decay and tickles my nostrils.
They can use magic whenever they want, yes, but a human born with magic is special, different. They can grant gods and demons greater favors, test the boundaries of life and death. Why else would a demon like Ossivorus help a rat like Richard Green? That coward was touched by magic. He could hold up his end of the bargain when so many mortals who dabble in the occult fail miserably.
I blanch at the memory of Green and the demon with the vile half-face, striking a bargain so evil it cursed a valley for well over a century. And those girls, so many lives lost to a hungry monster and the greed of one man. She told you. Then why did she have to show me in a vision? I rub at my aching temple. Amelia's choked and dying breaths will haunt me forever. So will Agaria's hungry white eyes. I shudder and try to take the vial from Jay's hand without shaking. His jaw tightens.
To see if she could. To test your limits. You have magic in you, Andromeda. And she knows it now. Others will too, and they'll seek you out for favors.
I stare at him, mouth agape. It isn't possible. I don't have a drop of magic in my blood. How can I be connected to something like that and never know it? It has to be Violet. Her tattoo and charms. It's not me. It can't be. Jay gestures to the vial, and I tip my head back and squeeze 3 drops onto my tongue, gagging and trying not to cough the liquid back out. He chants the same lyrical words as before, and heat spreads through my limbs, painful and scorching. The world spins when I open my eyes and find us in the storage room. I stagger and brace one hand against the cold cement wall. The vision Agaria showed me. I close my eyes to keep from falling over. I think I know how to break the connection between the underworld and Ravenswood.
What is it?
His eyes brighten with something like hope, and I can only pray I'm right. We need to find Richard Green. I swallow hard, ignoring the taste lingering on my tongue. Jay checks his watch, and I glance at it too. It's early, 5:30 in the morning. We've been gone the entire night, and yet it feels like only 1 or 2 hours. I shake my head, fighting off a strange sense of vertigo. I'm not tired. I don't feel like I've been awake for 24 hours. But there is a bone-deep ache curling in my stomach, settling in my ribs, a sense of dread. The only way to break the connection to the rivers of the underworld that Richard Green made is to kill him, I whisper. He's still alive somewhere, inhabiting a new body.
He could be anyone, Andy.
I press the heels of my hands to my temples, fending off the ache in my skull. He's here. He's in the society. He made a deal and he won't risk a demon's wrath if he fails. I think of the callous way he killed Amelia, like she was nothing. The hungry glint in his eyes as Ossivorus agreed to his plan. Jay looks sick as he presses his finger to his chest.
I can call in more favors in the underworld, see if anyone knows.
No. I hold my hand up to silence him. No more favors from gods or demons. We're figuring this out on our own. I can't let you keep risking your life or your soul to get quick answers.
Andromeda, it could be the only way.
Stop. You can't throw your life away just because you made raw deals and hasty choices after your aunt died. I can't do this by myself, Jay. I need you. I turn away, wiping angrily at my damp lashes with the heel of my hand.
I can feel his eyes on me. His gaze is heavy, and the tension between us permeates the air. My skin tingles, and heat sears my back as he steps closer. Before I can push him away, try to snap and bite like I always do, his arms wrap around me, turning me towards him. He hugs me to his chest. I stiffen for a moment, but then I melt and choke back more tears. My chest tightens again, but in a different way. I can't let myself think about what this means. I bury my face into the cradle of his arms and breathe in his scent, my fingers curling in the musky fabric of his shirt.
Okay, he whispers into my hair. No more favors.
Good, I sniff. Because you're an idiot for selling your soul and playing hero. It's really annoying. He laughs softly, and the sound vibrates through my cheek where it rests against his chest. We stand there for what feels like forever. I take deep breaths, giving myself this little moment of peace. I can worry about saving the world in a minute, but right now, it feels good to be held and have someone to share this burden with, to trust.
There are 4 members of Tooth and Talon, 4 possible candidates for Richard Green's host. We'll need to narrow them down, see which one's motivations are different from the others, he murmurs, his breath rustling a curl and tickling my cheek. My spine tingles, and I stand up straight, pushing away from Jay. 4 members of the society. 4 people with a vested interest in killing innocent girls. But there are more than 4 people tangled up in the society. There are the alumni, donors, Salvatore Russo and Headmaster Madden. And then I think of my sister in the same circumstances. Something clicks. Violet! She knew about Green and his identity. She had to. What makes you think so?
Jay shakes his head. Why else would Tooth and Talon try to sacrifice one of its own? Violet, if what you've said is true, is the most powerful member of their society. Her magic is more potent. Whoever Green is must be the one who convinced the society to restart the killings. I know my sister, and she would never murder someone in cold blood. And since she's the strongest, she might have fought back, figured out his secret. Whoever told the other members to kill Violet has to be Richard Green. My mind races with the possibility. Violet is smart enough to have figured out Green's secret. She would have done anything to stop him. And Richard Green tried to kill her for it. But Violet would never go down without a fight. She made sure I would find her, figure out what was going on. And she made sure Jay found me too. An idea, a spark of hope forms. We have to find my sister. I look up at Jay. She's somewhere in the underworld. She knows who Richard Green is. If we find her, we can end this. His beautiful face lights up with determination.
We'll find her, Andy. I promise. Every night from now until Halloween, we'll search for her.
As we look at each other in the darkened basement, the scent of the underworld clinging to our clothes, I can't help but feel that spark of hope turn into a flame. With Jay at my side, maybe we can actually do this.
I'm finally going to find Violet.
Chapter 28. The next 3 days are the same. I go to class, I watch the members of Tooth and Talon's every move. I eat, and then I enter the underworld. And each night we search for Violet. We ask some of Jay's contacts, ancient spirits, druids, and holy men who saw more than normal mortals in their lifetimes. But each answer is the same. Violet can't be found. Her spirit is untraceable, locked in a purgatory to keep herself alive. No god or monster can find her, and she wants it that way. But it doesn't matter. I trust Jay and my sister. We will find Violet. We're going to set her free. And every moment of every day, I try to figure out who Richard Green is pretending to be. Which 4 members of the group have the most to lose, the most to gain? Whose eyes have that same dead, cold hunger I saw in Agaria's vision? I sit in the dining hall, 4 days after we spoke with Agaria. Dinner is being served, and we usually eat quickly to make it to the greenhouse before the sun sets completely. It gives Jay just enough time to make sure his enchantments are secure, and no one will find our beds empty during the night. Voices and dishes clatter around me. I sit with Munya at the far end of one of the tables and watch the doors for any sign of Jay's dark hair and tall frame. "You okay?" Munya asks, poking at her dinner. "Just waiting for Jay." Seconds turn into minutes. I tap my foot, bouncing my knee under the table as I try to choke down the dinner of green beans and pot roast. "I know you guys are both being picked on by Luciano's pack of jerks." My stomach lurches. "What?" "Andy," she sighs. "Regina, Melinda, Eric, they're all the same. They want to be the best, the brightest. I've seen how they single you and Jay out. They don't like you." I breathe out and glance at the doors again. They're just bullies, that whole club. I could report them to Madden, to the board even. Munya leans forward, catching my eye. They can't just waltz around treating you this way. I'm tempted to laugh. If only she knew what they were capable of. But Munya is too good to be dragged into this mess, this darkness. She lost her sister. More death, more of this evil, it won't do her any good. There's no point in reporting it. They're richer than anyone else in the school, even wealthier than your parents. Their families are more important, more influential. It wouldn't help, and it would only make life more difficult for you. Munya huffs and throws her napkin onto her plate. It doesn't make it okay. I don't even understand why they're targeting you. Violet was their friend. I smile thinly. I don't think any of them are truly friends. And I'm fine, Munya, really. Jay and I are just lying low until they forget about us and move on to the next person who looks at them wrong. "I'll try," she grumbles. "Where is Jay anyway? He's usually here by now." I swallow hard to keep myself from saying anything else and shrug. The clock ticks on as dinner service crawls forward. 15 minutes. 20. 30. Still no Jay. The food settles heavily in my stomach like a rock. Through the windows, the rays of the sun dip dangerously close to the sea. I'm going to look for Jay, make sure he didn't run into Luciano or Eric in their common room. I jump to my feet, leaving Munya behind. He hasn't answered any of my texts or calls. Anxiety turns into full-blown fear as I shoulder my way out of the dining room and turn in a slow circle, my fingers digging into my sweater and tugging at every loose thread. "Come on," I mumble under my breath. Pick up. But he doesn't answer my 12th call, or my 13th. Dread blankets my skin like a coat as the sun slips further and further below the horizon, and the light begins to wane. I scour the boys' wing, looking in every common room and study area. I search the storage room. No sign of Jay anywhere. I pull a coat over my shoulders, ready to walk outside and search the gardens. Dinner is still keeping most of the school busy, so when I skirt around a pillar and make for the door near Mrs. Bianchi's room, I'm surprised to see 2 figures standing in the classroom doorway. Measuring my breath, I duck behind a marble statue. Salvatore Russo, Luciano's father, leans close to Bianchi. It almost looks like they might kiss, but then I see her cringe back from the force of his cool blue eyes and his towering frame. His graying hair is slicked back. His Armani suit is a stormy gray and impeccably tailored. But he looks dangerous right now, looming over her like a sentinel. "You were meant to report his location to Luciano," Salvatore purrs menacingly. "And yet, you failed to contact any member of the group,
It is by sheer luck they intercepted him in the field this morning.
Bianchi swallows hard, her body rigid.
I have work to do. I have sunk hundreds of thousands of dollars into this club, into this plan, all for my son to succeed, for Osivoris to rise, for our society to grow to what it once was. Your work, he spits, looking at the classroom full of art prints, is nothing compared to that.
I understand. Bianchi tries to lift her chin, but I see a wobble in her lower lip. If you'll just let me. Her voice breaks, and she clears her throat to cover it. I press closer to the cold marble, the edges of the plinth biting into my ribs as I strain to hear. Salvatore checks his expensive watch with a casual flick of the wrist, but the movement brings his hand right next to Bianchi's face. A threat.
My son will hear about this, as will Madden. Remember who you truly work for. The good of this society comes above anything else.
Without waiting for a response, he pivots on his shiny loafers and heads towards the administration offices. Bianchi stares blankly at the wall in front of her. A tendon twitches in her neck, but then she twists around and heads into her classroom, slamming the door. Slowly, I creep out from behind the statue, my pulse jumping, thrilling along my fingertips. I know they were talking about Jay. I have to find him before Tooth and Talent can do something truly terrible. Zipping up my coat, I walk into the gardens. Jay isn't there either. The last place I could hope for is the greenhouse. Tears threaten to spill down my cheeks, and I bite my lip hard to keep them from falling. Everything's fine. It has to be. He has to be. I run to the greenhouse as soon as I'm out of sight of the school. The air is bitterly cold, but no rain falls. The sea is angry in the distance. I breathe hard and run faster, slipping over stones and drifts of dead leaves as I enter the forest. "Jay!" I cry, as soon as I see the dilapidated glass building. "Are you in there?" The plywood door is shoved to the side, and a candle flickers weakly on the table. I see the blurry outline of shoulders through a grimy window pane. Relief slams into me, and I sag, leaning my arm against the doorway as I catch my breath. "Where have you been? I tried to call you, but you didn't answer." The words stick in my throat. A long body, lithe and casual, lounges against the table. Luciano strokes his thumb along the side of a lighter, and a flame jumps to life, bathing the planes of his face in shadow and light. "I'm afraid Jay isn't here," he says, snapping the lighter shut. He pushes up off the table and nonchalantly brushes at the lapels of his coat. "He won't be coming to hide you in the underworld tonight, or ever again." My throat is so dry, I choke. I take a single shaking step backwards, but bump into someone tall. Eric. He clamps a hand on the back of my neck. I shut my eyes as his other hand grips my shoulder, holding me in place. "What did you do to him?" The words are a whisper, a shaking sob on my tongue. Luciano gestures to Eric. He pushes me into the greenhouse, and I'm right in front of Luciano. I keep my eyes on his chin, refusing to look higher. Tears burn the back of my throat, but I can't fall apart. I have to think, to focus, to escape. Luciano grins. "Nothing ye wouldn't have done to me." What is that supposed to mean? I flick my eyes up to meet his cold gaze. "Tooth and Talon isn't foolish. His little enchantments are clever, but no match for what we've been given, what we've learned from Lord Osivoris." He leans in close, and I lash out, wanting to bite him, but his hand darts out to grip my face. His fingers pinch my cheeks, pressing painfully against my teeth.
Blood pools on my tongue, but I don't wince or cry out. "You're all insane." I spit out the words, garbled by his grip. "You have no idea what you're messing with, what you're risking. And for what? More money that you don't need?" Luciano's eyes darken, and he leans in close. His fingers are so tight on my cheeks, I know I'll bruise. "You and Jay and your little crusade are pointless. We're using magic so old and ancient, we could be more powerful than any society before us. It isn't just money, Andromeda. It's everything. What are a few pitiful lives compared to changing the course of the world? Discovering something that will change humanity as much as the gift of fire did. We'll be gods. You could join us, thrive where Violet failed." Why would I ever want that? Luciano's jaw tightens. "Lord Ossevorus and Violet have told us about you. You know you're nothing special. An average student and an average girl. The kid sister of a girl so gifted she made everyone around her envious. You're a nothing, isn't that right? It was always Violet." "That's not true." "Please." He scoffs, before his eyes turn to darkened slits. "Wouldn't you love to make your parents proud? Make everyone who ever looked at you like you were an afterthought realize that you were so much more?" "No," I want to scream. But a small, wicked part of me wonders. All those years in my sister's shadow, I convinced myself I was content, happy even, to be second best. I didn't even try after a while. What was the point? Anything I took an interest in, Violet could always do it 10 times better. "Then, you understand what Ossevorus offers each of us?" Luciano nods, as if he can see the thoughts warring in my mind, read them in the tears welling up in my eyes. A memory of Amelia's body floating down the river seems to flash in his eyes. This boy, cruel and callous, the way he spoke to Bianchi, the way he controls Regina and Eric, his father's constant interventions in the school. I look at his face, and I swear that there is someone else lingering beneath his facade. Anger flashes through my body. I lift my fist and swing as hard as I can, connecting with his cheekbone. Eric curses and grips both of my arms, yanking them behind my back. I thrash and kick at his legs, at Luciano's hunched form. Luciano spits and wipes at the blood spilling down his cheek. I split the skin on his cheekbone. He'll have a nasty black eye by morning. I can't help but smile, even though my hand aches and burns. Eric jerks on my arms, wrenching them painfully in their sockets. "Don't you dare touch him again," he hisses. "You think this demon you're so bent on summoning will actually help you? He's using you. Once he has what he wants, you'll be as dead as those girls you've murdered. Violet was right to try and stop you. You're monsters, worse than the demon you're serving." "Enough!" Luciano growls. "You know nothing about my mission or Ossevorus." He stalks forward and draws a knife just like the one I saw Richard Green use almost 200 years ago. My blood chills. He sets the blade against my throat, the other hand fisting my hair and yanking my head back. "You, Violet, Jay, you don't understand. They'll all die one day. At least this way, their deaths will mean something. Lord Ossevorus will bring in a new age for humanity, grant us more power than we can imagine. You can't stop us." I gasp and flail, the angle of my neck threatening to cut off the blood flow to my head. "Everyone will die but you. Isn't that right, Green? Eric's face, upside down with my head yanked back, pinches in confusion. What, didn't he tell you? I sneer at Eric. Your alpha, the person you depend on for every thought in your empty head, is hiding a secret from you.
What is she talking about?
He barks at Luciano. Luciano presses the blade against my neck.
Nothing. She doesn't know a thing.
Panic slithers down my spine, and I have to know. Have to confront this vast ache in my chest. Did you kill Jay? I did what had to be done to someone like him. What he is. I should have seen it sooner. Luciano wipes at the blood on his face again and digs in the knife. My eyes burn from the pressure on my neck and his fist in my hair, but I snarl at his bleeding face. You'll never get what you want. You're just a stupid, scared little rich boy whose daddy never loved him enough. Luciano's fingers dig into my scalp. You made your choice. They all did. And as soon as Halloween is over, everyone who stands in our way will be dead. The knife slashes across my throat. I cry out, but no sound leaves my severed vocal cords. Hot blood spills down my chest. Eric lets me go, and I slump to the ground, writhing, slapping my palms to my ruined throat. Osivores wanted you and your sister alive. Luciano squats down and pushes a curl from my face with the tip of the bloodied knife. He said the power you two hold is immeasurable. If only we could have convinced you to help us. But it's easier this way. You'll see. He watches me struggle and gasp and bleed, as if lamenting the loss of a solid workhorse. I can imagine him in that black and white photo so clearly. A man leading generations into hell. Through flashes of blackness, my vision fades slowly, leaching out of my body along with my blood. At last, his beautiful, terrible face fades away, and I'm left alone to die. I choke again, the air refusing to enter my lungs. I fumble in my pocket, fingers clumsy and unresponsive, reaching for the vial Jay made for me. I set the dropper against my tongue and mouth the words I can't speak, a spell to take me to the land of the dead. But I can't taste the bitter floral notes or feel the bone-cracking pain of traveling to the underworld. My fingers are numb. Did I even move my hands? I can't feel anything. I shut my eyes and picture Jay waiting for me in the underworld, ready to guide me somewhere where there isn't any more pain. Chapter 29. The first thing I taste is ash and blood. I open my eyes and see the strange eternal dusk of the underworld. I test my limbs, moving slowly. My stomach hurts like I got sucker punched, and I sit up, gingerly touching my throat. The skin is smooth, no evidence of the knife wound. I must be dead. The endless deltas of the twin rivers of the underworld spiderweb around me. The oily black water separates this gray valley from the land of mansions and gardens and lilies. I'm stranded between the rivers, between the banks, between life and death. I shoot to my feet. The taste of flour and oil under my tongue is fading. The blood on my clothes and skin is gone. I reach into my pocket, feeling for the cold metal coin, and wrap my fingers around it. Jay said I should save it for an emergency. If this isn't the time, I don't know what is. Twisting the coin in my fingers, I scan the valley for signs that Jay taught me to look for. Burial mounds litter the place between the land of the living and the realm of the dead. Those who were never buried properly, who didn't have the means to pay their way across the rivers, or thought death was an endless void. People from all centuries and millennia and religions. A platform, covered in wilting grass,
with a poplar tree leaning near it, catches my eye. There, near the base, is a stone marker with hieroglyphs. It's an old Egyptian tomb for one who wasn't wealthy. I sag with relief and head towards it. If it were a Celtic or Roman tomb, I wouldn't have known what to do. But Jay prepared me for this. And even though my stomach twists and I wonder if my heart is beating at all, I walk purposefully towards the burial mound. The hieroglyphs on the stone marker mean nothing to me, but I study the woven reed covering that serves as a door. The coin burns a hole in my palm as I push the door aside. Musty air swirls around me and fills my nostrils. It's dark and silent. A single lonely wooden sarcophagus rests in the center. A few shoddy ceramic jars line one side. There isn't a single shabti or item here to help the dead in their afterlife. It looks like a rushed job, a forgotten soul with no way to find rest. But I'm not a dead Egyptian from 3,000 years ago, and I know the truth of the underworld and can see what the lost soul can't. In the far corner is an opening, a tunnel leading directly to the river where the dead can cross if they know how to pay. I grit my teeth, ignoring the fear coiling in my belly, and step forward.
Stop.
A heavy, deep voice calls from within the tomb.
This is not your path.
Ice lodges in my skin, cracks deep into my bones. A figure, tall and broad, waits for me in the darkness. A guardian, just like Jay said there would be, to stop wandering souls and intrepid mortals from walking a path not designed for them. I am not trying to cross, I say slowly, testing my vocal cords. I want to drop to my knees with relief. I'm not dead, not yet anyway, or the tomb guardian would have let me through.
Then turn back,
the figure says, before stepping fully into the dim light of the near-empty chamber. One of the jackal-headed men, a xenomorpha, emerges. He looks just like the depictions on tomb walls, a dark-skinned man with the head of a jackal. But his eyes aren't canine or empty. They're intelligent, and they glint in the darkness. He holds a wicked-looking sword at his side, hanging near his delicately embroidered tunic. I need help finding someone, and a guide to take me to them and bring us both back to this spot safely. The xenomorpha cocks his head to the side, and I glimpse sharp teeth.
And why would you think to ask me, little human?
Maybe I should have listened to Jay better. Coming to this dusty tomb was a mistake, and I'm in too deep to back out now. I square my shoulders. I'm able to pay handsomely. All I request is that you guide me. You know the valleys and tombs and tunnels of this world?
Payment?
He laughs, the huffing sound bizarre coming from his snout.
I have been rewarded for valor by gods of my world and others. I have lived a human life, and died a human death, and have been crowned with endless glory. What could you pay me?
He leans in close, and bares his teeth in a warning. I open my hand. The brass coin glimmers. The xenomorpha looks down at it, and the coin seems to burn like gold for a moment. Please work. His human hand reaches out slowly, reverently.
In exchange, you ask that I take you to a soul and then bring you back.
Yes, but we both must be kept safe until we leave the underworld.
Whom do you seek?
His deep voice crackles with excitement. Violet Emerson. He reaches out, fingers seeking the coin. I snatch it back, holding my hand above my head in warning. His black eyes glint and he snarls, his hands on the hilt of his sword. Can you find her? I demand, making my voice steady and authoritative. He slowly drops his hand from the hilt of the weapon and rubs his chin. I shudder at the human gesture on such an inhuman face.
I know her,
he growls, eyes trained on my closed fist.
All guardians do at this point. She has angered gods from many lands for her actions on both sides of the river.
Can you take me to her? His canine eyes meet mine in a battle of wills, but then he nods.
I can. It won't be easy, but I will take you to her and return you to this valley. What happens after is none of my concern.
Deal. I hold out the coin. He snatches it greedily, slipping it under his tongue. I blanch and try to avoid staring as he shuts his eyes, as if savoring a fine wine. He shudders, and his snout morphs. It takes me a long moment to realize he's smiling.
Follow me, little human. I hope you are not afraid of hungry gods.
Chapter 30. The limestone walls of a tomb press down. We are in a low, narrow tunnel. The xenomorpha walks ahead, his broad shoulders nearly brushing the encroaching walls. After he ate the coin, he waved his hand and summoned a strange passage lined with paintings and mosaics. Egyptian paintings, Babylonian carvings, and Hellenistic murals decorate the sides, an eclectic mix of art, undulating and shifting. A peculiar mix of religions and mythologies and beliefs in a constant state of flux. Amenemopet, apparently that was his name when he was mortal, walks steadily on, hardly bothering to speak to me. I dragged his name out of him after what felt like hours of hiking through a labyrinth of tombs and tunnels. He acted as if names didn't matter. He hadn't had one since he died. Where are we? I ask, after enduring his otherworldly silence for another few hours. I hug myself to keep from shivering in the dank underground caverns.
The rivers flow above us, Amenemopet says gruffly. Every time and age in human history runs in that water. We shift and change here, as often as the winds, and let the branches of the great rivers guide us where we wish to go.
I'm not brave enough to ask anything else. I need to bring Violet home, to get answers. We can find Jay together, wherever he is. I'm so full of nervous energy that I don't notice when my xenomorpha guide stops. I slam into his back and bounce off, arms pinwheeling to keep myself from toppling onto the hard ground. What? I don't get the chance to finish the question. Amenemopet's arm snaps out, hitting me in the stomach so hard I grunt and fall on my backside. I glare at him before I see what he just saved me from. A yawning pit of darkness, vast and deep, stretches ahead in a long snake-like canyon. The ceiling above us is high and littered with pinpricks of light. Stars.
A trial for the dead, Amenemopet explains, not offering to help me stand. You must cross the bridge. The fates will decide if you are worthy.
I dust off my pants and rub my bruised ribs. What bridge? He points. A reed bridge emerges from the darkness, stretching across the expanse of the chasm, flimsy and swaying. My stomach roils, and I jerk back from the edge. I can't cross that. I'm not dead. As soon as the words slip past my lips, I pause. I know that I'm alive. The tomb guardian stopping me proved it. But that knife... I shake the memory away. Maybe this is how my sister got to the underworld while she was still alive. Amenemopet shakes his head and points to the bridge.
Most who make it this far are dead, little human. Though you live, you must cross that bridge. You cannot expect to travel with a guide, slipping through the underworld and all its challenges unscathed. The fates will determine your outcome.
I blink, and my guide is gone. Across the chasm I see him, eyes glinting in the low starlight. A neat trick, one I'm positive isn't transferable to me. I move to the lip of the chasm and test the trembling bridge with the toe of my boot. It groans and gives, and I stumble back, yelping. Amenemopet stands immobile in front of the opening to the next tunnel, arms crossed. Sweat slicks down my back. I shut my eyes and picture Violet waiting for me, Jay marooned somewhere, bleeding and cold. The rules of normal life don't apply in the underworld. I can do this. I have to do this. I step into the darkness. Below, the trench seems to breathe. Warm, humid air rustles my curls and fogs my glasses. I hold my arms to my sides and shuffle forward. I hear the snap of fibers giving way. I freeze, eyes trained on the endless fall below. Why couldn't I just walk through the land of the dead and not look back like Orpheus?
"Hurry," Amenemopet calls. "You tempt the gods by lingering."
More sweat trickles between my shoulder blades, and I shuffle forward again, knees shaking. The bridge groans and my stomach does a somersault. Moving slowly isn't working. It's only making it harder to force my frozen limbs to cooperate. Instead, I grip my teeth and run. The world tumbles and the bridge shudders. I leap for the lip of the canyon just as the thick ropes snap. I scream, digging my fingers into the red rock. Arms shaking, I yank myself over the side and flop onto my back, gasping for air. My arms burn, and I'm pretty sure I just ripped all of my fingernails. A shadow looms over me, and I squint up at Amenemopet.
"You did not fall."
I get to my knees shaking like a leaf. "You promised to keep me safe." The jackal-headed man turns away and makes for the tunnel.
"I cannot interfere with trials. I can only guide you through them."
Scrambling to my feet, I chase after him. Are we close?
"I believe so. Time to me is fluid and without consequence."
I scowl and ignore the pain in my feet, in my throat, and, the worst one, the ache in my chest whenever I wonder about Jay. Amenemopet and I walk once more through the endless spiraling tunnels of the underworld.
"Human."
Amenemopet nudges me with a sandaled foot. I slap his dusty leg away and rub at my eyes under my glasses. What?
"Get up. The time for resting is over."
My back hurts from leaning against the tunnel wall, and I feel like I can't catch my breath. But then I notice the soft filtered light spreading through the tunnel. An opening is near. We're here. I scramble to my feet and strain to see what lies beyond, where my sister has been hiding for so many months. He sets his hand on his sword, and immediately my stomach tightens with nerves.
"She is there. I cannot fetch her. That you must do yourself."
I hardly look at Amenemopet. What do I do? He narrows his eyes but begins striding forward.
"She is beyond, hidden away in the depths of the marsh, at the place where all branches of the rivers of the underworld converge."
The tunnel shifts and moves around him, parting like water before the prow of a ship. "And I just have to find her?" I confirm, hurrying to keep up, squinting as we break free from the tunnel. Endless deltas glitter before us, branching off in 1,000 directions. A waterfall, bigger than any I've ever seen or heard of, pours from the lip of black granite mountains. The sound of roaring water echoes like a drum. My heart sinks as I take in the marsh. It's vast, full of tall grasses and reeds and low-lying trees, a mix of the Nile, the Tiber, and the Tigris. Ghostly imprints of the world above. Amenemopet grips his sword tighter.
"You must hurry. There are many gods that wander this place, forgotten and starving for the power a mortal can grant. You and your sister are not safe here. It is a miracle she has remained concealed this long."
I chew my lip, scanning our surroundings. Where do I go? Where do I look? Violet has barely been able to make contact with me, and she never got around to actually telling me how to find her. The boundless, glittering water stretches into the distance like a funeral procession.
Go,
he urges again, pushing my shoulder.
I will wait here and try to lure away the most dangerous of beings.
Bile creeps up the back of my throat, but I take a step forward into the soft marshland anyway. The earth grips my boots, damp and smelling strongly of rich soil and near-stagnant water. My guide disappears, and I'm alone. I walk aimlessly, trying to feel a connection to my sister. My muscles burn, my legs working twice as hard to push through the thick, muddy terrain. I slosh across rivulets, soaking my pants to the thigh. I'm painfully aware of time ticking by. It feels as if I've been in the underworld for at least a day. How much time has passed back home? What if I'm too late? A light appears ahead, blue and gentle. I freeze, scanning the low trees and hanging vines. The weak light gleams against the surface of the trickling river I'm tramping along. It winks out for a moment. Then, it blinks to life, a few feet farther in the distance, before repeating the process. Water slaps against my legs as I run. It has to be a sign from Violet. I must be close. My lungs nearly burst from the ragged breaths I'm taking, but I don't care. Finally, I'm going to make things right. The light carries on into the distance, guiding me deeper into the twisting tunnels of reeds and ancient flora. After a few minutes of trudging through the swamp, I emerge into a small clearing. Fog rolls across the surface of a pool fed by tiny tributaries of the twin rivers. Dark rocks tumble from a cliff face ahead, forming small caves and pockets filled with the strange greenery of the underworld. "Violet?" My voice echoes off the rocks and is answered only by the gentle trickling of water. I turn in a slow circle and cup my hands around my lips. "Violet, where are you?" No answer. The little blue light is gone.
"How interesting you are," a velvety voice calls from within the darkness of a cave. "And I thought your sister was a delightful curiosity."
I snap my head up and scuttle backwards through the water until my back hits the trunk of a wilting olive tree. "Who's there?" A dark figure emerges from the depths of the rocks. He's tall, with flawless dark skin and deep brown eyes. Long gray robes flow around him like shadows. Behind his back rise two enormous, oily black wings.
"You need not fear me, Andromeda. I am a friend to all," he croons, stepping closer.
But his feet don't touch the water. Instead, he glides across the surface, moving like a dancer until he hovers right before me, wings stretching the length of his arms. An angel? A demon? "Get back!" I hold out my hands, wildly looking around me for something to throw. He smiles, teeth white and sharp.
"Do you know what you are, little one?"
I turn my face as he kneels before me, one large hand moving to caress my cheek. I flinch, my breath coming in ragged bursts as I scoot away, but I don't get far before one of his impossibly strong hands pushes me back against the trunk. I'm rooted to the spot, ice in my stomach.
"You and your sister,"
he murmurs, his fingers moving to my thigh, where my tattoo burns and throbs like a brand.
"So unique. I have not seen your kind in thousands of years. Yet here you are, so unaware of all you could accomplish."
"Get away from me," I demand, tugging my leg out of his grasp. He grins devilishly before unfurling his wings completely.
"Do you know who I am? What I could do for you?"
I try to speak, but the words stick to my tongue. His eyes flash with images, thousands at once. Babies crying, old men grown frail, and every stage in between. He stands in the shadows, unnoticed, unseen, but when a soul falls, withering to dust, he scoops it up with loving hands and brings it to the gates of death. Thanatos! I gasp, the name coming to my lips without my consent. He grins. Reaper, Thanatos, Xatabe. I am death, but you may call me what you like. What have you done with Violet? Where is she? My fingers are cold. I can't move. Death itself kneels in front of me, petting my skin like I'm a lost lamb. Sickness curdles my stomach and I want to heave into the water. I have done nothing to her, he muses. She would not accept my offer. Of all people, she understands what it means to bind yourself to an immortal. Your sister could be a goddess in her own right, but alas. Thanatos pouts, his full lower lip jutting out. She turned me down, and has been hiding in this infernal swamp since she came to the underworld. I crane my neck away as he tries to touch my hair. What are you talking about? Death takes his hand away and studies my face like a fine oil painting. When humans are born with magic, the very essence of power, they draw the attention of powerful beings. Gods cannot exist without man, nor can the monsters that haunt your realm. Power is in short supply these days. Magic and belief are entwined like the threads of the fates. Thanatos touches my tattoo again, and it hurts as fiercely as when I first got it. When we work together, share our gifts, we can affect the world of man, experience what it means to be mortal for a time. It is something we gods and monsters like Ossivorus hunger after. So many years of pleasure, of control and desire, forgotten to us, mere memories in the world above. Thanatos' voice drops an octave, and he doesn't seem so pretty and vapid anymore. His teeth are the jaws of a predator. His eyes are filled with ravenous light, and his wings are like jagged knives. Death wants me, hungers after whatever is flowing in my veins. My tongue is glued to the roof of my mouth. My skin hurts, as if death's icy hand is spreading disease under my skin. Accept my offer, Andromeda. I will spare you and your friends from my embrace. I will help you win your little war against that brute Ossivorus. He leans closer, full lips so close to my ear that they graze my skin as he speaks. All you must do is bind yourself to me. Give me your magic, and I will give you mine. Something flashes across my peripheral vision and collides with Thanatos' head. He gives a startled cry and touches his temple. Dark golden blood stains his fingers, and he blinks in complete shock. Get away from her! A voice, familiar and foreign all at once, screams from above. Jerking myself out of whatever trance death put me under, I roll away as he curses in ancient Greek and tries to fly. But his wings are wet, and blood streams into his eyes. Clawing at the soft creek bed, I pull myself to my feet and run for the cliff. I don't stop to think. I frantically dig my broken nails into the jagged rock and climb. I slip over the wet stone, my boots sliding, but when a warm hand clamps its fingers around my wrist, I look up, blinking through the droplets on my glasses. Violet smiles grimly and hoists me to my feet. We need to get out of here. Death just doesn't know how to take no for an answer. Chapter 31.
I've been imagining my reunion with Violet for almost 8 months. While I didn't have one specific idea of how it would look, I did imagine tears and apologies and relief. But running through a mythical swamp in the depths of the underworld from Death himself was definitely not on the list.
Quick, Andy, Violet pants. Through here.
We dive into a thick line of trees. Palm fronds and the winding branches of olive trees grasp our hair and bite at our skin. Mud clings to our legs and sucks at our feet. Violet looks over her shoulder and grimaces. "Where are we going?" I shout, the roar of the waterfall so close I can feel the vibrations of millions of gallons of water colliding with the earth. She pushes me ahead of her, through thick brush and tangled grass.
Behind the waterfall. It's the one place they can't reach us.
She shoves me so violently, it feels like I just got hit by a train. My ears ring and I gasp for air, sucking in a mixture of cold water and dank air. My clothes are soaked, and I fall to the ground and roll to my side, coughing up water from my lungs. I reach for my glasses, now with a completely bent bridge, and wipe the lenses. Violet tumbles through the waterfall, barely staggering as the curtain of water beats against her head and shoulders. We look at each other in tense silence as Thanatos shouts our names from beyond the hidden cave. The thumping of massive wings mixes with the pounding water. A shadow flickers beyond the sheet of the falls. And then it disappears. Violet slumps against the wall, breathing hard. I lurch to my feet and throw my arms around her neck. Her skin feels warm, and she still smells faintly like designer perfume and expensive hair products. She's real. "I knew you weren't dead," I sob into her neck. Violet wraps her arms around me, squeezing hard. I don't even care that it hurts the ribs I probably bruised jumping from that bridge. I don't care that I smell and look like death warmed over. My sister is alive, and I found her.
"It's okay, little star,"
Violet says, her voice catching as she smooths down my wild hair.
"I'm here. I knew you would figure it out somehow."
We stand there in the darkness, water spraying our clothes and misting our faces, and we hold each other. After a long time, I pull away, keeping my hands in hers. "I saw your body in a casket. Mom and Dad buried you. For months, I was the only one in the world who believed you weren't dead. What happened?" Violet blanches, her tan skin turning as pale as mine.
"We should get further away. I don't want to risk anyone hearing us."
A million questions burn on my tongue, but I let her lead me down yet another winding tunnel. This one is inky black, and no colorful art adorns the sides. Slowly, the humidity in the air leaks away until we enter a dimly lit cavern. The ceiling is high, stretching above us like a cathedral. Soft light gleams in small nooks and crannies, phosphorescent crystals winking like stars. A bedroll lies rumpled in the center of the floor near a low-burning fire. I swivel to face Violet, my mouth open. "You've been camping in the underworld for 8 months?"
"That's how long I've been gone? It feels like only a few weeks."
I cross my arms and move closer to the fire, but she doesn't say more, only tucks an errant strand of her long black hair behind her ear. "What happened, Violet? Why did you leave like that? You could have come home, told me what was going on with Tooth and Talon, what they were planning. I would have helped you."
"I couldn't go back home. They would have killed me."
Violet scowls at the flames and wipes her palms on her jeans.
"It's safer for me here. You should know that, since you've figured out everything Tooth and Talon has done. What I helped start."
I sit next to her, pulling my legs to my chest. "It isn't your fault. Richard Green has been doing this for generations, pulling strings and convincing children that magic will solve all their problems." I shake my head. he would have found someone else to revive the society.
Maybe, she muses, still not looking at me. But I let it get out of control. Luciano, Regina, the others, they all wanted more. I did too.
Why? I lean closer, reaching for her hand. Your friends, even you, had everything on a silver platter. College, scholarships, jobs. Isn't that enough? Violet smiles, a ghost of an expression I once knew well.
We could make people tell us the truth, alter their memories, get their money. Luciano's bastard of a father finally saw that his son was capable. You know he wanted to give his shares of the company to Lou's uncle, right? But when Mr. Russo saw what we had done, things that other societies since Green's death only dreamed of, it all changed. We could do anything we wanted, Andy. And I liked it. The power to do whatever I wanted to whoever I wanted. She sets her jaw and stares into the flames once more, her shoulders stiff. The cold seeps into my fingers and toes, but I ignore it. This is my sister. She wouldn't do anything like the others did. She isn't Luciano. She isn't a killer. But when they wanted to start killing, you escaped to the underworld. You don't have to hide from them now. Luciano, Richard Green, he has to be stopped before it's too late. Luciano isn't Richard Green.
She blinks, as if the thought is ludicrous. But he's the one who tried to kill you, right? He's the one controlling the society. Violet rolls her eyes.
He's just Luciano. Thinks he knows everything, but he's underestimated me and what I can do for too long.
She gives me a brief smile, one that doesn't reach her eyes. The fire crackles as she adds a few dry branches. Scraps of paper, open books, and scores of jars litter the ground around us. Even in the underworld, she's still practicing magic. My stomach flips. What are we, Violet? Why did we get these tattoos? And why does everyone want us dead? My mouth is dry as she slowly turns to look at me for the first time. Her skin is a little paler than it used to be. She's wearing dingy clothes that definitely are not designer, and her eyes burn with something I've never seen in her before. Desperation. But Violet Emerson isn't desperate. She's smart, capable, and beautiful. Problems unravel for her, and solutions fall at her feet. People bend to her will. This can't be.
There's a reason we're attuned to magic, to the underworld. I'm sure you've noticed how easy it is to pick up spells, even stupid made-up ones from the internet. We can make magic work for us. It comes to us, breathes with us, is part of us. We don't even have to try.
I shake my head. I've never tried. Jay's been helping me. Violet looks at me like I'm crazy.
Who's Jay?
A friend from school. My neck flushes and I trip over my next words. He came to Ravenswood to try and solve your murder. He's been teaching me things, but I've never wanted to use magic. I didn't think I could. Violet rubs her forehead.
I thought a psychopomp was helping you. I specifically sent one to Ravenswood to help teach you magic and keep you safe. I guess that must be Jay.
I squint at her. What is a psychopomp?
A death guide, of course. Usually they're skilled with magic.
I haven't done any magic, and I don't want to.
You haven't even tried? How'd you get to the underworld in the first place? Or know I was in the marsh?
Violet looks incredulous and crestfallen all at once. Jay knows a lot about the underworld, but that doesn't matter right now. Just tell me why everyone in this damned place wants us or our heads.
There's your temper, my sister grumbles. I'd almost forgotten how quickly you get mad.
I scowl. I don't, she interrupts me.
Ever since I came to Ravenswood, I could sense something was special. I didn't know it was the convergence of the rivers until much later. But then I stumbled on that yearbook in the library, the one with Green and the First Society. And I got curious. I dug up everything I could. Apparently, they used to practice the occult, but since the 60s, it was basically a glorified fraternity, until we figured out its true past. Regina, Luciano, Melinda, Eric, and I tried a spell I'd found in an old book from the 1400s. Something stupid. A charm to make a good luck talisman. But it worked. She laughs darkly. Luciano even convinced his monster of a father to name him heir to the same company he tried to force him out of after the last time he bailed Lou out of jail. All because he held that stupid watch I'd charmed. Violet shakes her head, looking up at the vast cavern like she's still in Ravenswood, watching her first spell come to life. After a while, we got bored with parlor tricks. I wanted more. I thought I could find a cure for my cancer, and I did. But that was only after Osivorus first came to us.
What do you mean, he came to you? I've seen shadowy versions of the demon, but he's never been true flesh and bone. Jay said he could only manifest fully during times of liminality or celestial importance, once he's been sacrificed to. Did Violet summon a demon? No, she wouldn't. Violet looks down again, knuckles white, her fingers clenched around the stick she keeps poking the flames with.
It had only been a few weeks since I first found out about the society, about magic. I'd seen Osivorus' name in a few journals and old texts. I figured out how to summon him.
You what? I jumped to my feet, my skin crawling.
I didn't know any better. Just sacrifice an animal to gain a few moments in the presence of an ancient being with more knowledge than I could fathom. I was curious, and I just found out I was sick again. I didn't want to die at 18 years old.
She throws the stick into the flames, watching as they consume the wood.
He told me everything, about his deal with Green, about who I am, and why I was drawn to Ravenswood and to Tooth and Talon. I wasn't scared then. I didn't know how these things worked, or that Green was still freaking alive and walking around my school.
I pinch my eyes shut and rub my nose where the bridge of my glasses digs into my skin. Just tell me, V. I need to know what you've dragged me into. My sister stands slowly and looks at me uncertainly, like I'll burn her at the stake or hang her like the Puritans in Salem. We don't move to close the gap between us, and for a moment, I wonder if we ever can.
We're not just magicians, Andy. Anyone can do that if they know the right spells, say the right words, or have the right ingredients. We're more than that. She swallows hard, but keeps her eyes on me. You and I are descendants of Hecate. The ground seems to slip beneath my boots, an earthquake, not the kind you can feel or truly measure, but the kind that shifts your world and destroys the foundations of everything you ever thought you knew.
Hecate? I whisper. Violet is so quiet I wonder if she heard me, but then I meet her eyes, and they don't look scared. She doesn't seem disgusted or frightened by any of the millions of emotions I'm currently experiencing. She seems happy, proud. We're descended from the goddess of magic. Chapter 32. We have to get back to Ravenswood. I set my jaw and start walking to the waterfall. Violet chases after me, grabbing my wrist and pulling me to a stop.
Didn't you hear what I said, Andy? We're demigods, or something like it. I haven't really figured out the semantics, but it's incredible. We have more power than we can use in a lifetime. Magic is in our blood. We were born to use it. You wouldn't believe how much I've learned since I figured it out, what I've been taught.
I pinch my eyes shut and pull my hand away. I don't care about magic, about any of it. Who cares if a goddess is my 5 million times great-grandmother? People, young girls, are being murdered back home. And you want to play magician?
Andy.
Violet's smile falters.
I did all this for you. If If I didn't learn how to use our powers, demons would be coming after you, smelling the magic in your blood. No one else in our family knows about our powers, or even has them. We're special, Andy, and because of that, demons take note. They want us to help them, or they'll steal our power by killing us. I had to get stronger in order to protect us, to protect you. I knew you'd never be able to do this without me. For over a year, I've learned things you can only dream of, all for us.
Stop. I hold my hands out. You sound just like Luciano. I don't want any of this. We need to go home, stop Green, and save those girls before Osavoris is brought back. Tell me who Green is, who he's pretending to be, and let's get this over with before anyone else gets hurt. Violet's face hardens into a familiar look.
I can't go home. Luciano and my friends tried to kill me.
And we're going to stop them from murdering again. Just tell me who Green is pretending to be.
Richard Green shouldn't even worry you at this point. I have him taken care of. She scoffs.
What are you talking about? The river is still connected to Ravenswood. That means Green is still alive, and Osavoris is coming back as soon as your friends finish their sick ritual. If it isn't Luciano like I thought, then who?
I'm not telling you.
Her jaw clicks as she clenches her teeth.
Osavoris wants me to replace Green as his anchor. One way or another, that demon is going to be raised. If I take Green's place, I can help us, help everyone. My magic is 1,000 times stronger than his. I could bind Osavoris, feed him rarely, and banish him again after only a few minutes on Earth. You can't kill Green until the ritual is complete and I'm grounded to the river, like he is. Otherwise, I'm as good as dead, with this sickness spreading through me bit by bit. But this is a good thing, Andy. I'm the only one who can control Osavoris. Hecate is the goddess of magic, necromancy, crossroads, and everything that keeps demons in their place. Cancer won't kill me, because I won't be able to die. Isn't that enough for you?
I stare hard at my sister. Her face, the one I've spent years admiring, looks fierce and foreign to me now. Her eyes are dark and hard, her lips set in a snarl. You're willing to do what Green did, murder girls to feed a demon, just so you can have what you want? I don't shout, but she flinches just the same. You'd rather I die, waste away while chemo poisons me and takes my hair, my face, everything? I never just commit senseless murders. I have a plan, a system. I laugh once, dry and derisive. What? You'll be a vigilante and only pick serial killers or abusers to murder?
Well, yes,
Violet huffs, as if I'm the unreasonable one.
I'd never kill someone who's innocent,
and this way, I'll be able to study magic for years without aging, without dying. I don't want to waste my powers on money and controlling selfish governments for my own gain. And I'll be cleaning the streets of another scumbag while I'm at it. I want more than the life I've had, and I'm brave enough to do what it takes. This isn't bravery, V. I hold my stomach, fighting the urge to be sick. This is selfishness. We have the opportunity to stop this once and for all. We can get you treatment. We can find a way to save you with magic if that's what you want. But we can't do this. I motion to the dank cave in the underworld where my sister has been hiding. It's wrong, and you know it. Her face turns scarlet.
I'm not going back there. Not until I finish my bargain with Osavoris. This is the only place I can set the enchantment without him sensing what I'm doing. I'm stronger than Green, than the others. I can bind his power, reduce his need for sacrifices, and keep him in the underworld for far longer. I could summon him to a place far from civilization, where he'd run out of power and be pulled back to his prison in the underworld before anyone could get hurt. Andy, I promise I can control him. I'm going to take care of everything. I'm going to take care of you. I press my lips together, the tattoo burning my skin. You can't control everything, Violet. When are you going to learn that? Faking your death, hiding for months and abandoning me? Don't you see how wrong this is? How much you've hurt everyone who loves you? I didn't need you to find me. I wanted to share this with my sister, not have you try to stop me, to make sure I die a painful, pathetic death. I've already lost you once. I shake my head, my heart splitting in two. I can't lose you again. Not to cancer, not to what you're becoming. She doesn't answer, only stares hard at me, looking through me. I have to go back and find Jay and save the girls that are going to die for this. I start walking towards the waterfall again, wiping at my cheeks. You can come and make this right, or you can stay here and hide while I clean up your mess. Silence stretches behind me as I walk. It takes every fiber of my being not to turn around and shout at Violet and beg her to see reason. She can't be pushed into doing anything she doesn't want to. But maybe, just maybe, seeing her little sister take control for once will be enough to show her how serious this is. But she doesn't move, doesn't apologize or offer to help. I stand, pausing at the waterfall blocking the entrance. Without looking over my shoulder, I say, "Come with me. We'll stop this and find a cure together. Just tell me who Green is, and help me save Jay and those girls. You owe it to them." Violet's silence is like a knife in my back. I shut my eyes. "Please." "I can't do that. Without me, you're going to get hurt. You'll understand one day." My stomach drops, and I fight not to look at her. I square my shoulders and step through the water and back into the underworld, leaving my sister behind. Death doesn't find me in the marsh. I walk, mud drying all the way up my calves, until I'm back at the mouth of the tunnel. Amenemopet's silhouette is outlined against the golden cave entrance. His sword is in his hands. The blade is bloodied. "Where is your sister?" he asks, voice grinding like stone. Not coming. I stride into the tunnel without waiting for him. The jackal-headed man takes long steps until he overtakes me. He stops, blocking me from storming further into the network of underground passageways. "Is your sister dead?" I squint up at him. "No, she isn't dead. We just couldn't come to an agreement." I raise a hand and wipe away the tears under my eyes, ignoring the burning sensation behind my eyelids. The way my throat stings as I try to keep my voice steady. Amenemopet cocks his head to the side in a disconcerting gesture. "She has made her choice, Andromeda. There is nothing you can do when someone's path diverges from your own. For good or ill, she has made that choice." I blink at him, through my blurry vision. "Thanks, Amenemopet." The xenomorpha turns and guides me through the twisting maze below the land of the dead. I study his back, the red-stained blade of his sword, and chew my lip. It's hard not to blame myself for Violet's choice. But how could she think this was the safe option? She wants to kill others, to feed Ossivorus in exchange for health and eternal life. He wants her for her connection to Hecate. How does she think she can control him if Green never could? I have to find Jay. He needs my help, and I'm going to make sure I don't lose another person to this terrible hunt for magic. Sweat seeps through my clothes and into my jacket. We finally emerge from the endless tunnels into the perpetually dusky light of the underworld.
The rivers ripple and weave across the valley, and I study their origins, where they split into myriads of deltas, where the waterfall in the distance feeds them and provides the magic that so many would kill for. How do I get back to Earth? I ask Amenemopet, hands on my knees as I struggle to catch my breath. His skin isn't even sweaty. His ears swivel, listening for sounds of approaching danger. He studies me without much interest.
You must use that oil in your pocket. He nods to the one in question, and step through the river until you reach its middle. You must recite words of power when you are there. The words will come to you, if you are using the river to guide you.
I slip my hands into my pocket and feel the bottle, the cool glass resting against my fingertips. My heart aches as I think of Jay. How long have I been gone? Thank you, I nod. I know you didn't have to tell me the way back. Our agreement was just to return me to the valley. The xenomorpha doesn't smile or move or do anything a normal human would do. He simply looks at me, still as a statue.
You are intriguing, I must admit. You are a rare magic wielder, one I have not seen in generations. Where your sister has erred and taken a dark path, you have kept magic pure and not used it selfishly.
What do you know about magic? About any of this? My gaze is riveted to the strange man who is not a man anymore. How long has it been since he heard his name? How did he become this thing, set to guard the tombs of the dead for all eternity? His lips move, almost forming a smile, if jackals were capable of that expression.
You know, I was once mortal. In ancient times, in my homeland, there were many who practiced sorcery. There were many connections to the gods. When a magician and a god worked together, they could create power so vast it could raise nations and empires. But it came at a cost. Often at the cost of the mortal feeding the immortal.
Is that what you were? I swallow hard. A magician? He shakes his head, eyes trained on the horizon, studying the obsidian buildings gilded in gold on the other bank of the wide black river.
I was just a soldier who died for his pharaoh. But I had proved myself to the gods, and passed my trials in the underworld. When they asked me what I wished for as a reward, I said I longed to serve my gods for all time. It has been thousands of years since then, and I have seen the endless line of magicians and gods seeking power in this world and the other. I have seen those descended from gods, like yourself, become monsters so foul I was sent to kill them. But I see hope in you. Perhaps you will end the cycle in your little corner of the world. Perhaps you can help us all find some peace.
I hope you use the coin well, and maybe our paths will cross again, I reply. He nods once before turning back to the tomb he guards. The tunnel disappears behind him. I face the rivers again and jog towards them, trying not to think of my sister beyond, alone in the marsh. Amenemopet is right. She made her choice, and I can't force her to do otherwise. The wide river sprawls before me. Gray grass and sickly asphodel flowers gently brush the dark sandy bank. Shapes move in the water. Barges float eerily across the surface. Voices drift over the river, the dead enjoying their mansions and endless rest on the western bank. I step into the water. The cold knocks the breath from my lungs. I thought the palm trees, lily pads, and reeds would mean it was warm. But the river is so cold, my skin feels like it is cracking and splintering, and I gasp. It takes all my willpower not to scamper back to the dry eastern bank and find another way to get home. Gritting my teeth, I take another step.
The water swirls around my legs, soaking me to the bone. I sink into the water, up to my calves, my knees, my thighs. When I'm almost chest deep in the black river, I finally reach the middle. Soft sand shifts beneath my boots. My teeth chatter as I fumble in my pockets, my fingers numb and heavy with cold, searching for the vial of oil. Something brushes my leg. I shut my eyes to keep from screaming. The voices on the west bank seem louder than before, their laughter so enticing. I want to keep swimming until I'm there, lounging beneath the awnings they gather under. The water tugs at my clothes, making them heavy. I lose my footing a little and slip down the river a short distance, the current strong. I tighten my grip on the vial and shake my head. Digging my feet into the riverbed, I twist the cap off and hold the dropper to my tongue. 3 drops. I twist the vial closed with trembling fingers and tuck it into my shirt for safekeeping. The current seems to pick up its pace, and my legs go totally numb. Another brush against my leg, firmer this time. I yelp and jerk away, silt swirling around my legs and tickling my skin. What did Amina Mopet say I needed to do once I got to the middle? My tongue sits heavy in my mouth as something wraps around my leg. I rack my brains, trying to recall the words Jay had recited. What spell had I used to get here? The words slip past my memory like the water around me. The thing wrapped around my ankle tugs me down, and my head dips below the water. I flail, my arms heavy as they clumsily slap the surface. I'm barely able to draw breath before I'm dragged below again. The world tumbles and I scream, air bubbles streaming from my lips. The murky water grows darker as I fight against the thing holding my leg. I can't see much beyond pale skin and dark hair, wide dark eyes and hissing teeth, like some sort of siren. I shout again, water funneling down my throat. I kick off the riverbed and suck in more air. I'm still in the middle of the river, but I've floated far down, away from the mansions and towards the rim of dark cliffs that drop off into nothingness. Something waits for me there. I'm sure of it. Something dark and powerful and hungry. Ossivorus. My lips are numb as I try to speak. My voice refuses to work, and I cough and hack, spitting out the dark water. The pale siren tugs me beneath the water again. The current grows strong, and I'm thrown about like a rag doll at its mercy. I kick weakly at the monster holding me down, pushing against the knobby bones of its spine and knees. Its face is hollow, and its teeth are sharp. My foot connects with its face, and it shrieks, letting me go. This time, when my head breaches the surface, I yell the words I thought I'd forgotten. Though I say them in another language, one as old as mankind itself, I feel their meaning deep in my bones. Unto my body may they not draw nigh, before me may they wreak no evil, nor follow behind me. An ancient curse against demons, against evil. I can't place the language, or begin to understand how I even know what to say, but the words hold power. Heat ripples through my skin like 1,000 hot pokers, familiar and excruciating. Just as that sickly hand yanks on my leg again, golden light ripples across my skin, singeing it, lighting up the dark water. I close my eyes and depart, leaving my sister alone in the underworld. Chapter 33. Groaning, I roll over onto my back, dry leaves and pine needles crunching beneath my weight. They scratch my skin. Cloying soil fills my mouth. I sit up, and a thick layer of dirt and foliage falls off my body. Like someone tried to bury me in a shallow grave. Dense forest crowds around the small clearing, but through the branches, and without any thick fog blocking the view,
I can see the steep hill where the academy sits. Suddenly, a torrent of memories washes over me, my throat being sliced, hot blood pouring down my front and choking me. I lurch to my knees, fingers desperately prodding at my neck. It's fine. No gaping wound or gore. I let my head hang between my knees and take a few shuddering breaths. The revelation that I'm totally healed is perhaps more terrifying here than it was in the underworld. It was too easy to cross through the underworld by myself. Too easy to use words I don't understand and force the worlds to bend to my will. My body hurts, aching all over from my time in the underworld. But my skin feels hot to the touch, and my head is fuzzy, like I've had a drink or two. Warmth coats my insides. It almost feels good. My stomach clenches and my skin crawls. I mustn't get used to this feeling. And then I hear it. Sirens. Their wail echoes through the forest and glens, bouncing off the mountainsides. Even from this distance, I can hear them clearly. My heart sinks as I clamber to my feet and limp my way up the hill, all thoughts of what I could do with magic fading as I get closer to the school. The police are at Ravenswood. That can mean only one thing. Tooth and Talon has struck again. By the time I make it into the school, the halls are deserted. Voices drift from the dining hall. I head towards the open doors, slinking in the shadows. The entire school is gathered inside. Most students wear their pajamas and rub at bleary eyes. Teachers and faculty sit at the front, hands twisting in their laps.
Rest assured that Hemlock Cove PD are doing everything they can to find the missing students. They do believe that this is an isolated incident, Headmaster Madden says, smoothing his crisp suit. His voice is calm, but the skin around his eyes is tight with tension. Madden nods to a man dressed in a khaki uniform, a badge pinned to his chest, and a large cowboy hat perched low over his forehead. The sheriff stands and moves to the front of the dining hall, not bothering to hide his clear distaste for Ravenswood in his stance. Your parents have been contacted. Your headmaster assured me of that, the sheriff says, swiping at his gray mustache. But we've imposed a curfew on the town and the school. There's a predator out here who is clearly targeting students. 3 girls disappeared without a trace 2 nights ago, and we suspect they were somewhere in town. To keep things contained until further notice, no Ravenswood student is allowed to leave the school grounds.
A ripple of murmurs breaks across the dining hall. Older students look annoyed that their off-campus privileges have been revoked, but, for the most part, each face looks worried and ashen. How many students are missing? I risk a quick glance around the doorframe, keeping my body hidden from sight.
Stay on school grounds, kids. These mountains are remote and the forests are deep. The last thing we need is a group of you trying to find your friends and getting lost, or eaten by mountain lions, the sheriff says gruffly, blue eyes glowering down at the gathered mass of teenagers dressed in silk pajamas more expensive than his truck. Madden tugs on his collar and stands shoulder to shoulder with the sheriff. We have things under control. This is the safest place for you to be. Rest assured, Ravenswood and the police will do everything to make sure our students and faculty are safe.
Counselors move around the room, checking in on students as the police file out and head towards the administrator's office. I press myself into a darkened chemistry lab, taking care not to crash into the stands and burettes lining the benches. My throat tightens as I try to figure out what day it is. My phone has been ruined by water, and the battery would be long dead anyway. I wait until the clunk of heavy boots and the murmur of worried voices fades behind closed doors. Something must be very wrong if Ravenswood is acknowledging it has a problem.
I wait until the coast is clear before I bolt up the stairs and head for my room. Luckily, most students are still gathered in the dining hall, too stricken by fear or grief to do much of anything. Someone has been in my room. My mattress is flipped over, and my clothes are strewn about haphazardly. The contents of my desk are scattered around, and every drawer is open. But that's not the only thing that sets my heart racing. On the other side of the room, Munya's bed is in a shambles. But it doesn't look like someone was trying to search for something, not like mine. Slowly, I walk to her bed. The covers have been ripped back, like someone dug their hands in and pulled them half off the mattress. Her desk chair is tipped on its side, and the rug at the base of the bed is folded on itself. But that isn't the worst of it. On the pillow, lying haphazardly on the floor, there is a dark stain. Blood. I race to her laptop, left charging on her nightstand, and open the lid. It's October 30th. Halloween is tomorrow. I've been gone for weeks. And then I see Munya's tabs. She's been searching for me, contacting friends and family. Her browser is full of research, the very kind that could get her killed. And now she's gone. I slapped the lid closed and cut my forehead in my hands. The sheriff said 3 girls were taken 2 days ago. That means I'm not counted among them. She thinks I disappeared, maybe that I died, and she would have known it was Tooth and Talon, even if she knew their club by a different name. My breath comes in shuddering gasps. Munya defended me, protected me, worried about me, and they targeted her because of it. I need a plan. If I survived Luciano's murder attempt and made it to the underworld and back again by myself, I can do this. I dig the heels of my hands into my eyes so hard that stars burst behind my eyelids. Shakily, I pick through my scattered belongings. Tooth and Talon must have been looking for something in particular when they ransacked my room and took my roommate. I don't know how much time has passed, but based on the dried bloodstain on Munya's pillow, it had to have happened when the other girls were taken. Jay's enchantments must have finally faded. My stomach churns at the implications. If this isn't brought under control soon, more cops will be crawling over the property, maybe even the FBI if word reaches powerful parents. I grab Munya's backpack and stuff a few essentials inside. There's no way I can just hang around the school right now, not with 3 girls missing. I'll be questioned, detained. I won't be able to stop any of this. So I change out of my dirty, damp, and reeking clothes and into a sweater and jeans. My boots are soaked and crusted with underworld muck, and I shuck them too, opting for sturdy hiking boots I hardly use. With one last look over my shoulder, I crack open my window, using all the strength in my weak arms to shove the wooden frame. The air isn't too cold, but I know the unseasonable mildness won't last. Slinging the backpack over my shoulder, I swing one leg over the sill. This isn't my brightest idea, exiting from a 2-story window, but at this rate, it's better than getting caught. I wrap the toe of my boot into some ivy and lower myself down gingerly. My head swims and my stomach cramps as I cling to the side of the building and scrabble for purchase between bricks. Digging my fingers into crumbling mortar, I let myself drop a few feet. Already sweating, I crane my neck and look down. When I can't hold on any longer, I drop the last section, landing on the spongy lawn below, ignoring the jarring sensation in my ankles. Police cruisers and trucks line the driveway. Officers search the gardens and grounds, dogs sniffing anxiously at their sides. Keeping close to the shadows, I jog into the forest. As I run, I keep close to the tree line, just able to see the school through the openings of the branches. I have to go back to Violet's greenhouse. I need to find Jay. When I get to the greenhouse, the sun is rising. Clouds form over the ocean, and anxiety rolls in along with them. The tinkling of glass whispers in the quiet
as I push aside the decaying plywood door. Shards of broken glass glint at me in the dull filtered light, pushing through the grimy panes. I let out a slow breath. The greenhouse is a mess, but not nearly as wrecked as my room. Tooth and Talon must have rooted through the place, but found nothing of consequence. Most of Violet's ingredients and books are intact, just strewn about as if a tornado ripped through the place. I drop my backpack and fit the plywood door over the opening again. I hope the police's search doesn't head this way. I need time for what I'm planning, and I can't be interrupted. I dig through the bookshelf and pull out a weather-beaten, water-swollen copy of a spell book. It's clearly been sitting in a puddle for a while, but the ink is legible enough. Grabbing scattered ingredients, I pray my sister was right. Chapter 34. The smell of magic lingers in the air. Most of Violet's things are old, making my plan a little more difficult than I imagined. That, and the fact that I failed my orienteering course in Girl Scouts. But I don't have another option. A wrinkly, yellowed map is spread out before me on the rough table. I set a tripod on either end, with a piece of twine between the jerry-rigged equipment. I weight the bottom of the string with a small piece of amethyst. While it doesn't look pretty, it's the best pendulum I could make. I take the mortar and pestle at my side and scoop out the fragrant herbal paste I crushed earlier. Smearing the mixture over the glittering purple stone, the scents of rosemary, garlic, caraway, and gentian cling to the air. It's hard to see. I only risked lighting one candle, using a soggy box of matches, but I can just make out the colors and shapes on the map. I smooth open the spellbook. My Latin is rusty, but I don't think it matters if I understand every word I say, only that I recite the incantation. I lick my dry and cracked lips and pull back my homemade pendulum. The amethyst swings over the map, the point of the crystal moving wildly across streets and buildings. Ostende mihi illam quem quero, I say slowly, carefully, pronouncing each syllable like my life depends on it. I wrap my fist around the vial Jay gave me, the one with the oil that helps me travel between planes. It was the last thing he touched, the only thing of his I have. I hold my breath and wait. The pendulum swings lazily before coming to rest in its natural gravity-induced position, just like the last 5 times. I throw my head back and drag my hand down my face. Violet said magic came easily to us, that because of whatever strange relationship we have with Hecate, we're able to bend it to our will. But right now, it seems like magic is not bending to the will of Andromeda Emerson. Shutting my eyes, I picture Jay. The crinkles at the corners of his eyes when he smiles just right, the softness of his lips, the graceful tilt to his words, and the elegance of his hands. I miss him. I want to find him more than anything, to have him wrap his arms around me. Coldness gathers at the nape of my neck and inches down my spine. I straighten and stare at the motionless pendulum. The map is wrinkled and aged, with streets labeled that no longer exist. It's from one of the first charters of the town, dating all the way from 1905. But it's the only map I have. Jay has to be somewhere in Hemlock Cove. A sensation like a caress warms my skin. A buzz of electricity starts in my fingers and moves to the base of my skull. I roll my shoulders and neck out, itching at the ghostly feeling. But it's familiar. One I felt in Violet's room and around Jay. Magic. I take a deep breath, screw my eyes shut, and pull the pendulum back. This time, when I speak the incantation from the book splayed on the table, the words are forceful, coming from somewhere deep and primal and desperate. Ostende mihi illam quem quero. Show me Jay. I pray silently. I open my eyes.
The crystal no longer swings. Instead, the pointed end, dripping with my mixture of clarifying and focusing herbs, is frozen unnaturally in the air at an odd angle. Like an invisible hand holds it there. My lungs squeeze, and that cold feeling, like 1,000 needle pricks, rushes across my skin, like it did in the underworld, like it did when Luciano tried to kill me and I escaped. I shudder and rub my arms, desperately trying to stamp the feeling down. I bend over the map and trace a line from the point of the crystal. It hits near the bend of the river that weaves through the valley. It's somewhere at the edge of the town limits, where an old orchard once sat. I squint at the yellowed paper and faded ink. Tracing the roads nearby, I find one I recognize. Elm Drive, the only road that winds up the lonely mountain to Ravenswood. I study the little tracks and offshoots and memorize the name of the curve in the river where the spell says J is. Oxbow Bend. I grab a marker from Munya's bag and put a dot on the location. I'm glad I have my hiking boots, because the only way I'm getting to this place is on foot. As soon as the marker leaves the map, the twine slackens and the crystal dangles limply, like a body from a noose. I wince and yank the pendulum down, scattering the tripods and tucking the crystal into my pocket. The feeling of magic still pebbles my skin, a strange mix of heat and cold and power. I scrub at my hands, willing the feeling away. It isn't one I ever want to get used to. I fold the map and stuff it into my backpack and head into the forest. The only compass I have is the one built into a flimsy strap on Munya's backpack. I saw the strap off with one of Violet's rusty blades and hold it in my sweaty palm. For better or worse, I'm going to find Jay. I only hope he's okay. The light of the afternoon fades as I hike. Stillness and silence prick at my senses and play tricks on my ears. I wanted to stay close to the tree line, monitor goings-on at the school, but that possibility fades with each step. Soon, I'm in the depths of the forest. Vibrant green leaves and ferns decorate the dark soil. Ponderosa pine, oak, and madrona trees press in like fingers. Low-lying fog slips between tree trunks, clinging to the branches of a rippling creek. I stop a few times to check my position on the map, hoping against hope that I know what I'm doing. I do my best to head southwest, in the direction of the old orchard and the bend in the river. Soon, the meandering creeks grow in frequency, until I hear the rush of the river ahead. The ferns grow thicker near the bank, and gray stones litter the ground. I pick up the pace, my heart hammering. The sun slips lower, casting warm, late-afternoon light across my skin. I break through the trees onto the rocky bank of the river. Setting down the backpack, I take a drink from the water bottle I stashed inside. I look for signs of an orchard, but the map is so old, I don't know when the orchard became abandoned. The trees could be overgrown. Any fences could have rotted. The forest and time tend to eat away traces of civilization if humanity isn't there to push their ravages back. I check the small compass again and walk for a few more minutes, anxiety twisting my stomach in a vice. After a few minutes, the rushing water jerks sideways, like a snake coiling, preparing to strike. I follow it, and soon the deep bend in the river, like the curve of a sickle, appears. The bend is large, far larger than I anticipated. Tracking the curve of the river with my eyes, I squint into the sun. Light bounces off the water, spotlighting insects that dip and dive along the surface. Shading my eyes with my hand, I lean forward. A dark shape interrupts the rays of the sun. A dilapidated, beaten old shack rests on a crumbling jetty, halfway into the swirling river. It looks like one stiff wind would knock it over, but the weeds choking the slats of the dock are bent, freshly walked across. My fingers tingle, holding tight to the compass. I break into a run,
The backpack bangs against my spine as I go. I barely notice the sting of sharp stone as I trip, grazing my knee. The jarring in my wrist bones as I stagger, putting a hand out to save myself. I haul myself onto the dock, boots pounding on the rotten wood. A door is swollen shut, blocking my view of the interior. Throwing my shoulder into the wood, I push with all my remaining strength. The door groans and creaks but stays firmly shut. The sunlight feels too hot, the light too bright. I drop the backpack, my breath shallow. He has to be here. Has to be. I heave my body against the wood one more time. The door swings open and bangs against the inner wall, rattling the entire shack. I stumble inside, coughing at the musty air. It takes a few moments for my eyes to adjust in the darkness. I blink and rub at my sun-spotted vision. It's an old boathouse. Water sloshes lazily where the river has forced its way inside, shaking the bottom of the shack. Rotten wood clings limply in place. Rusted hooks and decaying ropes dangle from a long beam across the ceiling. "Jay?" I gasp, fighting a surge of nausea. There, hanging from one of those ropes, is Jay. He's submerged up to his hips in the slow-moving water. His head hangs limply to the side, and his hands look almost purple, suffused with blood. He doesn't respond. I curse and fumble across the slimy boards, fighting to keep from pitching into the water. I should have kept the knife, brought some kind of weapon. Clawing my way over to him on the flimsy jetty, I try to keep from crying. "Please be alive. Please. Please." "Jay?" I say again, my voice catching. "Are you okay?" He groans, barely audible. I bite back a cry and reach for him, hooking one knee over a splintered railing. His body is limp and cold as I tug on his torso, trying to drag him towards me, but the current is too steady, too strong, and he slips from my fingers as I fight to keep him in place. I hang over the edge, ignoring the splinters of wood that bite at my flesh and lodge under my skin. I manage to grasp the knot of his rope with my fingertips and pull it towards me, desperate to loosen it. The knot is strong and complex, and my shaking fingers slip and ache as I pick at it. "Damn it!" I scream, hurling my words at nothing in particular. I swing back over the railing, my breath ragged and too rapid. I'm hyperventilating. I can't stop. I dig in the backpack, searching for something, anything to help. My fingers close on Munya's pencil case, and I pull out a pair of scissors. They aren't big or terribly sharp, but right now, they look more beautiful and deadly than a Mina Mopet's sword. Reaching over the railing, keeping one leg hooked over the warped wood, I saw at the rope. Sweat trickles down my brow and runs into my eyes. The rope has hardly begun to fray when I hear something in the distance. Voices? Barking dogs? I move my arm faster, but it's taking too long. Jay is unnaturally still, and his hands look almost black now. His lips are cracked. Tears roll silently down my cheeks as I jump over the railing and into the icy water. Where Jay is only submerged up to his hips, the water engulfs me all the way to my shoulders. I gasp at the cold, but work my way over to Jay, hanging onto his belt to keep from being swept aside. Finally, the rope begins to snap. After one last desperate cut, Jay's arms fall to his waist and he flops into the water. I drop the scissors into the swirling current and wrap my arm around his chest, propping his limp head onto my shoulder. It takes a few minutes of desperate shoving, but I manage to get his upper body onto the dock. Dripping with water, shivering and terrified, I drag him the rest of the way out of the river. I kneel at his side, pressing my fingers into the hollow of his neck, searching for a flutter, a pulse. Water. He needs water. I scramble for my backpack and uncap the bottle.
I tilt his head up before pouring a trickle over his lips. His Adam's apple bobs, and I dare to hope.
Andromeda,
he croaks, eyes flashing open. I scream with relief before slapping my palm across my mouth. Without thinking, I throw myself across his body, hugging him as tight as I can. He lets out a low grunt, but I feel his arm lightly rest against my back.
It's okay. I'm okay.
I thought you were dead, I cry into his chest. A low rumble, delicious and familiar, vibrates against my ear. His laughter. I can't believe how much I've missed the sound.
Suspending me over water is the only way to stop my powers, but it takes a little more than that to kill me, I'm afraid.
His hand moves slowly up and down my back as I press my face into his neck. I feel the warmth slowly return to my skin, and I breathe deeply, reveling for a moment in his scent. I sit back, keeping one hand planted on his chest. Your hands, I stammer, the blood draining from my face. How bad are they? His eyebrows pinch together.
They're fine. But how'd you know where to find me?
He tries to sit up, but I push him back down, ignoring the way his eyes are focused on my hand planted on his chest, keeping him pinned beneath me. I tried to find you, but Luciano, he took you. I had to go to the underworld to get away from them after they ambushed me in the greenhouse. The whole time I was there, I didn't know if you were okay. His nostrils flare.
You were in the underworld alone? For weeks?
I open my mouth to respond and choke, staring down at where his fingers grasp mine. Your hands, they were nearly black. How?
Magic,
he says softly, looking at me with wary eyes.
You smell like herbs and magic.
Grabbing both of his hands, I study his pink fingernails, the smooth golden skin of his palms. They look perfect. Even the cracks in his lips fade as I watch, bruises melting away like they were never there to begin with. Jay looks at me, an apology etched across his features. I only wish I knew what he had to be sorry for.
I didn't want you to use magic,
he says softly, his thumb skating along the edge of my fingers.
I didn't want you to know what it felt like. I didn't want it to change you.
There wasn't a choice, I say, the need to defend myself rising like the tide. Luciano tried to kill me, and somehow I got to the underworld by myself. I used a spell to find you. I did what I had to do.
Luciano did what?
His voice is low, deadly. It doesn't matter right now. There are cops at Ravenswood, and the society took 3 girls. We have to go. He clenches his jaw, tension still tight in his shoulders, ignoring what I said.
I wanted to keep you safe for a little longer. Keep others from finding out about you.
My stomach hollows out. You mean that I'm a descendant of Hecate? Jade jerks back, eyes cautious and wild all at once.
Who told you?
Violet. When his expression remains as shocked as before, I continue. I found her in the underworld. I used the coin you gave me, and she told me everything.
You found her by yourself?
I feel another twinge of hurt at the surprise in his voice. You knew what I was and didn't say anything. Why shouldn't I be able to find my own sister in the underworld?
I didn't think it was my place to say.
He holds my gaze.
Did Violet tell you who Richard Green is?
I shake my head and set my jaw, skittering away from his touch. No, she wouldn't cooperate. She wants to take Green's place. He lets out a long breath and stretches his cramped limbs. I try to ignore the way his wet clothes cling to his skin. I sigh.
I worried she might be too far gone,
he mutters, almost to himself.
Fine. We'll finish this ourselves.
He gets to his feet,
moving with such purpose it's like he's going to kick down Green's hidden front door and choke the life out of him with his bare hands. Jay, tomorrow is Halloween. There are students missing. I want to scream at him. He isn't hearing me, not truly. They've got Munya. His face turns ashen, and he drags a hand through his wet hair.
Tooth and Talon will be back to check on me and use my power to strengthen themselves before tomorrow. We can talk to Pastor Carmichael. Maybe he has an idea who Green is.
Jay takes the backpack lying on the dock and strides out the door. I scramble after him, my heart hammering wildly in my chest. The sun has slipped just far enough towards the horizon that the tree line on the mountain blocks the fiercest rays, and I can see clearly. More insects buzz along the waterline and cling to the tall grass. But the chill in the air is already returning, chasing the heels of the sun. Wait! A few moments ago, you were half dead, hanging like a corpse in the water, and now you want to waltz all the way to town? I try not to feel hurt that our reunion wasn't more, I don't know, special? Besides Violet, I've never fought so hard for someone. I've never wanted to be with someone so much that it makes my heart ache when I'm not next to them, that my lungs feel like they can't get any air. And here he is, acting like what happened to him, to me, doesn't mean anything. He pauses just long enough for me to catch up, and then resumes his usual breakneck pace.
We don't have another option. Green will be wherever Tooth and Talon is. We find him, kill him, and this is finally all over.
Can you stop for one moment? I make a sound of frustration deep in my throat. Tell me how you know about Hecate. Tell me why you wanted to keep me from magic.
Magic is dangerous. The more you use it, the easier it is for beings in the underworld to track you, to use you for their own ends. Hecate is powerful. Her magic runs in your veins. I just wanted to keep you safe, keep you hidden.
Why? From what?
Andromeda, you know why.
He steps forward, one hand cupping my cheek. It hurts, though, that look in his eyes, somewhere between panic and pity. I shove his hand away. Stop. Why can you heal like it's nothing? Why does everyone talk about you like you're some sort of freak? How do you know more about me and my sister than I do? Jay swallows.
This isn't the time.
It never is, I say bitterly. There's always someone dying, something to chase. But I spent days in the underworld with nothing but a xenomorpha for company. I found my sister and lost her all over again. I lost you. You can't keep dragging me across this place and asking me to trust you. Not anymore. Not after everything that's happened. Not after I mourned you like you were dead. Silence stretches between us. And then finally, I see the armor Jay holds tight around himself slip. Just a fraction, but it's enough. He looks resigned and grim, like a messenger with nothing but terrible, terrible news.
You already know about my aunt, about my dealings with Agaria and the bits of myself I've lost along the way, searching for my revenge. Turns out, when you keep offering yourself to gods, they ask for more and more in return.
His face is dark, his voice even darker. But he moves closer, close enough that I have to tilt my chin up to look him in the eyes. What do they ask? My voice feels thick as he keeps my gaze trapped on his.
Jay Han spent 12 years wandering the underworld. He looked everywhere for deals to get revenge on those who killed his aunt in a ritual gone wrong. And he found it. Only after he'd lost every scrap a mortal has to lose. He asked Morpheus, Osiris, and yes, even Agaria for favors. Gods long for mortal souls and flesh, a taste of what they once had when they were tangible and real in the world above. So Jay gave them everything he had if they promised him justice, revenge.
My blood turns as icy as the river rushing by. Jay? I whisper, feeling sickness creep into my bones.
Please. Do you know what it's like, Andromeda? To waste away and become nothing but a shade, a shred of something, when you were once stronger than any human could imagine. Can you imagine the pain of being forgotten, cast aside, buried under sand and rubble for millennia? Jay found his way to the West Bank without being dead. There's only one way to do that.
How? I ask, voice barely above a whisper. Jay nods imperceptibly, like he wants me to ask, wants me to understand the toll that hangs in his words.
He gave himself up entirely. No soul, no body. But he didn't care. So racked with hatred and the need for justice and revenge, he would accept oblivion. Most beings of the underworld would not be able to perform such a task. All but one. Jay searched for years to find the one that rested in an endless slumber, the one that was hungry to taste mortality once again.
The world spins on its axis, tilting and listing like a sinking ship. Acta Deus numquam mortalia fallunt. Mortal actions never deceive the gods. A warning written on a scrap of paper so long ago, it feels like another lifetime. Another Andy who read those words and plunged headfirst into this world of shadows and smoke.
Gods can see past human squabbles, even if they once took part in them so long ago, when they ruled their patches of desert and ocean. Human piety in exchange for blessings and riches. That's what every mortal has ever offered when dealing with a god. But not Jay. He wanted justice, for things to be made right.
Jay? I take a step back, another, and another. His eyes are so dark they could be black.
No,
he says. That deep, sonorous voice I've heard a handful of times before, ringing through the small glen.
I'm not Jay. Not really.
My fingers close around the compass in my pocket. Air squeezes into my lungs and I blink rapidly, pushing traitorous tears back. No, no, no. What are you? The words are a whispered curse on the air, torn from my mouth and charged with hatred and fear and betrayal. His face seems to ripple and change.
Like I said, Andromeda, mortals never deceive the gods. It's always the other way around.
Chapter 35. You're a god. My voice sounds hollow, dead. Every cell in my body screams that I need to run, to flee and hide from this boy, this liar. He nods slowly, a hunter with its prey held captive between sharp teeth. Why? I gasp, my heart aching in a way it hasn't since I thought my sister died. Why possess Jay? Why come here?
Isn't it obvious? To feel something again. In the form of a god, I'm nothing but power and intangible impulses. Having a body, I can be something. Someone.
I shake my head, fingers gripping the compass tight. Who are you?
A psychopomp, a death guide. But it doesn't make me any different, Andromeda. I'm still the same person. I just thought you'd get on better with a boy than a devil.
You're a god, a death god, I snarl, anger overcoming the shock in my frozen limbs.
Death guide,
he corrects, the ghost of a smile on his lips. For a moment, that glimmer of humor feels so human, so like us, that I falter. But that smile, heartbreaking and handsome, doesn't belong on this face. Something swims beneath the surface, wearing Jay's skin like a coat. Nausea whirls in my stomach. What is your name? I press my fingers to my burning tattoo. My thigh aches like a brand, heat curling up my skin. A warning? Violet enchanted this tattoo to protect me. His smile fades, and a certain sadness creeps into his eyes. I ignore it.
Anubis, Hermes, Azrael, call me what you like. They're all the same to me.
I squeeze my eyes shut and take a rattling breath. Anubis. Death guide. God. Who is the boy I've been following? The boy I trusted with everything I had? Why did I ignore the signs of his extraordinary abilities, the healing, the strange knowledge, the way others reacted to him? It hurts almost as bad as Violet refusing to help me. I clench the compass so hard in my fist, the metal edges bite into my palm, cutting, digging in. Hot anger and shame boil inside me, and I hurl the compass at his face with all the strength I have left, letting out a ragged cry. And I run. Blurred patches of green and gray and blue flash before my eyes. I'm not sure how long I've been running, only that the sun has dipped far enough for dusk to settle on the valley. My throat burns as I try to suck in air, and I trip over a slick rock, plummeting to the forest floor. I roll onto my back, tears burning my eyes, coursing down my cheeks. Jay isn't human. Not really. This is worse than anything I ever imagined. A shiver goes down my spine as I realize a god has been toying with me, using me for weeks. Why? Because somewhere along my family tree an ancestor got a little too friendly with Hecate? Because the boy whose body he stole once lost an aunt like I lost my sister? Tree branches snap, and I hold my breath. Listen. I wonder if it's the police, their dogs tracking my scent through the forest. I scramble to my feet, sniffing and wiping at my nose. It's hard to see where I'm going in the gray light of dusk, made worse by my stupid, self-serving tears. So, I don't see the strange curl of black smoke emanating from the ground when I take a step forward, or another, until I collide with something I thought was a tree trunk, but instead is very warm. I scream. Andromeda. Jay's arm snakes around my waist, and his other hand seals my mouth, silencing my scream. Stop. Just listen to me for a moment. I struggle like a fish on a line, kicking and twisting against him. But his arms are like steel bands, and I succeed only in tiring myself out and bruising my own skin. Black smoke clings to his body, curling off his arms and face. As I fight, the smoke dissipates and the distinctive scent of the underworld lingers in the air. He must have traveled through its plains to cut me off. Of course he would. He belongs to the underworld. I scream against his palm, kick at his shins, jerk my elbows towards his stomach. But he doesn't flinch. My muscles burn. Fatigue and exhaustion take hold. I don't know how long I struggle, only that I feel drained and broken and hopeless. Finally, when it's clear I'm too tired to fight anymore, his grip loosens and he sets me back on my feet. Andromeda, please, let me explain. Don't call me that. You've done nothing but lie to me. I wipe my cheek and glare into the forest. I can't look at him. I can't see those brown eyes and that smile and risk getting confused again. I couldn't tell you what I was. You wouldn't have believed me anyway. But I wasn't lying about Jay's life, his story. Despite myself, I look up. But you aren't him. You're wearing his face, but you're something else. You're everything you warned me about. Dangerous and selfish. Andromeda. He catches himself. Andy, I couldn't tell you. You have to understand that. I've been keeping the promise I made to Jay 12 years ago in the underworld.
I've been hunting down every person connected to the society that killed his aunt. People who tamper with magic for their own gain, who kill and use demons and gods to get power over other humans.
I grit my teeth, fighting a sense of revulsion at every touch, every thought I've ever shared with him. Stop acting like you're being noble. You're everything you've said the gods are. You're getting what you want, the mortal experience, without the pain and death that comes with it, at the cost of somebody else's soul. You're a monster. Jay, Anubis, whatever I meant to call him, jerks back.
Jay would have died and faded away entirely in the underworld if I hadn't intervened. He'd lost every bit of his soul in exchange for deals and was hanging on by a thread.
So, you swooped in and took what you could? A human body inhabited by a god, so you could traipse around the mortal world doing whatever you wanted, to whoever you wanted. I enjoy the heat of anger. I can handle that. I can't handle the twinge of pain, the ache in my bones when he makes me want him. He shakes his head, eyes fierce, and steps forward until my back is pressed against the damp bark of a tall pine tree. His brown eyes seem to glow in the dark, and even though night has almost entirely fallen, I can still see the details of his face, the gentle swoop of his hair.
I thought, after all this, you'd know me better.
I tip my chin up. I don't know you at all. He speaks slowly, voice bitter and full of longing.
Jay found me on the West Bank, buried so deep in my own magic I'd slumbered for thousands of years. Jay was practically dead. He would have ended up as another lost shade trapped between the banks forever. He begged me to help him, to avenge his aunt and stop mortals from tampering with things that destroy lives and taint the world in evil. I was intrigued by his bravery, his desperation. I'd felt those feelings before, long ago when I was powerful, when I had a body and could be more.
He looks away, dark eyes reflecting the soft light. For a moment, I think I can see his face shift and change in the dark, move from something lupine to something bright and noble, the face of a god. I can't trust anything you say, anything you do. No, let me go. I try to slip under his arm, to run again, to escape this feeling growing in my stomach, that rush of heat and fear. But he grabs my arm and pulls me back, placing his palms on either side of my head. I'm pinned in place, caged by his arms. His scent is everywhere, spicy and rich and intoxicating. I want to close my eyes, but I can't seem to tear myself away. His eyes are too deep, too other to ignore.
No, he says stubbornly. You need to hear this. You need to understand why I've been drawn to you, to your sister, to Ravenswood. I didn't understand before, but I think I do now.
You're insane if you think I'll ever listen to you again. I spit as much venom into my words as I can. You're a god, a liar. You'll do anything, say anything to get what you want.
I'm a god, he agrees, eyes dark and hard. But I don't want to siphon power like Osivorus or Agaria. I just want to feel again. I want to be more than a shadow, but not what I was thousands of years ago. I'd give anything to...
What? I snarl, my voice cracking. What explanation do you possibly have for all this? Jay takes in a sharp breath and releases it slowly, like he's trying to calm himself. Our chests rise and fall rapidly, and I ignore the way our bodies brush together, the electricity that it sends shooting up my spine. Finally, he speaks, his words almost a caress.
For the first time in eons, I wanted to help. As a death guide, I can cross boundaries other gods cannot. My role when I lived above, in the human realm, was to help souls on to the next life. When the last great ancient empires fell, so did I. Jay reminded me of my purpose, so I made a deal with him. He followed the path of Anubis, a way to be reborn. I would save his soul, make sure he could rest on the West Bank forever with Min Jun. And I would get his body. I would hunt down those who were using powers that should not be abused. I would make things right.
I don't respond. I can only watch as one of his hands moves slowly to trace a line along my neck, his fingers curling at the back of my skull, forcing me to look into his eyes. I try to jerk my chin away, to pull my face from his grasp, but my hair catches on the rough tree behind me. I'm not sure I'm breathing anymore.
We both got what we wanted. Jay could rest knowing I would finish his mission, and I was torn from my endless purgatory, kept from fading into nothing like so many others. It had been so long,
he murmurs, his thumb stroking the sensitive skin behind my ear.
Centuries since I could remember my role. I was created to help mortals, to give them peace in their eternity. What could be better than to find a way to do so directly?
He pauses, as if waiting to see if I'm going to run again, to scream and beat at his chest and curse him for everything he's put me through, for every lie he's told. But I'm pinned by his gaze, by the little shocks running down my skin, and I hate the fact that part of me feels sympathy for him, for a god that has lied to me. A trick, I remind myself. He's trying to play you, Andy, to use you like everyone else.
I want it to be complete again,
he whispers, his eyes tracing my face.
To grow and change and learn in a way that's only possible if you experience the mortal world. I wanted to feel everything, Andy. Not just the pleasure, but the pain and loss, too, so I could keep my promise to Jay. And when I heard of Tooth and Talon, saw your sister in the underworld, I knew that's where I needed to go next. But it wasn't just the last step towards finishing Jay's revenge, the last link to the people who killed his aunt 12 years ago. I could sense something was waiting for me at Ravenswood. And I know it was you I was waiting for.
Me? My voice is scratchy and breaks. You don't need me. You need Violet to figure out who Green is. Jay shakes his head and leans a little closer. My mouth goes dry and my fingers are numb, hanging limply at my side. I hate him, right? Hate everything he said and done to me, manipulated me into feeling for him so he could get information. I should want to punch him in the face, not be admiring the curve of his jaw or the way his eyes spark when he looks at me. But my fists do nothing, betraying me.
Not for Green. It's not about Tooth and Talon.
He hesitates for a moment.
Andromeda, you're a descendant of Hecate, and with that comes power you can't imagine. But you're also a fiercely loyal sister and friend. You're brave and good. I needed you so I could finally understand what drove Jay to do what he did, to sacrifice everything for someone else, to know what it meant to be human.
You figured it out then. Tell me, I ask, my voice ragged. Tell me what it means to be human. He leans closer, and I place my hands on his chest, stuck somewhere between wanting to push him away and drag him closer.
I didn't know gods were capable of feeling it.
He licks his lips, and my eyes follow the motion.
But maybe it's because of what Jay did. I don't really care. All I know is that I need you, Andromeda. I need you more than I need to breathe, than I need to sleep. I would burn the world down for you if you only asked. I've never felt that before as a god. Felt this.
His other hand moves to cut my jaw, his thumb tracing my lower lip. I can't feel my feet anymore, and I wonder briefly if I'm imagining this. if I may be drowned in that water trying to cut him down.
Whenever Tooth and Talon threatened you, when you were scared or hurt or lost, I wanted nothing more than to make it right, to find Violet, to end your suffering and break every law I'm bound by. That isn't what a god is fated to do, to care for someone more than themselves.
For a moment, I think he looks frightened. The aura of power, the strength in his limbs, and the confidence he has seems to waver. He doesn't seem so godlike right now. It's like he's the same boy I've wanted to simultaneously punch and hold for the past few months. Just a boy, and nothing more. Suddenly, he bends down and presses his lips to mine, and every thought flees my mind except for him. How good he smells, how warm he is, how my chest squeezes when his fingers tighten in my hair and pull me closer against him. His lips are soft but urgent against mine, hungry and desperate, like he's afraid I'm going to turn to smoke and slip through his grasp. I wrap my arms around his neck, letting myself get swept away by his kiss. I vaguely feel the scratch of bark at my back as he presses against me, like if he can just hold me tight enough, everything will be okay. For a moment, I don't care that he's a god, that he isn't really Jay. Heat spreads through my body, and when my breath is gone and my lips are bruised, I manage to pull back. He rests his forehead against mine, his breath equally as ragged. He loops one arm around me, his hand resting on my hip, hugging me close against the heat of his body.
I care about you, Andromeda. I need you.
I open my mouth to answer, to do anything, but nothing happens. My chest squeezes painfully, aches and burns in a way that isn't entirely pleasant. My silence doesn't deter Jay. He leans in again, and his lips are warm and feel so good I can almost pretend he didn't just say those words, that I don't believe him. His fingers tug at my hair, holding my head at just the angle he wants. My eyelids flutter, and I dig my hands into his chest, run them along his shoulders. His breath hitches, and his hands slip under the hem of my shirt, his fingers pressing against my hips and crawling up my ribs. Just as the tenor of his kiss turns desperate, like he's trying to ply the same words from my lips, a snapping sound startles us both. Embarrassment heats up my cheeks as I realize how entwined we are, how his hand is on the bare skin of my hip under my shirt, and how I've knotted his glossy black hair between my fingers. How stupid I am for letting that happen, for letting him manipulate me again. I pull myself away from him, as fast as lightning, my heart pounding. "Did you hear that?" I whisper. He nods and holds a finger to his lips, his very soft and very kissable lips. My mouth goes dry, loathing and shame battling for supremacy in my heart. Without my senses being clouded by Jay and his smell and his hands, I can tell where the snapping is coming from. A lumbering sound, like someone running or an animal fleeing a predator. "Stay behind me," he commands. A flash of red and gray winks between the branches. My heart thuds. Two people moving fast through the forest, coming from the direction of the boathouse. They know Jay is gone. Before I have the sense to scream at him to run, our two pursuers emerge from the trees. Regina, her legs spattered with mud and sporting a fresh cut on her cheek, spots me and her mouth drops open. And then Eric lumbers into the clearing behind her. I forgot how tall he was, how heavily built, like a freaking linebacker. His eyes zero in on Jay, and he pulls a gun from his red puffer jacket. A gun? It seems ludicrous for some reason, a logical and powerful weapon when I've come to expect magic and mirrors. Nausea swells in my stomach as we stare at one another. Jay is wound tight, coiled like a spring. "Looks like your little girlfriend found you," Eric snarls, cocking the gun. "Eric!" Regina hisses, one of her hands steadying his arm. That won't kill him. He shrugs her hand away.
It's worth a try. We just need to slow him down, siphon his powers like Lord Osavoris asked, and be done with this.
I flick my gaze between the four of us. Jay doesn't move, but his eyes are dark, a warning scrawled across his stone-like features. Regina's eyes widen as she stares at Eric, and she takes a tiny step back. That's the only warning before the air in front of Eric explodes. "No!" I scream, the sound echoing through the forest with the crack of the gunshot. The world crashes to a standstill. The forest is silent for a moment. All I can hear is the frantic pulse of blood through my ears. Jay looks down at his chest, where a bloom of dark red stains the front of his shirt. He falls to his knees.
"Get her,"
Eric commands, pointing the muzzle of the gun at me before I can run to Jay. Regina flinches, her face so pale I think she might faint. She pulls a matching gun from her coat, her hand shaking. Jay groans, and Eric swings the gun in his direction again. White panic flashes through me, and I lunge for Jay, throwing myself between him and the weapon. It doesn't matter if a gun can't kill a god. He's an immortal body that bleeds as much as it heals. And the sight of all that blood welling between my fingers as I press one hand to his chest feels only too real. Eric snarls and stalks into the clearing, standing over Jay and me. He raises the gun to my temple, but I kick at him, my boot connecting with his chest and leaving a muddy mark. His eyes blaze red, his blonde hair sticking to his sweaty forehead. The shining metal of the gun glints in the low light. "Wait!" Regina cries. Eric hardly spares her a glance as he wrestles me to the ground, our hands reaching for the weapon. His fist collides with my temple and the world blurs. My ears ring. Regina grabs my shoulders and heaves me off of Eric. "Osavoris knows she's alive. He wants her for the ceremony." Eric hesitates, his eyes bright and wild. After a few heavy breaths, he picks up the gun from the underbrush as I roll on my side, gasping for breath.
"You heard Russo. He wants this taken care of. Both of them."
He nods to me. "Osavoris won't be happy," Regina complains, flicking her eyes around the forest. "What if he gets angry?" Eric bares his teeth in a grimace and heaves Jay up by the collar.
"Luciano knows what he's doing. Now hurry up. I'll take care of this one."
She shifts on her feet, chewing her thumbnail. This isn't part of the plan, the agreement. Regina loves rules and approval. If I can somehow distract her, convince her to listen to me, maybe. Eric hurls Jay's limp body a few feet away. His head thuds against a mossy rock. Blood spills over his cheek, and his jaw is slack. I let out an anguished cry at the sight of his body, limp as a rag doll. Blood trickles from my split brow, but I ignore it, crawling towards Jay. Regina finally jumps into action, catching me by the ankle. I kick, but my movements are slow, clumsy. The sky and trees blend together, spinning like a top. She pulls, grunting as she drags me through ferns and underbrush and into the thick trees. "Jay!" I scream, my head pounding, my pulse hammering against my skull. I vaguely hear another groan, and Eric saying something in harsh tones before another shot rings through the air. I scream and scream, venting everything in me, the hatred, the betrayal, the fear bubbling over. Regina curses as I twist and buck against her grip. "Stop it, Andy," she grunts, dropping my foot. "Stop or I'll shoot." I scrabble on all fours, my nails digging into leaves and moss. I have to get to Jay, have to help him. Regina moves to my head, grabbing my face between her hands. The cold bite of the metal from the gun stings my cheek as she shakes me. "Stop screaming. Do you want Eric to find you next? He'll do a lot worse to you than he will to that monster." I grit my teeth, blood from my aching temple dripping into my eye. Jay's the monster here. What about you? You tried to kill your best friend. You're murdering innocent girls for nothing. That isn't even his real name, you know. He's wearing that body like a suit. He's a god, and he's using you. And you think what we're doing is wrong? I take in a breath and kick with all my might. My boot connects with her shoulder, and Regina sprawls on her back, gasping like I knock the wind out of her. I clamber to my feet and stumble through the forest, hanging onto trees as I wipe the blood from my eye. A thudding sound, the snap of skin hitting skin. I gasp and squint in the darkness. Eric lies motionless on the ground, his red puffer jacket standing out like a beacon. Jay hunches over him, his fist colliding with his face again and again. Eric's body flails limply, weakly fighting off the attack. Stop! I race over to Jay and grab his wrist, yanking as hard as I can. You can't kill him! He looks up at me, eyes wild and angry, seeing right through me. Why shouldn't I? He was going to kill you. He was going to make sure it hurt. Eric lets out a pitiful groan, and I spot the gun lying a foot away from his bruised knuckles. I move cautiously, like a deer caught in the sights of a mountain lion, and snatch the gun up, switching the safety on before I stuff it into my coat. Jay watches me, still crouched above Eric's writhing form. His fingers curl into fists at his side as the other boy coughs and spits blood from his mouth. I take Jay's elbow and pull him to his feet. You aren't a killer, Jay, I say softly, trying to ignore the tense muscles beneath my fingers. We have to stop the others. Stop Green. That isn't my name, he says, eyes flashing unfamiliarly, glaring at his bloodied hands. I'm not who you've painted me to be. I'm a god of death. You're right to be afraid of me. Something in me breaks a little at his words. I want to agree, to blame him for everything. But I can't. Seeing Eric and Luciano and Green, the blind violence of everything that's happened, I don't see a monster when I look at him. I see someone not quite human, but close. A person. I reach out and touch his shirt, still damp from the river and now wet with his own blood. My stomach twists and my fingers freeze. He didn't die. A gunshot straight to his heart, and he didn't die. But instead of being disgusted, I'm relieved. You're still Jay to me, I whisper. I want to mean it, don't I? The steel and fire in his eyes fade, and he blinks at me as if seeing me for the first time. Eric coughs a mumbled curse from his ruined mouth, snapping us from the spell. I can't just leave him. He could warn the others. Jay scowls at the other boy. Can't you do something about that with, your godly powers? His lips quirk up in a sly smile. It's a little hard to use godly powers when you're in a human body, but I can try a spell. Bind him in place. Traitor! Eric spits blood from his mouth and glares at me through his swollen eyelids. You should be working with us, not helping that thing. Jay takes a menacing step forward, his shoulders tight and hunched, ready to resume beating Eric into a pulp. But I grab his arm and he stops. I hope you enjoy burning in hell. Once Osavoris is gone, I'll make sure you never set foot on the West Bank, I say. You can't stop them, Eric jeers, words slurring through broken teeth. I've given everything to them. We all have. If you think you and a single god can stop us now, you're wrong. Every girl who dies, every drop of blood we spill is for something bigger. You sound just like Luciano. I shake my head, disgust burning the back of my throat. But he isn't here. No need to lick his boots anymore. Eric curses and tries to get to his feet, his eyes burning. You stupid!
I take a step back as he reaches for me, one massive hand aimed for my throat. Jay moves fluidly between us, planting his foot on the other boy's chest.
I think I'll bind that mouth of yours shut too.
Before Eric can continue, Jay chants in that fluid tongue of his. Faint purple light glows around Eric's wrists and ankles, tightening like an invisible cord. The injured boy flails uselessly around, his lips unable to move as he tries to scream and grab at us. Jay steps back, a satisfied smile on his face. But my blood turns cold as Regina steps into the clearing, her trembling hands pointing her gun, not at Jay, but at me. "You can't stop this," she says, her voice high and grating. "If you do, Osavoris will kill us all." Jay moves in front of me.
"Regina, put the gun down. Enough people have been hurt."
"You don't understand. You'll never understand." She shakes her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I have to do this. I have to kill her. I failed with Violet. I know that, but I can make it up to him. I said I would."
"I understand."
Jay holds his hands up and takes a step forward.
"Osavoris promised you anything you wanted. A way to prove to everyone that you're the best, the most capable. But it's a lie."
She laughs, a high-pitched, brittle sound. "If I kill her, he won't kill me." Regina pulls the trigger. I jump, my heart hammering in my throat, but the bullet hits the bark above my head, lodging in the trunk of a sturdy maple. She moves closer, the whites of her eyes so pronounced the faint moonlight makes her look crazed. She reminds me of the Goya painting, of Saturn devouring his sons.
"Stop!"
Jay grits his teeth but remains still.
"Murdering Andy won't help you. Osavoris is going to kill a lot of people if you and the others raise him tomorrow night. Whatever he's been telling you, whatever promises he's made, they're all a lie. The only one he's bound to is Richard Green."
Regina laughs, a sharp staccato burst that sounds as unnatural as it looks on her delicate features. "You think I don't know that? All of this." She waves the gun, and I try not to scream as it moves wildly through the air. It was supposed to be so simple, but then Violet had to go and ruin it. She couldn't stomach the sacrifices. She thought she had a better way, but Osavoris made us pay. She shudders and squeezes her eyes shut, breathing rapidly. "Regina," I say slowly, carefully, "put the gun down. We can end this. You just need to tell us who Green is." "You think you can stop him? No one can. One way or another, Osavoris will rise." She wipes at her eyes and cocks the gun. "But I can secure my place if I kill you. Osavoris wanted you alive, but Green doesn't. You're a risk. You and your sister waste the power you're given. If it were me, everything would be better. I would do everything better." She straightens, her hand no longer shaking. Jay goes to take another step forward, but Regina pulls the trigger again. I try to stifle a scream as shards of wood rain onto my hair.
"If you shoot her," Jay warns, darkness gathering around him, "I will rip your head from your body and torture you forever in the underworld."
"It's no worse than what Lord Osavoris will do if I fail. I had one task, kill the sisters. Everything would have been fine if Andy had just died when she cut herself on the thorns of the Subite Mortem like I had planned. But you," she points the barrel at Jay, "you've been in my way since the beginning." The gun explodes. Another scream rips from my throat as the flash of the muzzle illuminates the clearing for a split second. I hear a thud and the sound of a struggle. I lurch forward, blindly reaching as I blink away dark spots that obscure my vision. Someone screams. Me? I stumble to my knees, the
the damp bed of leaves and soil seeping into the fabric of my jeans. I feel for the gun in my jacket, my fingers trembling. I try to pull it out, but my hands are cold, frozen. Another scream, this one of pure frustration. "I need it to end," Regina sobs, her wrists pinned to her side as Jay leans over her, wrestling the gun from her grasp. "Make it end. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Everything is wrong." Her sobs break through the clearing as she twists and writhes, mascara running down her cheeks. I kneel a little way behind Jay, feeling the strangest urge to break into sobs with her. Regina's hysterical words, her broken voice, they sting like salt in a wound. I crawl forward. "Help us put an end to all the killing. Tell me who Green is. I want to help you." She shakes her head, still fighting against Jay. He looks over his shoulder at me, his face grim. I can tell he feels the same way I do. And as much as I want to hate Regina for everything she's done to me, to Violet, I can't bring myself to hurt her. She isn't to blame, not completely. Green and Ossivorus are. Their hunger for power and their ruthlessness have ended so many lives, hurt so many more. Violet is alive. I study her face, the subtle downturn of her lips as her fight slowly fades. I spoke with her in the underworld. Whatever Ossivorus tried to make you do to her, it didn't work. You can have a chance to make things right with her. All you have to do is tell me who Green is. Alive? Regina's body goes slack, even as her chest heaves. I nod to Jay, and he slowly lifts his hands from her wrists and kneels next to me. The heat from his body fights the chill in my wet clothes, and I want to lean against him, needing something to anchor me. But I don't. I can't. Regina doesn't try to run or scream or reach for a weapon. She stares up at the canopy of trees, at the tiny pinpricks of silver starlight shining between the branches as tears stream down her face. Nothing was supposed to be like this. Luciano and Violet promised I could have everything if I helped. I could be president or serve on the UN, anything I wanted. But then Green said I had to kill Violet. I didn't want to, but he said if I didn't, he'd feed me to Ossivorus next. I need it to end. Dear God, please. Jay's fingers reach out and grasp my knee. Then end it. Looking into the stars, her face blank and emotionless, Regina is still. For a moment, I worry she's passed out or comatose. But then, she turns her head and looks at me, and she speaks one name. Chapter 36. I hover next to Jay, crouched in the depths of the hedge that rims the back of the school grounds. Overgrown twigs poke out of the greenery, their shadows stretching along the lawn as the sunrise kisses the mountains. Jay's warmth radiates towards me, but I deliberately keep our arms from touching. He hasn't tried to kiss me again since we left Regina and Eric in the woods, but I can't risk anything right now, not while my thoughts are so addled. Not while I look at him and feel nothing but confusion and deep, deep hurt. If Regina is telling the truth, the rest of Tooth and Talon will be with the girls now, preparing for tonight. Jay rubs his jaw, fingering the shadow of stubble clinging to his chin and below his sharp cheekbones. Even with the police sniffing around? I squint at the quiet school up there on the hill. Bodies as small as ants wander around the grounds. They could be cops, they could be students, but they all walk the same, hunched over, tense and searching, waiting for something. I wonder if Mom and Dad have been informed that I'm missing, if Munya's parents are aware of her disappearance,
if the cops are in league with the school administration and are hiding it for as long as possible. I tug at my collar and shift my aching limbs in my scratchy, dirty clothes. "How much time will it take?" I ask, keeping my eyes forward.
20 minutes, maybe. I just need to sneak inside and grab a few things. Then we can track Green and hopefully end this before nightfall."
He checks his watch, but it's broken, the hands frozen from their time in the water. "And you're sure Pastor Carmichael will be able to help?" Jay straightens a little, his tall body half hidden behind a pine tree.
"He'll help. He's been hunting Green far longer than I have."
He leans down and pushes one of my matted curls behind my ear, moving as if to press his soft lips to mine. Ice grips my chest, and I turn my face away. He pauses, the air as still as death around him, around us. When he speaks again, his voice is rough, and he clears his throat.
"Stay here, and I'll be back as soon as possible."
"Okay."
"Andromeda."
He hesitates, and my ribs tighten, but I force myself to look up at him. Hurt flashes across his face before he smooths his features.
"If anything gives you trouble, use this. It's the last one I could find."
He holds out his hand. A gleaming gold coin, roughly hammered, rests in his palm. I take the coin and slip it into my pocket, flashes of another payment flitting through my mind. Before I can mutter thank you, Jay presses his lips to my forehead and squeezes my hands. My breath catches, snagging somewhere near my heart. "Don't let anyone see you." He nods before jogging off into the trees, shadows clinging to him before he disappears within their embrace. I shudder at the sight, at the reminder that he isn't human. I want to fold myself into him, like I did before, that hazy blaze of heat that connected us before everything fell apart. But every time I consider it, I remember the ways he's lied to me, gone behind my back, and buried things I needed to know. Jay knew my sister was in the underworld, that he could help me find her. And he knew what we were the whole time. Ossivorus, Green, Tooth and Talon, they all want me for some dormant powers resting in my blood. The magic that Violet has been cultivating for years. And I know Jay does too. I take a deep lungful of air, forcing my shaking breath to steady, willing my eyes to stop burning with the sting of useless tears. And I steel my resolve. Waning sunlight filters through lopsided gravestones half sunk in the earth and coated in a carpet of moss and lichen. The church sits silently in the near distance, the white steeple weather-beaten and peeling. The scent of the harbor, of brackish water and fishing boats, blows in on the breeze. I hug an oversized coat, one of Jay's, and breathe deeply. He and Pastor Carmichael crouch together next to a gravestone so battered by the elements, I can barely make out the vague outlines of what was once the deceased's name. Jack-o'-lanterns line the sidewalks. Storefronts are decorated with cobwebs and plastic ghouls. Soon, the streetlights will kick on, and younger children dressed as superheroes, doctors, and monsters will run around the town, knocking on doors and shrieking with delight. Halloween has taken hold of the harbor, of the valley.
"Take a fistful of soil right by the headstone,"
Carmichael instructs Jay, cradling the ornate bronze bowl in his wrinkled hands.
"Sprinkle some inside the bowl and along the rim. Andy, take this bag of salt and make a circle all the way around the headstone."
We do as we're told. Jay had emerged from Ravenswood a half hour after he'd snuck in, with an armful of clothes and a bowl. When we got to the church, after changing into fresh clothes, all of which were far too big for me, Pastor Carmichael had looked at the bowl and gone stark white. The priest had stopped us before we could cross the threshold of the chapel,
and stared in horror at the thing Jay held in his hands. Now, whenever I look at the dish, my heart rate kicks up a notch. The men kneel in the dirt as I fiddle with the empty salt bag. Jay couldn't risk crossing into the girls' wing as well, so he'd grabbed some of his clothes for me. I sniff, rubbing at the cold tip of my nose with the sleeve of my borrowed coat. The khakis I wear are too long, cuffed 3 times and tucked into my boots. We'd had to carve a new notch in his fancy Italian leather belt in order to secure the pants around my waist. But my skin no longer chafes with sweat and dirt, so rolling up hems is low on my list of complaints at the moment. I'm tugged from my thoughts as the pastor stands and dusts off his knees. I flick my gaze away from studying Jay's back as the sun dips steadily lower. The bowl rests next to the headstone, and Jay remains on his knees in front of it, his fingers tracing the pattern of ornately carved symbols that spiral around the outside.
"I've blessed it," Pastor Carmichael says, and shoves his hands into his coat pockets. "It should be able to summon now."
Okay, I'll bite. I lift an eyebrow at Jay, but his lips remain pursed in a thin line. What is that thing, and what are we summoning? Carmichael looks nervously between Jay and me.
"You didn't tell her?"
Jay's shoulders tighten, but he continues tracing the ancient letters with his fingers. My stomach drops as the temperature dips. The graveyard goes unnaturally quiet. The cry of seabirds and the laughter of trick-or-treaters become dim and hollow, like we're behind a closed door. What's going on? I take a step towards Jay, a strange tingling sensation creeping along my scalp like fingers. The pastor stops me, his arm blocking me from moving closer.
"It's an incantation bowl," he says, "an ancient spell in Aramaic, written by a priest of the early church, is inscribed all around it, in order to summon a specific demon."
My stomach plummets. What?
"Don't come any closer, Andy,"
Jay commands, finally looking over his shoulder at me.
"We've cast a protective circle. As long as you don't cross it, the demon won't be able to harm you."
I try to push Pastor Carmichael's arm aside, but he's surprisingly strong for a guy in his late 60s. He shakes his head firmly, his fingers wrapping around my wrist. Why didn't you tell me we were summoning a demon? We're meant to be killing one, not adding more into the mix. Anger burns in my belly, and I flex my fingers to keep from launching myself across the barrier of salt and clawing at Jay's face.
"This one owes me a particular favor," Jay says. "I've kept the bowl inscribed with his name and location in the underworld for a moment like this. Believe me, Andy, this isn't what I want to do, but this is the only option we have left."
My jaw pops as I clench my teeth. Why do we need this demon? Jay finishes his incantation, and the bowl begins to glow red hot. The grave dirt within melts and swirls into a dark russet color as the smell of spices fills the air. He must sense the venom in my voice, feel the distance I've already put between us after he's tried and failed once again to keep his promises. Jay stands and looks down at the bowl as it continues to glow, and the dirt within swirls and shifts like the grains of a sand dune.
"Ossavorus is far too powerful for even a god to control. But I've been tracking demons and societies for over a decade now, dismantling them one by one. Often, they are fed their power by a lesser demon, one I can easily trap or banish.
And this is one of those. I cross my arms, trying to fight the fear that snakes along my skin as the bowl begins to shake and tremble. A faint sound, metallic and scratching, begins to emerge from within the vessel.
This one was running a particularly bloodthirsty sect at a private school near St. Andrews. After it had driven 3 of the society members mad with its attempts to free itself from the underworld, I, and one of Pastor Carmichael's colleagues, managed to imprison it back in the depths of the underworld. Using this bowl inscribed with its name thousands of years ago, we strengthened the spell so it could never whisper to another mortal again.
Sweat stands out in beads on my forehead as the heat from the bowl becomes almost unbearable. Jay remains still, watching as the rim begins to melt and widen like a giant mouth. But he doesn't move or flinch.
Harold Clarkson is an old friend. He is a chaplain at St. Andrew's,
Pastor Carmichael explains.
He was responsible for introducing me to Mr. Hahn. As a being from the underworld, I'm unable to use sacred objects blessed by any religion to banish or summon creatures of hell.
Jay looks into the bubbling mess of metal and swirling sand that is growing ever larger and hotter.
Clarkson had been tracking me for weeks. I'm afraid I was not yet used to the mortal world or human customs, and I made quite an easy target for any discerning holy man.
Jay smiles sardonically at the mess before him.
When I explained what I was, he agreed to help me. Together, we tracked the society that had been committing murders and experimenting with dark magic at the university, and found their power source, a particularly mischievous demon named Hoshek. Clarkson took this bowl from the Anthropology Museum, and together, we bound the devil for eternity. Carmichael is the only one who can activate the trap, with a blessing.
But why are you summoning him in the first place? I ask, my voice high and grating. The bubbling mass of melted metal, spice, and sand coagulates and rises from the grave like a demon from hell.
"Hello, psychopomp,"
a gravelly voice spits from a misshapen mouth. A tall form, with broken wings that seem to be made of clay, towers over Jay. From its mouth drips molten metal, oozing between sharp teeth. Its eyes glow dark gold, and bony protrusions run along its spine and across its chest. A strangled sound slips from my mouth, and Jay stiffens, but he doesn't turn around.
"Hoshek," he speaks evenly. "I've come to collect my favor."
The demon lets out a rasping laugh and flexes its broken wings. Its golden eyes search the graveyard for a way out, but its gaze settles on the circle of salt and the mass of the melted bowl sticking to its feet, and it grimaces.
"You've left me to rot in the bowels of the underworld with no way to feed myself on mortal flesh," Hoshek growls. "Any favor I may owe you will never be collected."
My eyes widen as Jay's form begins to shift and change. Mist and shadow gather around him like a cloak. His skin changes from soft gold to deep russet, and an elaborate headpiece resembling a jackal rests on his jet-black hair. For a moment, his chest is bare, and an ancient linen kilt wraps itself tightly around his narrow hips. My face heats as I catch myself staring, but Jay doesn't turn around. He steps forward, and power ripples off his form like bolts of electricity. For a moment, everything goes cold and quiet, like the throes of death. The demon hisses and twists as if stuck by a hot poker.
"Do not forget who you are speaking to, who tugs on your strings, Hoshek. It is only by my grace that you weren't destroyed when I banished you from the mortal world. If you do not grant me my favor, then I will finish what I started 12 years ago."
My skin feels frosted with ice as the god steps closer to the demon. Pastor Carmichael remains rigid at my side, his icy blue eyes clearly disturbed.
"Tell me what you wish, and I will have it done, my lord."
Hoshek lowers his horned head in submission. Suddenly, the god before us disappears, and in his stead is Jay once more. He nods as if satisfied with the demon's response.
Tell me where Osivorus is."
The demon looks surprised, a strange expression on such a terrifying creature.
"Is that all, my lord?"
he asks in an overly gracious tone. When Jay does not respond, the creature continues.
"The High Lord Osivorus waits just beyond the weakened vale, at the convergence of the rivers."
He is not at the convergence below Ravenswood. Jay shakes his head. "I checked."
"The convergence below that school is merely a way to allow magic to flourish in a place where it does not naturally grow. There is another place, formed by the moon and the tides, that connects to the world beyond, only 5 miles from where we stand, on Duskmoor Island."
My muscles tighten at the name. The island is small, seated in the center of the cove, with only a few rickety cabins lining the craggy shore. They used to be rented during the summer, but have long since been abandoned. Violet and her friends went to the island many times during their time at Ravenswood. If you had access to a boat in the harbor, it was well known as a perfect haunt for the braver teenagers to drink and smoke without any adult interference. The perfect place to murder and talk with demons. The perfect place to try to kill Violet and cover up the truth. Pastor Carmichael curses at my side. He must be thinking the same thing. We should have suspected that the island was where everything had been happening, at the center of the cove where the bodies of drowned girls had been discovered over the decades. But it explains why no member of Tooth and Talon had been caught in the act, why so many other girls' bodies had never been found.
"Good,"
Jay says. Khoshek smiles, exposing needle-like teeth, clearly pleased that his service was so easy to render. For the first time, his dark golden eyes, set in that leathery skin, land on me. His disturbing grin grows bigger, hungrier.
"Ah,"
he licks his lips.
"Child of Hecate, the rumors are true. Come here, girl, and I will unravel all the mysteries of the cult of the mysterious goddess. I can show you your true purpose and guide you on your lonely path. All you need do is break this circle and take the bowl for yourself."
Jay steps forward, his hand closing on the demon's throat.
"Do not speak to her. Do not even look at her,"
he growls, his hair falling in front of his deep brown eyes.
"My lord," Khoshek says gravely, "my apologies. The girl is merely so tempting. The blood in her veins could feed a horde of demons for eons."
"Silence," Jay barks, his form rippling between human and godlike.
"I will take great pleasure in ripping your spine from your body if you so much as breathe one more word about her."
The threat hangs in the air. Finally, the demon nods, and Jay releases his iron-like grip on Khosek's throat. The demon sags and rubs at his neck before glaring at the god that has him trapped.
"You must hurry, my lord Anubis. The hour grows near for the sacrifice. High Lord Osivorus will rise and complete his plan." "Tell me of his plan, demon."
Khosek's smug expression falters as the tendons on his neck stand out. For a moment, I think he's choking, but then his strangled words rip from his throat. Jay's favor must truly be invoked now, because as the demon speaks, his eyes snap with so much fury and hatred, I can feel it like daggers in my own skin.
"The king of demons will use the silly little band of mortals he has been cultivating like wheat to protect his vessel permanently. After tonight, he will be immune to any attack, any attempt to banish or trap him."
"How?" Jay demands, stepping closer. Khoshek grimaces, as if speaking pains him.
He will turn the puny human that keeps him from slipping into the lowest levels of the duat with the rest of us into a god. His vessel will never be able to die, not by any being's hand, and will take the demon king's place in prison. Ossavorus will merge the underworld and earth to rule over every being.
No. Jay shakes his head, stepping back from the grinning demon. That is impossible. Demons are bound to the underworld alone, and gods are born only from Ma'at. The worlds of the living and the dead must be held in balance. Richard Green cannot be turned into a god by Ossavorus. The demon laughs, a terrible rattling sound, and then looks at me, the hunger in his gaze pinning me in place.
Ah, yes, but the children of Hecate can transcend their mortal state. Those two sisters, so naive and brave, they have been walking into his trap so nicely.
Jay lets out a strangled roar and slams his fist into the demon's chest. Josek winces and curses in a language I don't understand before he melts into the earth, golden eyes disappearing as his clay body crumbles into dust. The metal bowl perches next to the scorched headstone, inanimate and silent once more. I remember the symbols scattered on the paintings in Violet's room, the ones where an odd river flowed where it didn't belong, where a Jed and an Ankh inked every page. Violet knew. She'd been trying to tell me that in the underworld, between life and death, she had followed the path of Anubis. Her words behind the waterfall click into place. My sister wants to take Green's place, live forever tied to Ossavorus. But she doesn't know that is exactly what the demon wants. He's going to use her power for himself, a sacrifice that will let him roam the earth freely, for eternity. The three of us stand in complete silence as the sky bursts into the red and orange billows of sunset over the dark sea. Jay's shoulders are hunched as he picks up the bowl with trembling hands and thrusts it at Pastor Carmichael.
"Mr. Hahn, where are you going?"
Carmichael asks, as Jay turns and begins to march towards the iron gates of the cemetery. My heart beats in my throat as I stare at the patch of burned grass and scattered salt.
"I'm going to kill Richard Green before the veil opens, and send Ossavorus so deep into the underworld, his bones will be crushed into dust."
Chapter 37. I race after Jay, my legs trembling beneath me. I catch up as he runs through the gate and out onto the street, headed for the rusty beige Buick Pastor Carmichael agreed to loan us. "Wait," I cry, wrestling my hand free from the too long sleeves of my coat. Jay pauses next to the car, his hands resting on the frame above the driver's side door. My heart clenches at the way his face and body shift and ripple and change. Anger distorts his muscles, his skin. Shadows cling and morph around him like running water. I can't make out the details of his features, but I can smell burning hair, and I grab his hands before I can think. "Stop," I plead, ignoring the painful heat of his skin. "You're hurting yourself." He takes a shuddering breath and shuts his eyes.
"I'm sorry. If I use too much of my powers, it can burn my human body."
Slowly, the shadows that follow him like loyal dogs drift back into the ground. His body stops shifting, and his skin returns to a normal temperature. He opens his eyes, and Jay is back, holding my hands and looking at me in the way that makes my stomach flip.
"You need to stay here, Andy. I can't let you come to the cove. It's too dangerous."
I drop his hands immediately. "You can't let me? This is my fight too,
and it's been dangerous every step of the way. He shakes his head and wrenches the car door open, fumbling for the keys in his jacket pocket. You heard, Hoshek. Osavoris has been using you and your sister somehow. I can't let you go to the island. What if I can't kill Green in time? I step forward and slam the door closed, narrowly avoiding crushing his fingertip in the metal frame. You've had no problem dragging me through danger for weeks. Now, you suddenly want to protect me from getting hurt? What about everything you've done to me? Every lie you've told? Jay shakes his head, a muscle in his jaw jumping. That was before. Before what? Before I learned the truth about you? Or was it before I figured out that Violet and I are related to a goddess? You don't care about protecting me, Anubis. You only care about protecting yourself. We stare at each other, our chests heaving with labored breaths. So many unspoken words. Realization slams into me like the weight on Atlas's shoulders. I'm right, and the truth is bitter. Jay has been keeping so many secrets from me. He's used me in this strange game, this hunt to find and kill Green, all to keep a promise to a desperate boy. A human he made a deal with. Beneath the surface of his skin rests an ancient god. He may pretend to be mortal, but he isn't. I can't allow myself to believe he cares about me in any way that truly matters. I'm a means to an end, a knot in the last thread of a tangle of corrupted societies that is finally unraveling. And once Green is dead, and Osavoris has been banished to the depths of hell, Anubis's promise to Jehan will be fulfilled. He'll be free to experience a mortal body without restraints, without the weaknesses he's been saddled with for a decade. That isn't true, Andromeda, he says, his voice husky and low. I'm not a monster. Before I can scream in frustration, he pushes me against the car. The cold sheen of the metal bites into my skin as he jerks my chin up and presses his lips to mine. This kiss is different from the one in the forest. This one isn't sweet and deep. This one is fierce and angry and desperate. I squeeze my eyes shut and bunch his shirt in my fingers, pulling him against me. His lips, soft and warm, are rough all at once as his body molds itself against mine. The heat from his body contrasts with the cold metal of the car, and a muffled groan slips past my lips as I return his kiss. His fingers dig into my side, tearing at my clothes as we struggle for control. His mouth is begging me to do as he says, while mine is telling him I'll never trust him again. A dance of bodies and lips and fevered emotions. Andy. He murmurs my name over and over again, brushing his lips against my neck as he trails hot kisses across my jaw and collarbones. I let my head fall back against the car window as his hands and lips draw lines across my body no one ever has before. Let me keep you safe. I need you. Despite the heat, the desperate desire for him that runs through my bones and invades every cell in my body, I push him away. Those damned words. I need you. And I needed you. I spit at him through gritted teeth. I tear my eyes from his face and swallow back tears. The cold metal of the car door presses against my shoulder, and I lean against it before I can crumple to the ground. I've never realized how much I've relied on Jay, on his smiles and guidance, on any scrap of approval or attention he's tossed my way, just like I always did with Violet. I've focused on winning attention and affection from those I think are better than me, people with magnetism and charisma and confidence. I've always been a follower, desperate for a place to fit in, a person to fit with. Anubis stands so close, I can still feel the hard ridges of his body, smell his intoxicating scent. His breathing is ragged, his lips red and swollen. Before he can say anything,
I pick up the keys from the pavement where he dropped them during our blind and desperate kiss. My fingers tremble as I open the driver's side door. Get in. I'm coming with you. And once you kill Green, you can go back to hell. Chapter 38. The briny tang in the air triggers memories of drowning as we step onto the shore of Duskmore Island. The last time I was on the beach in the near distance, I nearly died. Now, as I wobble getting out of the small motorboat, dread washes over me. The convergence of the rivers, one of which runs under the school and through the forest, is located somewhere here. A coming together where people can complete their rituals in safety. It could be a spring, a well, or a stream. I can feel the magic pulsing in the earth below my boots. Like a steady drumbeat, it calls to me, lets me know that here, in this land, I am powerful. I push the thoughts away, refusing the temptation. I'm not here for myself. I'm here for those missing girls. Anubis is silent as he jumps smoothly out of the boat and drags it up onto the beach. We stole it from the harbor while everyone in town was distracted with Halloween parties. The bar by the dock was blaring a steady stream of rock music, covering the sound of Anubis starting the engine. We've killed the motor and paddled the final 100 yards to shore, unwilling to risk anyone on the small rocky island hearing our approach. Waves roll against the pebbly shore, making a strange scraping sound with each lap of water. I square my jaw and squint into the thick trees. Abandoned cabins dot the curve of the island, rotting with mildew and warped by the salty air. But they're empty, devoid of any activity. The ritual must be happening further inland, where the pulse of magic beckons me closer.
It's almost time.
Anubis squints at the sky.
The moon rises in less than an hour. As soon as it does, they'll make the sacrifices.
I ignore the way Jay lifts his shirt to tuck a long hunting knife into his waistband, forcing my eyes from the strip of naked golden skin. Anubis, I remind myself. He isn't Jay, and never was. I finger the gun in my jacket pocket and chew my lip, tasting the coppery hint of blood on my tongue. There are only 2 bullets left, and Pastor Carmichael didn't have any other ammo or guns besides antique hunting rifles. The best he could offer were the hunting knives the 2 of us have strapped to our bodies. Anubis's eyes glint in the starlight.
Remember, I'll kill Green the moment we see him. Without an anchor, Ossavorus will be weak enough for me to banish him back to the underworld. When everyone is focused on me, you can rescue the girls and put them in the boat.
I clean my glasses on my shirt sleeve as we press ahead into the forest. The only sounds are our breathing and the soft thud of our feet in the damp earth. Our plan is so simple, but Luciano will be there with Melinda and whoever else is helping them.
What is it?
Anubis asks, pausing to help me over a large fallen tree. I let go of his hand the moment I scoot over the log and shake my head. Nothing. He sighs and slows his steps. The scent of smoke is faint on the air. It curls around my tongue, presses against my mouth, and turns my stomach sour. We're close. I knew we'd arrive at the place quickly, on an island this small, but I'm still not ready.
Is it your sister?
She hasn't been in contact with me since the underworld, I say, keeping my eyes on the trees. I don't want to confide in Anubis, but at the same time, I know I could die soon. She will try to take Green's place. All of this I did for her, coming to Ravenswood, following her clues. I died for her, or at least some part of me did. I rub my face, jostling my glasses as the heat of my tears mists the lenses. Anubis is quiet at my side as the smell of smoke grows stronger. He steps a little closer to me, and I force myself not to lean into his arms.
Andy,
he says, voice silky and soft.
You and your sister are descendants of a world even I don't fully understand. She's focused on the wrong things right now because of her own fears. But you're bonded. You're blood. I have to hope she'll do the right thing.
I ball my hands into fists in my pockets, my throat tight, forcing myself to look up and into his eyes for the first time since that kiss by the church. My breath catches. Under the starlight, his hair glimmers like obsidian. His eyes are deep and soulful, and for a moment, I wonder what Anubis truly looks like. If he's as beautiful as the boy who stands in front of me. But before I can risk another bruise on my heart, smoke pushes through the trees, heavy and suffocating. It smells of herbs and incense, of magic. Anubis swears and grabs my hand.
We need to go. Follow me.
10 minutes later, we hover behind a large pine tree and stare at the scene before us. It's like a vision from Dante's Inferno, hell itself. A raging bonfire crackles in the center of a small clearing. Bones litter the ground in a pattern I can't understand. And there, on the other side of the flames, lined up like broken dolls, are 3 girls. More bones surround them, interspersed with bundles of strongly scented herbs, the kind that only grow in the underworld. A bronze brazier burns on an altar of some kind, spitting out orange flames. On top of the altar rests a massive pair of horns from a creature I can't place, like an offering for a cruel god. Osivorus. 3 figures, clad in black robes topped with antlers, stand together before the brazier. The flames now sputter an unearthly shade of greenish purple, like a living bruise. Luciano and Melinda. The third person must be green. My tongue sticks to the roof of my mouth. I know there are more people, alumni, who are helping the society. Who knows where they are? Perhaps they're hiding across the island, watching us, ready to pounce. Do you see Munya? I clutch Anubis's arm, desperate to stave off the horror of the scene before us.
I can't tell. They're all dressed the same.
He's right. The girls are wrapped in long-sleeved, stained white shifts that fall to their ankles. I stare at the trio standing before the altar, at the person who is responsible for everything, reborn into a new body. Though their face is covered, I know the set of their shoulders, and if they were to take off the hood, white blonde hair would fly free. I grit my teeth, remembering every instance, every glance, their interest in Violet, in me. Mrs. Bianchi, the new Richard Green. There he is, I whisper, nodding towards the group of black-robed figures. Green has the largest pair of antlers, and they're gilded. The figure in the middle does indeed wear gold-leafed antlers on their hood. They stand taller than the rest, sure of their power. A red sash bisects the black of their robe, and then they begin to chant. Words so ancient I wonder if even Anubis knows them. I glance over at him, fear turning my stomach to lead.
Stay still, he urges me. I'm going to use the underworld to cross to them unseen. When I appear, that's your cue to grab the girls. Use this. It should wake them up from their trance.
He hands me a small corked bottle, even smaller than a salt shaker. What is it?
In al-Afrit, a type of incense that Pastor Carmichael always keeps on hand. It wards off evil spirits. It should break the binding spell they're under, as soon as Green is wounded.
He stands and raises his hands, about to sink into another realm. Before he can disappear, I grab his arm. The others are going to try to stop you from killing Green. How are you going to get away? Anubis smiles ruefully and reaches out to tuck a loose curl behind my ear.
Don't worry about me, Andromeda. I'm a god after all. Just get the girls to safety, and I'll keep the others from coming after you.
I nod mutely
As he drops his hand, his fingers gently brushing the side of my cheek and neck. He gives me one last look before he disappears into a vortex of shadows. I hold my breath and clutch the bark of the tree, trying to control my breathing. Time moves slowly as I stare at the ritual, my eyes trained on green hidden beneath his robe, like it can shield him from the truth, the manipulations. Green sprinkles herbs over the bodies of the girls, as if cleansing them. Then, the 3 robed figures circle the flame and link hands. They chant as the flames grow brighter, and the smell in the air changes from smoke and plants to rot and death. A smell I remember from the last time they tried to summon Ossivorus. "Hurry," I urge Anubis silently. I breathe deeply, holding the air in my lungs. When the pressure gets too great to bear and my eyes begin to water, I see the telltale vortex of swirling shadows, like black smoke. The next moment, faster than a striking cobra, Anubis emerges from the darkness and buries his long hunting knife deep in the chest of Richard Green. I explode from the forest and fly across the clearing, my feet hardly touching the ground. Green staggers, his own ritualistic blade arcing towards Anubis's abdomen. I keep running, aiming for the 3 girls, even as Anubis clutches his stomach. I smell the underworld, the stench of death and ash, and his form shimmers like it did at the cemetery as he calls on his powers. Green rips the knife from his chest and throws it aside before lifting his hands, face twisted in a hideous snarl, as he recites the ancient words of a spell. A ragged scream, hoarse and high, rips from Melinda's throat as bones rattle from the ground. I leap over a shivering femur, smothering my own cry. Skeletons cobble themselves together, marching towards Anubis, their master. A strong wind blows through the clearing, rippling through my hair, and once it clears, a shimmering veil rests between me and the fire, like the one Violet cast for me on the beach, a protection charm. For once, I'm glad Jay is really a god. I run the last few yards as skeletons collapse at the hands of Tooth and Talon. "Call the others," Luciano screams to Melinda. "We must continue the ritual." Dropping to my knees in front of the 3 limp girls, I pull the cork out of the bottle. A scent, heady and pungent, cuts through the aroma of decay in the clearing. I waft it under the nose of each girl, hesitating when I get to Munya on the far end. Her face is bruised, her lip split like she's been hit. Anger washes over me, but I bite it back and focus on what I must do. The other girls are strangers to me, but they have one thing in common. As each one opens her eyes, fear floods her expression, wild with terror, like prey caught in the jaws of a wolf. "Shh," I whisper to them, my hand shaking as I pull the knife from its sheath. "I'm going to get you out of here, but you have to help me." Sweat beads on my forehead as the sounds of fighting grow louder. Shouts and the thud of stricken flesh. Flashes of golden light and screams fill the air as I saw at the tight bonds around each girl's ankles and wrists. Once the first 2 girls are free, they help to work at the knots binding Munya until her arms and legs are loose. I try to pull her to her feet, but she wobbles. She's still groggy, eyes cloudy and pupils dilated. She must have a concussion. "Where are we going?" asks the youngest girl, her hair wound in tight coils around her face. Her dark skin is streaked with ash and mud, but she supports Munya with her slight frame. For the first time, I risk looking beyond me. Green lies on the ground, the black hood covering his face. Anubis seems to glow with power as he slashes at Luciano with his knife. Even though Anubis is a god, and is as fearsome and deadly as the army of undead swirling around him, I know he can't hold out for much longer. The aura he has cast in our direction is strong,
but it's taxing his powers, draining the energy of his mortal body. "To the beach, with the cabins," I urge, panting and wiping at the sweat on my forehead. "There's a boat." The girls huddle together, eyes wide with fear. I loop Munya's arm around my shoulder, and we stagger from the clearing. The girls are slow, weak from hunger and dehydration. We barely make it to the tree line before the veil Anubis has cast plummets to the ground, and the shimmering gold wall of energy vanishes. I swear and push them harder, shouting at them to run. We slip and slide onto the rocky beach. The tide is coming in, the dark water kissing the hull of the boat. My hands shake as I help them into the vessel. Rocks slide and clatter together as I help Munya aboard, her head resting on the lap of one of the other girls. The buzz of engines, the clatter of voices. The dark smudge of another motorboat appears along the curve of the shore, pushing off from a rickety dock. Voices shout, and one of the girls cries out in fear. "Get in," I demand. "How many others were there?" "I don't know. There were those 2 year 13s. Mrs. Bianchi was there too. Why was she there?" The girl with the dark skin and coiled hair speaks shakily. "They said they wanted to kill us, sacrifice us. They said we'd be doing a great service." "How many?" I ask sharply, because I need to know now how impossible it's going to be to save Anubis. She stammers, clearly going into shock. "They held us somewhere in one of the cabins for a few days. I saw some people from the alumni lunch guarding us. Maybe 4 others?" Her eyes are wide, stricken. Her body trembles. I want to comfort her. I want to rip the throats out of every single society member, every alumnus and parent who started this mess. Suddenly, the girls scream, eyes focus somewhere over my shoulder, and I know I'm out of time. I run to the stern of the boat and yank with all my might. The swirling tide does the rest, and soon the boat is lifted by the waves. My pants are soaked to my thighs, but I ignore the biting cold and reach for the ripcord with my numb fingers. I tug clumsily. It takes a few tries, but the engine roars to life, and I push myself away from the whirling propellers, staggering back towards the beach. The other boat scrapes the shore a few hundred feet away as it tries to turn towards the fleeing girls. The motor revs and then stalls as the engine floods. A tiny miracle. Whoever is helping Tooth and Talon will be stuck on this island with me. "Go!" I shout at the girls as they crest a breaking wave. "Get to the shore and then to the church. The pastor is waiting for you. Keep Munya safe." Luckily, one of the girls staggers to the back of the boat, grabs for the tiller, and stops the vessel from being pushed back towards the shore. They look at me and scream. I know what's behind me. I can sense it, smell it, but it doesn't matter, because the girls are going to get away. "Go!" I scream again. That's all I can do before strong hands force my head under the water. Chapter 39. I open my eyes to the burn of salt and endless darkness. This has happened before, being lost under raging water, once in the same ocean, and once in the rivers of the underworld. Each time I've come out of the water changed, reborn, a mockery of baptism. But this time is different. An inhuman hand grips my throat, real and unforgiving. Blood pools in my head, building pressure as I claw at the mottled skin of Ossivorus. His black eyes, sunk in his half-fleshed face, bore into me as he pushes me further and further under the water. He flickers in and out of being, one moment a solid mass looming over me, sharp teeth threatening to tear me apart. The next moment, gone. I can feel the hum of the convergence nearby, a link to the underworld, a place where magic dark and sensual licks at my spine and begs me to use it. For once, I listen. I don't fight against Osavoris's great weight, pressing me down, down into the depths. Instead, I let the thrum of power, the prickling sensation that steals over my skin and sends waves of dizziness through me, take over. I listen to the drumbeat of my heart as it falls in line with a convergence. A thread, somewhere deep inside of me, unravels, and all I can think about is stopping the demon from touching me. A high-pitched sound pierces the dullness of the water. I open my eyes to see Osavoris contort, his body bending grotesquely. Ribbons of golden light reach through the water, lighting everything with a soft glow, emanating from my tattoo like a beacon. They wrap around my wrists and unleash their power at the demon. His already trembling form, struggling to remain in a realm it does not belong to, is set alight. Bubbles of heat make the water between us roil, and the demon groans in pain. The warmth from my magic seeps into my bones, pleasant and heady. Power curls at my spine. I feel my body practically purring in contentment. I can do anything, be anything. I want more. But suddenly, my muscles contract, spasming, as if whatever magic just tore from my body was too much. I gasp, inhaling a mouthful of salty water. Kicking hard, I break the surface and strike out towards the shore. The sea behind me boils as the demon shudders, caught in the convergence. Whatever I did isn't stopping Osavoris, only slowing him down. I reach the pebbly shore and double over, the incoming waves tossing my limp body back and forth. The golden light grows stronger, brighter, hotter. I think I hear screaming. Cold air slaps my skin. I roll to my side and retch, coughing water from my lungs. Stones scrape my arms and legs and bite at my palms as I force myself to my knees. I blink hard, eyes stinging from the seawater. My glasses are long gone, floating somewhere in the waves. In the distance, blocking out the cluster of orange lights from the harbor, a white smudge bobs on the surface of the sea. The boat. The girls got away. The call of magic dulls, fading from a roar to a whisper, but still tapping at my brain, begging me to use it. I shake my head, water flying from my tangled curls. I flex my fingers, staring at them. That feeling. That's what drives Green, Tooth and Talon to do what they do. If I keep getting a taste of it, let it win a few more times, it will be a drug, a promise of another high. But each hit will take a bigger toll. I can't do that again. I won't. Water splashes as something huge breaks the surface. Osavoris roars in outrage, shaking the pebbles on the beach. The smell of burning flesh pushes its way down my throat, making me gag. I twist, watching as his form flickers again, struggling to remain on earth without his sacrifices. Those dead eyes turn to me, and he reaches out, as if to crush my skull. I get to my feet, shivering, and push through the dense brush, desperate to get away from the open beach. The angry cries of Osavoris fade in and out, but until Green is dead, this isn't over. I see more people just down the shore as I cross into the small forest. A small group, too old to be students, sees me struggling to my feet and shouts, sounding the alarm, heading for me. Their boat lies useless on the shore. I stagger away, my fingers and lips numb, and stumble blindly into the trees. The scent of smoke is strong, and I follow it to the clearing. The flames still flicker, casting shadows across the grass. Anubis struggles on the cold ground, his face blurry. My eyesight must be warped without my glasses. But that's not it. His form is unsteady, losing its luster. I remember the knife to his stomach, the surge and retreat of his own powers. I gasp and race forward, my legs weak as I reach for the dagger strapped to my thigh.
Not so fast.
a smooth voice whispers, just before I feel an arm snag around my waist. The air catches in my lungs as I'm yanked to a stop. I scream and aim my elbow at Luciano's face, but he catches my clumsily thrown jab, seizing my wrist. "Let me go!" I scream. He twists my arm hard, and my hand opens involuntarily. The knife drops to the ground. Luciano grunts as I throw my head back against his throat, but it's a weak contact. He wrestles my arms behind me and drags me towards the fire, towards Anubis who lies on the ground unnervingly still. No shadows dance at his fingertips. His golden power remains beneath his skin. Only his eyes give away the fact that he's still alive, as they flick between me and another body a few feet away. But I can't focus on anything besides getting free. Melinda crashes through the branches, breathing hard. Behind her, 3 more people enter. Adults, all of them. Alumni from Ravenswood. I recognize 2 of them from Violet's internships and her circle of friends. The last one, the tallest and most imposing, is Mr. Russo, Luciano's father. They must be former society members. Who knows what Tooth and Talon promised each of them if they helped to cover up the society's sins. "She helped the girls escape and forced Osivores back to the underworld," Luciano says, as he binds my hands with thick twine, jerking them at a painful angle. But he isn't speaking to Melinda or his father. He addresses a shadowy figure, standing over the other body I've barely registered in the corner. "It doesn't matter," Green says. "We will manage with the 2 girls we do have. Their magic is more than enough to wake Osivores permanently." Green's hood is thrown back, the antlers pointed to the ground, sharp and wicked. For the first time, I get to see his face properly. It's Mrs. Bianchi's, gently lined and pale, with her blonde hair, and yet, it's not. It's as if I can see his original face below the surface, twisting her features into something almost inhuman. I scowl, ready to argue for the girls' lives, when I notice who is lying on the dais beneath the bronze brazier. A familiar head of black hair, long limbs sprawled at an uncomfortable angle. "No. Violet?" I croak, my voice breaking as I squint, desperate to be wrong. "This can't be right. She was hiding in the underworld." A small lump swells beneath her eyebrow. My sister must have traveled here from the underworld and been ambushed. "Look who decided to show up at the last moment to steal our thunder." Luciano nudges her with his foot. With a vicious snarl, I lurch forward, slipping my hands free from Luciano's grip. They're still bound behind my back, but I don't care. I stumble towards my sister, her body alarmingly still. I fall forward, landing hard on my shoulder, but I barely register the pain. Inching forward, I dig my feet into the ground. I finally reach her, but with my hands tied, all I can do is nudge her with my knee. "V, wake up! We have to get out of here!" My heart beats furiously in my throat, and my skin, numb only a moment ago, feels feverish and slick with sweat. My sister remains still. I cry out her name again, wishing I could feel for a pulse, anything. "Bring them over here," Green snaps. Dark wetness coats the front of his robes, a gash from where Anubis stabbed him. But the wound isn't enough. He hardly seems fazed by the deep cut to his chest, scoring a line between his ribs. Luciano and Melinda seize Violet and me, dragging us to the feet of Richard Green. They drop us unceremoniously on the damp earth. Anubis lies a foot away, his skin a disturbing gray. I try to catch his eyes, but they've rolled back in his head. "Let us go," I demand, trying to flip over. Luciano presses his knee into the small of my back, and I yelp at the pressure it puts on my arms. My cheek grinds into moss and dirt.
You're not in a position to ask things of me, Green says, his face coming into focus as he leans over me. You and your sister have been making quite a mess of my lord's plan.
His plan? He wants to banish you to the underworld in his place. All those lies he told you? Don't you know that everything from the underworld is a facade, mere fakery? Richard Green, the first member of Tooth and Talon, smiles through the face of Mrs. Bianchi. Her voice, his voice, blend together for a moment, two people trapped in one body.
If your sister had been precisely what my lord was hoping for, perhaps she could have had all that he offered and more. But she chose this path the moment she awakened her powers at the sight of the convergence at Ravenswood.
Chose? I gape. She didn't choose this. No one in their right mind would choose this life. You tried to kill her.
She would have hastened my lord's return with her blood and been handsomely rewarded in the underworld. But instead, she cast that spell, hid herself away until tonight, for her own selfish pride. Poor Violet, always so cocky, so sure she could have it all and control everything. She wanted to take my place as his anchor, throw me aside, when I'm the one who led her to the society, who pulled the strings and guided her. But she's come to me now, and brought her sister. Spilling your blood this night is worth far more than a dozen of those other girls.
A coil of revulsion wraps itself around my stomach. A backup plan. Violet had slotted right into place, a pawn moved by a hand unseen. The heat of the flames kisses my skin, the intensity almost painful. Violet stirs, groaning. My heart leaps into my chest. She's waking up. She's alive. And when she opens her eyes and sees what's going on, she'll save us. Her magic is so much stronger than mine. She's nourished it. I just have to give her time to think. So, you'll kill us and free Osavoris. What then? You rot in hell for the next 10,000 years? Is that your plan? I scowl at the face of my art history teacher. The pale skin and sleek blonde hair shimmer like a mirage. Like Green is swimming beneath the surface, ready to spring out and squeeze the life out of me, crush my throat. Green smiles and turns back to Anubis.
I'll strip the power from your ridiculous guard dog you dare to call a god, to protect myself and my followers. I am not foolish, girl. I have known Lord Osavoris for over a century. His plan is not pretty, but it is necessary to usher in the next age, to right the wrongs of this world and the one below.
Violet lifts her head slightly, eyes blurry and confused. I look at her, hoping she's all right, hoping she will fix this. Try to kill us. Prove me right. You'll have eternity to languish while your so-called lord abandons you, Tooth and Talon, and every other person he's made promises to once he gets what he wants. I practically scream the words, staring at Luciano. His mouth twitches, and he glances behind him. Melinda and the 3 alumni. Powerful men with endless supplies of money, funneling their assets into this plan. A plan to free a demon and rule the earth at his side. A plan they're too foolish to realize is nothing but false promises, that their necks are just as much at risk as mine.
You'll have your wish soon enough, Green says to me, and kneels next to Anubis. You've wasted your power for eons, Anubis. You and the other gods who have languished in the underworld as the world above changes and forgets. But I won't make your mistakes.
Anubis opens his eyes, steely and dark, and grits his teeth.
You'll be dead before you can see your lord rule.
A fit of coughing overtakes him, and he struggles to speak. Green smiles wickedly and leans over him,
hand planted against his chest.
Is that supposed to frighten me? You gods have all grown so weak, accepting your new place. But I will make sure that everyone knows who I am, that I am not forgotten.
Green pushes harder against Anubis's chest, until I hear a crack. The gray pallor of his skin grows, until he looks drained of life. I can't keep the tears from rolling down my cheeks as I bite my lip to keep from screaming. A god can't die. He can't. But his mortal body can. Green, Luciano, and Melinda move around Anubis in a circle, chanting in a rising frenzy as his power is stripped away. Salvatore Russo and the other men join in as well. Violet twitches beside me as the god housed in the mortal boy's body fades beneath the hands of Green. She rolls onto her back and contorts, slipping her arms over her legs so they're now bound in front of her. "Do something," I plead, my voice a ragged sob. Anubis begins to scream. Terrible, heart-rending screams that tear at my soul. I want to help him, save him. But that pulse of warmth, of heat and magic, lying dormant in my bones, it frightens me. I never want to call on it again. I never want to lose myself to it, because I know I'll never win. "Osavoris is coming," Violet whispers, as her fingers work at the knots on my wrists. "You only wounded him. We have to go far enough away to cast my spell without someone stopping us. I'll trap him before he's fully formed, and force him to swap me for Green." "Violet, you can't. He's going to destroy everything once he's free." "I told you in the underworld. I'm going to use my magic to control him. I'm stronger than Green, stronger than anyone before me. Now, focus. The moon is at its apex. He can enter the mortal plane completely for a few moments, even without his sacrifices." Mr. Russo and the other two men tear their eyes away from Tooth and Talon as they crowd around Anubis, their eyes closed as they chant. Violet stiffens as Mr. Russo takes a step forward, his eyes on her newly unbound limbs. "Violet!" I gasp. As quick as a lightning strike, she lifts her freed hands and mutters a spell. I feel it in my bones, register her power as the magic rattles my teeth. Salvatore Russo and his two companions freeze in place, unblinking, like statues. Green, Luciano, and Melinda don't falter in reciting their spell, totally unaware of the threat. "We have to save Anubis." My cheek presses into the cold ground as Violet tugs desperately at my bindings. I taste dirt and the salt of my tears on my tongue. "There isn't time," she hisses, as the knot on my wrists loosens. She moves fast, touching the tattoo on her thigh, peeking beneath her hiking shorts. The ink flashes gold for a moment, the moon shining brighter than the rest. An answering burn encases my own leg, hot and painful. I choke back my scream as something appears in my sister's palm. "What are you doing?" I get to my knees. Anubis begins to thrash, shadows erupting from the earth, tangible and real as they move to protect their master. The scent of burning hair fills my nose as Luciano and Melinda lunge forward to hold him down, while Green's voice rings through the air. Violet seizes the moment of distraction to grab a bundle of herbs and a jar of oil from the debris scattered on the ground. She uncorks the bottle, dabs a dot on her wrists and ankles, and a final dot on her forehead. She yanks on my arm, and we run through the woods, away from the clearing, racing in the opposite direction to the beach. I don't know how many seconds we have before Luciano or Melinda notice the others are frozen and realize that we're gone. We crest a small hill. The sound of the ocean is loud. We must be near the side of the island that faces the open sea. We pause by a tree, and Violet clutches the thing in her palm, some sort of ancient clay pot, and murmurs an incantation over it. Pain flashes through me, turning my vision white.
My leg feels like it's blistering from the inside out. I barely manage to choke back another scream as Violet touches her tattoo. The jar in her hands is no longer made of clay, but of deep obsidian. Golden runes dance across the surface, spiraling around the outside. The lid is tightly shut, but I sense something within it, dark and ancient. "I'm sorry it has to be this way," Violet says, panting and wiping at her brow. "I'm not strong enough outside of the underworld to use my own magic. I need to use yours too. This body is weak with cancer and the wound they gave me the night they tried to sacrifice me. I'm sorry." "What are you talking about?" I beg, twisting to look behind us. "Please, we have to help Anubis." "He's a god. He doesn't need us." "He helped you when you were in the underworld. He guided you to safety. And this is how you pay him back?" I cry, as she leads us from the clearing. I want to dig my heels in and turn back, but my sister is here. She's alive and real flesh and blood. I need her. I've always needed her. She's brave, intelligent, cunning. These past months without her have been hell. We have bigger concerns right now, Andy. Violet stops next to a fallen, rotten log and crouches, placing the pot on the ground. "We have to perform this spell before Osivorus can fully manifest on Earth. He hasn't had any sacrifices. I can control him with this, force him to trade green for me." I gape at her, at the little obsidian pot on the ground, and my stomach churns. "It's a devil trap, isn't it? It's made for Osivorus." She looks up at me, surprise flickering in her expression. "Looks like you've been studying after all. Where did you find it? Who blessed it?" I demand, my fingers cold and trembling. She sighs and crushes the herbs in her fingers, sprinkling them in a circle around the small vessel, a pot infused with ancient spells strong enough to hold a demon. "The underworld. That's why I went there in the first place. I had to follow the path of Anubis, finding a way to partially die and go through the trials of the dead, so I can be reborn as Osivorus' new anchor without needing a new body. An ancient priestess of Hecate blessed it before I came here tonight." "That's why you were gone, dead for the last 8 months? That's why Mom and Dad buried a body that looked like you, so you could find that?" I ball my fists. "Andy," she says sharply, "you don't understand any of this. Osivorus was always going to rise, with or without me. Green has been sacrificing to him, over and over, growing his strength until he can break free. Tonight is that night. But Osivorus has to have an anchor, a host. I went along with it for as long as I could. I wanted to bring you into the society sooner, but by the time I realized who Bianchi was, it was too late. Green knew that I would be more appealing to Osivorus and tried to kill me. You had to follow the path yourself, partially die, like you did before you found me in the marsh, and then come back to awaken your magic. You had to uncover the truth so we could control him." "Control?" I step back, my chest tight. "You need my magic I don't even want. You won't be any different. You'll still kill to keep Osivorus fed so he can grant you power. You're swapping one prison for another. And for what?" Violet glares at me and wipes her hands on her shorts before standing tall. She has an extra 3 inches on me, but it feels more like 20. "Don't you understand? No one can stop Osivorus. No one can kill him. If I don't become his anchor, he'll kill you, Andy. He'll kill Mom, Dad, our grandparents, anyone else we've ever met. All because Green will be his anchor, and we would be a threat. This is wrong. We can stop him. We just have to kill Green before Osivorus is fully on Earth, while he's weak and untethered without any sacrifices." "Maybe I made a mistake not cluing you in earlier, training you. But you never wanted anything to do with Ravenswood.
If I told you I'd started summoning demons and practicing magic, you never would have believed me."
Her breath catches, and there's a wild, frantic look in her eyes.
"My plan is far from perfect, but it's the only one I have that will keep me from dying of cancer. If I'm gone, you're helpless, Andy. Our family is unprotected because of what we are, how we're tied to Hecate. We'll always be a target. Is that what you want?"
My stomach twists. I feel like I'm going to be sick as I stare at my sister. All of this, the secrets, the lies, the clues, it wasn't to free Violet. It was to give her what she wanted. Life without death. She never needed me. Not like I thought. She only needed my magic to awaken, so she could use it for this very moment. Something inside me breaks. I won't help you. We can end this once and for all by killing Green. We can save Anubis. You can make things right.
You don't understand anything. I've been studying this for years.
I step back. I understand enough.
Don't make me do this, Andy. The moon will rise soon, and Osavoris will be here in his physical form any second.
Violet's voice is ragged and high, alien.
I need your help to bind him. Please.
No, I say through a sob. Her face falls, panic hunching her shoulders. The moon seems to shine brighter overhead. A ripple of power shudders through the air. The moon has reached its apex on Halloween night. Osavoris won't be a flickering, half-formed demon. He'll be here completely. Powerful. Deadly.
Please, please forgive me, Andy,
Violet begs.
I need your magic. I can't lose you.
I don't have time to ask what she means before my chest seizes, white-hot pain flickering from my tattoo and encasing me like a cocoon. I hear myself scream, smell my own flesh bubbling, feel it peeling from my bones. I writhe in the dirt as the scent of burnt skin mixes with the aroma of rotten undergrowth, moldering flesh, and the stench of evil. A guttural cry erupts from the depths of the earth. My eyes burn as a bolt of bright light flashes from Violet's hands to rise in the air around the circle of herbs. The ancient Jed symbol burns on the ground, the symbol of rebirth. What Violet wanted all along. A resurrection. To be reborn as Osavoris' anchor tonight and never taste death. Through my blurred vision, I see the tall horns of Osavoris, his ragged robes, his half-fleshed face and mottled skin. As he rises, knots of magic beginning to tie him to the devil trap. His hideous mouth opens in a roar I can't hear. I see Violet looking wildly between me and the demon. Her mouth moves, shouting my name over and over, panic making her look as crazed as those dark paintings she loves so much. She screams, tears streaming down her face, but she doesn't stop her spell to check on me, not with the demon barely tethered at her fingertips. Slowly, the pain fades from excruciating to a dull ache. I lie still, my body empty and broken. I can't hear anything as Violet speaks with the demon. Her face is cruel. The demon is clearly incensed as he rages against his invisible bonds. The vibration of footsteps rattle my aching body, and my temples thrum. I turn my head and see black-robed figures desperately reaching for their lord. The demon raises his hand, and they halt. I see Luciano staring at his ex-girlfriend, his eyes fearful and wild. His father stands next to Green. No one else appears from the forest. I blink, shutting my eyes for a moment. When I manage to open them again, the people around me have shifted. The ringing in my ears fades until I can hear the commotion. Luciano moves forward, but his father catches his arm and pulls him back. "Father," he hisses, Look at what she's done. She will force Osavoris into this pack with her instead of Green. If we do not join her, she will make sure Osavoris kills us.
Violet glowers at him.
You'll die either way. Perhaps you'll be the first one I sacrifice to your lord. You foolish girl. Osavoris will break free of these bindings and snap your neck and your sister's. And what will you gain then?
Green curses, and I see Violet flinch at the face of her old teacher. Is there anything left of the sister I knew, beneath that mask of hatred and anger?
Swear to me,
Violet yells to the demon. He glowers at her from his massive height. His bare shoulders roll as he considers the girl before him.
Your power is alluring, little mortal, he rumbles. Perhaps you could be of use to me. If I swear to keep you alive, as I have my other servant, you must give me more in return.
Like what? Violet spits.
Your sister, he says,
face splitting in a grotesque grin.
My lord,
Green gasps, the unanticipated betrayal coloring his face. But the demon raises his hand to silence his servant.
Hecate is a goddess of endless power. Those foolish Greeks hardly paid her the respect she deserves. She is formidable, dangerous. The blood that runs through your veins is more than rare. It is nearly impossible. But here you are. Sacrifice your sister to me, and her magic will only enhance your powers. You will never die, never need to change bodies like my earlier servant. And to crown the deal, your soft heart will never need to sacrifice another mortal if you give her to me.
Violet's eyes flick to Green where he stands, indignant and disbelieving, behind his master.
I can't kill my sister, she says raggedly, shaking her head. I won't.
Then you cannot have your deal. You are outnumbered. My servants will free me, and I will feast on your flesh, your sisters too.
His voice is deep, grating. It skates along my ruined skin. I struggle to move, to scream at Violet, but my vocal cords don't work. I'm helpless, ruined.
No. Violet grinds her teeth. Now swear to me, before the moment passes and you are trapped in the underworld again. Heal Andy, now. Osavoris moves to the edge of his golden prison. Already it seems to sputter like a flame on the end of a wick, close to extinction. Violet's too weak from her cancer. She can't hold her spell for much longer.
Your sister is already near death. Give her to me. We will both benefit. I will ensure her soul is treated like a queen in the underworld. She will have whatever she wants, an existence so luxurious she will hardly know she is dead. Your precious little sister will be protected, safe. Her power will not be sought after by others. It is the only way.
No, you will fix her when we make our deal. The power I used to summon you with is more than enough, Violet says, her face twisted with pain. She sways on her feet, her forehead wrinkled as she considers me. I never meant to hurt her.
Accept my demands or there is no deal.
Violet shakes her head, mouth opening and closing silently. Osavoris waits a moment before he beckons Green to come closer.
Very well. Break the trap and seize the girls.
Luciano and Green move together, hands raised. I shut my eyes, forcing my trembling hand to move. I reach inside my sodden, filthy jacket and unzip the inner pocket. The gun rests heavily against my ribs as I struggle to pull it out.
Wait, Violet screams,
If you touch my sister, I'll destroy your vessel."
My burnt flesh glares back at me as I pull the hammer back on the pistol. How long was it underwater? My jacket may not have protected it. I doubt it'll work. But I have no other choice. Everything has fallen apart. Anubis is gone. Violet isn't thinking clearly. I lift my hand. The gun feels heavier than the weight of 1,000 stones. My heart clenches, and I struggle to aim. A crack rips through the air, surprising even me. Luciano looks down at his chest where blood drips like a macabre fountain. His eyes widen before he crumples to the earth in front of Green's feet. Lip curling, Green steps away from his human shield. Violet smothers a scream behind her hand. I pull the hammer back again. 1 bullet left. Luciano's father is stricken, frozen by the sight of his dead son's body. Osavoris looks at me, at the gun. Green staggers, his face contorting in pain. He stares at the demon, a look of shock on his face. Violet gasps and turns towards Osavoris, her hand outstretched. I can feel it in the air, the moment Osavoris abandons Green as his anchor. The snap of power, like a rubber band being drawn back and let go. Nothing, no one is anchoring him in place. I level the gun at Richard Green's head and pull the trigger. The second crack seems louder than the first, an echo of thunder that rolls across the harbor and fills the trees with its cry. The blonde hair of Mrs. Bianchi, of the replacement body housing a man almost 200 years old, turns red with blood. All that remains of Tooth and Talon is Violet, the first to die, the last one standing. I shut my eyes and let my head fall against the mossy ground, everything suddenly too heavy to bear. Osavoris' roar is so loud, I feel my eardrums burst. A wave of scorching power, a swirling inferno of the demon's rage, slams into my already weak body. I feel my heart slow. The last thing I think of as I slip into the familiar embrace of the underworld is how I'm not afraid. Not anymore. Chapter 40. Black water churns before me. 2 rivers cut through an endless landscape of rolling gray hills and obsidian mountains. I look down at my hands. They're normal, with pale skin and a light dusting of freckles. The pain is gone. I twist around, searching for a familiar face, or perhaps it would be unfamiliar? But no one, nothing is here. A warm breeze, humid and sweet, rustles the gray grass that sways against my legs. Pale flowers bob on the horizon, but Anubis doesn't appear. Andromeda Emerson. I whip around to face the boiling river. A man, tall and graceful, with short cropped hair and flawless brown skin, stares back at me. His eye sockets are endless pits of black, so deep I can't tell if he is eyeless or if his eyes simply have no whites. Linen robes billow in the breeze. He stands on a small barge, a long oar in his hand. The prow nestles against the shore. I swallow, my throat unbearably dry. Who are you? Where is Anubis? That god has been gone for many years. He might be here. His vessel died. I wince at the words, at the memories. But the man on the boat doesn't seem interested in answering questions. Here. He extends his hand, palm up. Come with me. I will take you to the West Bank, where you can finally rest. I recoil, stepping out of his reach. I can't die. Not yet. I have to help my sister and find Anubis. You don't understand what's been happening, what the demon Osavoris has been planning. The man frowns, but doesn't pull his hand back.
Each soul only gets one chance to cross the rivers to Elysium, the field of reeds, heaven, whatever name most suits you. If you do not take my hand, you are stuck between banks forever.
No, I can't die yet. I have too much to do. My sister, she's making a terrible mistake. I have to know what happened. I shake my head and take another step back, my legs shaking.
You must make the choice. Do you wish to rest with other brave souls, or languish with the forgotten and damned?
You're Karen, I recall, clutching my arms around my middle. You require payment to ferry dead souls across the river Styx. I have nothing to pay you with, so you may as well go.
Aken, Karen, Heros, they are all merely names for the same being. My job, my purpose, is to bring you peace, child. Money is not what I take as payment.
Then, what do you take? He smiles fully this time, his white teeth flashing against his dark skin.
Memories. I find the dead can only rest when their more unpleasant recollections are taken from them. Perhaps that is where the idea of the Lethe, the river of forgetfulness, came from.
My mouth grows bone dry. My sister, Anubis, I never want to forget them. I'm not ready. The pain both have caused me is an open wound, but I would rather live with betrayal, with heartbreak, than forget the way Violet and I were before. To never recall the way Anubis looked at me again. Karen considers me for a moment, his grip on the oar tightening, muscles bunching as he prepares to push away from the bank.
If that is what you wish.
I shut my eyes. I'm really dead. Maybe Anubis is too. I have no way of knowing, no way of contacting anyone. Perhaps I should give up, give in. Mom and Dad will eventually get over losing another daughter. If Violet survives, they'll have that consolation. Munya is safe. I killed Green before Ossivorus could use him or Violet as a vessel. Without anything grounding him on Earth, he'll be like he was before Richard Green ever called to him, trapped somewhere in the underworld. What else is there for me? My heart beats in my chest, the flutter of a phantom. No, I open my eyes shivering. I have to stay. I need to find Anubis.
After all he's done,
Karen asks softly. My chest squeezes, a familiar ache now, but I think of what it would be like to never see him again. I don't think I'm willing to part with those pieces of me. I'm not ready to let him fade into nothing. Even after everything he's done, I agree. He's a god, after all. I have to assume selfishness is built in.
Very well. I wish you luck, and perhaps I can offer you a glimmer of peace in parting.
Karen digs his oar into the bank and pushes away.
I may not take payment, but others do.
I cock my head to the side, considering the ferryman as the river's current takes hold of the boat and tugs it along in search of more wandering souls. Before I can call after him, his boat disappears around a bend. I turn from the river, from the west bank where warm light and sparkling mansions speckle the beautiful landscape. A wasteland of decay and ash stretch before me as I contemplate the ferryman's words. My fingers move to my jacket of their own accord and press down. I gasp, finally realizing what he means. Others do take payment. Chapter 41. It takes a long time for me to find a tomb. This one is different from the last, far grander. A mausoleum of marble with 2 large columns and a relief carved into the face. Grapes, satyrs, and a pantheon of gods lounging in various stages of undress. A Roman tomb for a rich person who is somehow forgotten, doomed to be trapped forever between life and death. A bitter taste floods my tongue. Will my tombstone appear somewhere on these hills? I push the thought aside as I consider the entrance, my fingers tracing the shape of the disc through my coat. Taking a deep breath, I pull the coin free, the metal bright against the shadowy gray of my surroundings. "Stop," a deep voice commands. A guardian already? But they should let me pass, not keep me from going deeper into the underworld. I turn, expecting to see another jackal-headed man, or maybe even a griffin or lamassu. But instead, I stagger, feeling like a hole has been punched straight through my chest. "Anubis?" He smiles, those soft pink lips parting into a lopsided grin that twists my heart. He looks like Jay. Black hair swept back, sharp cheekbones, and deep, soulful brown eyes. "Andromeda." "I was trying to find you," I whisper, "to give you the coin so we could both come back." His smile turns a little sad, and he moves closer, his hands stuffed into his pockets.
"I know. I didn't want you to waste that coin on me. I'm not worth it."
Did you? I trail off helplessly.
"Did I die?" "In a way. I don't have a mortal soul like you do. If I were completely destroyed, I would cease to exist."
"What happened to you?" I knit my eyebrows together and study him. We stand 6 feet apart, and neither one of us makes a move to come closer. Not after everything that's happened. But a part of me desperately wants him to. He pushes his fingers through his hair and looks towards the rivers.
"Green tried to strip my powers, but stopped when he noticed you and Violet were gone. He knew what your sister was thinking and went to stop her, but it was too late for me to try and heal myself. My body, Jay's body, died."
I stare at him in silence.
"I knew it would happen, Andy. Green and Tooth and Talon outnumbered us. I knew that from the beginning."
He pauses, letting his gaze linger on me for a moment.
"There was no way I was going to make it out of there in one piece, and I'm okay with that."
"But you still look like him," I say, my voice strangled.
"After a decade with this face, I admit I'm partial to it. Besides, it's the face you're most comfortable with."
I can't believe he let himself, his human vessel, die. The very thing that other gods have killed for. A moment of control and existence in an imperfect but beautiful world. All so he could help those girls. Help Violet. Help me. When I speak, my voice is taut with emotion. You can't go back, can you? Anubis steps forward cautiously, like I'm a skittish deer. When he halts, he's so close I can feel the heat radiating off him.
"I can't go back. Not like before. I'll never be able to stay on Earth."
I nod, not trusting myself to speak. Why does that revelation cut at me so deeply? I look away from him, from the face I've studied and dreamed of for months. The boy, the god, who risked everything and then lost it. After a moment, I wipe at my eyes and clear my throat. "What happened to the others?" He smiles and brushes my hand with his. I'm shocked I can still feel the warmth of his fingers, the pull of his scent.
"You saved the girls, got them away before Ossivorus could rise. You were amazing."
"I died. Violet, she tried to take Green's place. She was willing to hurt me to get what she wanted."
"I am not amazing," I say bitterly,
the gravity of my sister's actions pressing down on my chest like an anvil. "I failed her. And she failed me."
"No, He steps closer. You didn't fail her at all. Green is dead. I can sense his soul awaiting judgment with Osiris even now. He won't pass on to the field of reeds or to any eternal rest. He will be punished for everything he's done.
But Violet?
She survived. He grimaces. And if it is any consolation, she didn't kill you. And the thought of harming you tears at her soul even now. The moment you shot Green, Osavoris's already tenuous connection was severed, the shockwave stopping your heart. I've sent some of the lesser death gods to pursue him, bind him so deeply in the depths of the underworld, he won't be able to call on anyone ever again.
Violet's alive. I process that, stewing for a moment.
Andy.
Anubis hesitates before he takes my hands, holding them against his chest.
Andromeda, I wanted to thank you.
Thank me? I stare at him dumbly, not sure if I should pull away from him. What for?
For helping me see what I was always meant to be. I'm a death guide. I'm meant to help people on into the next life, comfort them like I did with Jay. But I lost sight of that. Like all gods forget their purposes, I suppose.
He brushes his thumb over the back of my hand, and I feel it in my toes.
I wanted to have a mortal experience without the challenges, like you said. But I was wrong for doing that. Selfish. You reminded me what I'm meant to do. I need to focus on my purpose. Help others like I did with Jay. Be the god I was created and help lost and forgotten souls.
Oh, I think I've forgotten how to breathe. I'm happy for you, I choke out. But I wish things had gone differently. Anubis releases one of my hands and moves to tuck an errant lock of hair behind my ear. His fingers trace a line along my jaw before resting on my cheek.
The coin I gave you. Use it to go back home. This isn't the end for you.
What? I look up and his eyes are pained as they study me. I died, Anubis. I'm pretty sure I've run out of chances. I don't even understand how I survived the last time.
Andromeda, the way you screamed, I could hear it even as I slipped into the underworld.
His other hand tightens on mine, crushing it to his chest, like he can anchor me there.
But it isn't the end. The coin can be used to pay your way back. A guardian of the gates will gladly accept it.
Why? I whisper. He cocks his head.
Well, the coins allow beings of the underworld to go where they wish, free of their bonds for a time. It's an alluring prospect to experience life like you did, even briefly.
No, I interrupt. I mean, why do you want me to go? His thumb brushes a tear from my cheek even as he smiles tightly.
Because this never should have happened. I should have protected you better. Listened to your concerns about your sister. You don't deserve to be here.
What if I wanted to stay here? My voice breaks. With you.
Andromeda.
He leans forward, pressing his forehead against mine, as his arms wrap around my waist. I fight back the urge to sob as I bury my face into his shoulder, because this feels too much like goodbye. I thought this was what I wanted, but I'll never see his smile again, hear his laugh, or feel his lips on mine. And it hurts, because I know he's right, that I have to go back. Violet needs me. She needs to understand that what she did was wrong. She'll never be able to live with the guilt if I die. I can't do this without you. I dig my fingers into his back, holding him tightly as I fight back another sob. Anubis lifts my chin gently, forcing me to look at him through my tears.
This isn't goodbye forever. I'll find a way to communicate with you, to visit you, if you want me to. But I'm not a human man. I'll never be normal, never be able to be there for you like you deserve."
"I'm sorry," I say, resting my hands on his chest again, feeling his heart beat hard against his sternum. "Everything I said to you, you gave up your one chance of having a human life for me."
"I'd do it 1,000 times over. They say gods are incapable of it, but maybe my time in the mortal world has changed me."
Anubis smiles softly, sadly, but he leans close, brushing his lips over my cheek, my nose, my eyelids.
"I love you, Andromeda."
When he kisses me, I don't hold anything back. I'm tired of fighting what I feel for him, the consuming ache that takes over everything when he touches me. For a moment, I don't care that he's a god, that he will stay in the underworld and rule alongside other gods over the souls of the dead. And despite everything, I feel a weight lift from my chest. "I love you too," I tell him, and I truly do. His breath hitches, and his eyes seem to burn gold for a moment. When our lips touch again, I swear, I've never felt more alive. Chapter 42. February, 4 months later. I turn to the next page in my book as the heart monitor beeps noisily beside the bed. I squint in the low light afforded by the weak incandescent light bulbs behind Violet's head. The hospital is quiet this late at night. The only disturbances come from the various monitors and the sound of the lake slapping against the nearby shore.
"Andy?"
Violet's scratchy voice pulls me from the novel I was half-heartedly reading. I fling it aside and pull the blanket off my lap, moving to kneel beside her bed. Violet's face is pale and drawn. A month ago, we shaved her head when the chemo made her hair fall out in clumps. I touch the soft stubble growing back and help her sit up, holding a straw to her dry, flaky lips so she can drink. Once I help her settle back against the mountain of pillows Mom insists she have, I hold her hand, careful not to jostle where the IV is taped in place.
"I don't think I'll ever get used to needing you to help me with everything, little star," she says, sighing and shutting her eyes.
She's right. It's weird for me, too. For our whole lives, she's been the protector, the nurturer. But now, the roles are reversed, and she needs me in ways I'd never expected. I can tell it eats at her, this helplessness, my newfound backbone. Our dynamic has shifted. I clear my throat and steer away from the inevitable argument that crops up every time we discuss what happened, how we got here. "How are you feeling?" I ask. Violet gives a weak laugh, opening one eye to squint at me.
"Like death warmed over."
"I know how that feels," I joke. Immediately I regret it, because she shuts down again, the mask of anger and betrayal veiling her expression. When I appeared back on the island, Violet was alone as she sobbed over my cold body. Although she hadn't killed me, not truly, my heart had broken. Because even though it was Osivorus's banishment that stopped my heart, she used me and my magic, hurt me more than I can bear to remember. I expected the police to comb the island, carry out arrests and take us away. But it never happened. Mr. Russo fled the island as soon as Green died, leaving behind the bodies of Melinda, the 2 other alumni, and also Luciano. Pastor Carmichael came to investigate just before sunrise and helped us get back to shore. When I told him about Anubis, he seemed almost proud. Back at Ravenswood, Tooth and Talon's connections had been hard at work. Luciano and Melinda's deaths, the girl's reappearance, Mrs. Bianchi's sudden departure, all of it was explained away by silver-tongued Headmaster Madden. The angry look he gave me when I showed up with my sister only cemented my suspicion that he was one of the many who'd been promised riches and power by the society. But he was useful in the end, smoothing over the disaster that had taken place on his campus. I'm sure money exchanged hands, or rather massive sums were shifted between offshore bank accounts, and in a matter of a few days, everything was explained as a terrible hazing gone wrong. The GSE club was blamed. The alumni who died were painted as irresponsible adults helping to haze new members. Everything went wrong when too much alcohol entered the scene. And then, there was my sister's miraculous recovery to explain. Only, she had never been dead. The past few months of memories had been tampered with and changed. Anubis helped me to cast the spell in the underworld, a way to alter everyone else's memories but mine. To the school, to Mom and Dad, Violet never drowned. There was no funeral. We had simply both gone to Ravenswood together for her last year. And even Jay was forgotten, wiped away. Sometimes, I wish that was the truth. Violet, I say softly, refusing to let go of her hand. You need to stop wishing for something that's impossible. I had so much power at my fingertips that I was barely beginning to understand. And now, look at me. Her jaw clenches, and she looks away, out the window to the dark lake. A bald, dying girl with no high school diploma, whose only plans for next year are picking which coffin she will be buried in. I tried to hide the hitch in my voice. Don't talk like that, V. I told you we're going to find a way to save you. There has to be another way, another spell, something we can do. Don't give up yet. I could have been healthy, immortal. I'd never have to feel like this, she whispers, her eyes half glazed with morphine. My stomach hollows, but you would have had to kill others, even if it was to protect me. Tears well in her eyes. She pulls her hand from mine and rolls onto her side so all I can see is her back, the knobs of her spine peeking through the gap of her thin hospital gown. I would have thought of another way if I could. Sobs rack her body, a conflict she can't seem to overcome. Ever since she came back from the underworld and I killed Green, she's been like this, defeated and totally unwilling to look for a solution to her sickness. I'm sure half of it is punishment for herself, an attempt to atone for what she did to me, how she used me, and the other half is self-pity. The worst thing is, even as I do my best to look for a spell, there are times when I still believe she wouldn't hesitate to trade me to Ossivorus for another chance. That truth guides me, so even when I study magic, I ensure I never actually use it. The temptation is always there, begging me to tap into a power that runs deep within me. But I've seen what it's done to my sister. It's torn her apart from the inside, and no spell is worth that. It's so hard doing this alone, being the only one who knows the truth. Even though Violet is with me, she's never been further away, and I worry she's never going to recover, never see the error of her ways. Mom is going to be here soon. I check my watch to hide the hurt that flashes through me. I'll be back tomorrow night. You should go back to Ravenswood, Andy. Violet murmurs towards the wall. One of us ought to make something of herself. I hold my tongue. She's been trying to pawn me off on that terrible place since we left. I'd pulled out of the school and transferred back to my old one, switching to online studies to be with Violet and my parents more. I never want to go back there. Not with all the memories, the ghosts that haunt the halls. Not without him. I'll see you soon. I lean over to press a kiss to her head. Violet is silent, and I try not to let her rejection, her apathy, eat at me. I rub my eyes as I step into the elevator and hit the button for the ground floor. Mom, Dad, and I take turns spending time with Violet. I usually take the night shift, switching now and then with Mom. I can handle the lack of sleep. But sometimes, I wish I never had to walk back into this place that smells like antiseptic and death.
The late February air is cold, nipping at my ears and nose as I dig in my coat pocket for my keys. The orange light from the lampposts glimmers off the slick, icy parking lot. I slip and slide my way to the car and work the key into the frozen lock. Just as I crack the door open, the lights wink out. My stomach drops and my fingers tighten on the door. The air feels charged and strange. The crisp winter night smells like rich earth and incense. My muscles freeze as I consider what to do. Something strange is here. I can feel it. My skin prickles and my breath becomes shallow. Violet warned me that other demons and gods would look for us, searching for my magic that could feed them for centuries, allow them to wander freely. Snow crunches a few feet away, in the depths of the thick tree shrouding the border of the hospital. I debate throwing myself into my car, but the piece of junk is old and the engine will likely refuse to turn over on the first try. I dig frantically in my coat for the pocket knife I now keep on me at all times. My fingers fumble to release the latch and I nearly slice into my own palm as the crunching of heavy footsteps grows closer. "Andromeda," a husky voice whispers at my side. I scream, slashing the knife wildly. A strong hand catches my wrist, and a familiar low laugh sends a curl of heat through me. Anubis grins down at me, snowflakes catching on his long lashes. He looks like Jay still. His eyes flash golden for a moment. "What are you doing here?" I gasp. The warmth from his skin rattles me to the core. He's really here.
"Aren't you happy to see me?"
My heart squeezes painfully. "How did you get here? I didn't think I'd ever see you again."
"I asked for assistance from a few gods that owed me a favor. They used their powers to open a pathway for a short time."
His eyes drop to my lips, and for a moment I can't think.
"I had to come see you in person, even if it's only for a few moments."
"Can you stay?" I whisper. His smile slowly fades. My fingers ache to reach out to him, but I don't know if I can. I can't take my eyes off of him, afraid he's going to disappear and leave me broken and alone all over again.
"No, not without an anchor. I already feel myself being pulled back. But I came here for a reason. I have something to tell you."
He moves closer, his scent wrapping around me.
"I've been looking into some things regarding your sister and Hecate."
"Hecate?" My heart stutters. "Why?"
"I wanted to understand your power better. Maybe I could find the source, an explanation, and a way to help Violet. And I think I may have."
It feels like the ground just gave way beneath me. Something to cure her.
"Maybe, but that's not all."
He licks his lips.
"I found Hecate. She's been sleeping like I was, trapped in her own subconscious, fading more and more each day. It won't be easy to get to her, but I think it's the only way to help you and your sister manage your magic, and to save Violet's life."
"You think she can help? That she'll be able to awaken?"
He nods. "The very goddess of magic, the one who gave you these powers, would have any answer we need. If we awaken her, she will help."
"When are you going back?"
"Now."
"Oh." My heart twists. Anubis leans close to me again. His breath, warm and addictive, spreads across my skin.
"Come with me,"
he whispers, extending his hand, palm outstretched. The air smells different again, the tang of the lake and the crispness of the falling snow, fading until there's nothing but pine and salt, and him. Darkness appears behind him. A path to the underworld, opening to take him away. I look over my shoulder at the hospital and bite down on my cheek. The image of Violet, her eyes sunken, cheeks swollen, and body racked with pain, haunts me. But I look back at Anubis, his brown gold eyes warm and sure, and I know what I have to do. Carefully, I take his hand.
I smile when his strong fingers wrap around mine. The smell of ash, of rich dirt and a time forgotten, settles on my shoulders like a comforting blanket. We step inside the tunnel, and the passageway behind us closes. I begin my journey back into the underworld, and death follows with me.
We hope you have enjoyed this Penguin audio production of All the Devils by Catelyn Wilson, read by Ina Marie Smith. It was produced by Leo Wetter at Racket Studios London, and the post-production was by Douglas Keane. For more Penguin audio productions, visit us at penguin.co.uk/audio. Text copyright Catelyn Wilson 2024. Copyright and recording Penguin Audio 2024. All rights reserved. The moral rights of the author have been asserted. Thanks for listening.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.